Okay, a very warm welcome to the lovely ladies and the gentlemen present here in this hall for today, Manufacturing Today Smart Manufacturing Summit 2022 6th Annual Edition. Our title partner is IBM and powered by Havells. And today, this entire thing is brought together by ITP Media. I would say there are 7 prominent national magazines out here and 80 internationally. And if you know, 7 is, it is in various sectors: construction week, manufacturing today, that is what we are here for today, hotelier India, architects and interiors, and so on and so forth. And these are just a few of it. So to begin this morning, as it's a packed day ahead of us, so we have 2 interesting sessions post lunch also. So I request you all to kindly stay back post lunch. We can have a hearty lunch, we can take a break, we can do a little bit of stretches, but I request you all to kindly stay back with us as we have 2 interesting sessions and we have a fireside chat also happening. And after every session, we'll have a Q&A, so any doubts, queries, please note it down as you're going through the session so we could clarify then and there. To begin this lovely day ahead of us, we have Mr. Vibhor Srivastava, Managing Director, ITP Media India, to kindly step forward and welcome us all.
Very good morning, everyone, and what a wonderful introduction, Jyoti. I think I was really moved to see the way she was engaging and also telling people and prompting ITP Media. So I don't have to make a pitch. I promise you, she really pitched it hard for us. But thank you. I mean, I love this city for many reasons, and one very big and significant reason is that this city keeps to his promises. So please give yourself a huge round of applause for being on time. I mean, the line of Indigo echoes my ears. It says being on time is a wonderful thing. And truly, when I stand in front of you to see a hall full to its capacity, it really, really means a lot. So I think one moment, I think gentlemen on the console, and I don't know if there is an ITP person, the video of ITP has its own music. Jyoti, can you tell them? When I asked you to play, ITP has its own videos. I don't know, the music that you were playing was not a part of our. So play our AB, which has our own music. All right, so when I tell you, then you play. So I think there was a little disconnect there, but bear with us. So I think, ITP Media is one of the largest foreign publishing firm based out of the Middle East, and we straddle a huge spectrum of industry circuits. And we do some amazing work. Welcome, Kshitij. I think we have partners here joining us. And Neetu has been a conference chosen. I know the ladies are outnumbered, but let me just tell you, people in the hall, this whole conference is put together by Neetu, one of our very talented team member based out of Bangalore. She's a conference head. So वही सूत्रधार हैं. उन्होंने सब सारे all the handsome looking men and all the knowledgeable men he has got here on the manufacturing world today. So once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome you on behalf of ITP Media to Manufacturing Today 6th Annual Smart Manufacturing Summit presented by IBM and powered by Havells. Manufacturing, as you know, is evolving day on day with the help of app technology, and why not? It is the need of the hour for all company stakeholders to tap into the great potential of digitization to strengthen and streamline their process for optimizing their resources and becoming profitable. When we launched Manufacturing Today, I remember many years back, and now I think there's a huge transition, and the way the technology is being actually adapted and used is to the hilt. So I think there's a long segment of reading that Neetu's given. I'm not going to read because I think we have very prolific battery speakers, and I think a lot to learn from them. And I think once again I see Havells people, welcome Partha and everybody there on the Havells table. I think it's day unfolds to be very exciting, lots of discussion, lots of great speakers and some incredible topic that we're going to learn from each other. So thank you very much for joining us, and a big thanks to our partners IBM and Havells for joining us in this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vibhor, for a very interesting welcome note. To go ahead with our first opening partner keynote address, we have Mr. Rajesh Padmaswaram, Partner Industrial Sector, Leader IBM Consulting, to please step onto the podium for his presentation. A round of applause for Mr. Rajesh.
Good morning to all of you. A very warm welcome. I think it is so exciting to see such a large audience and from some of the best companies in the manufacturing space to come here and talk about future of making things. And I think that subject itself is so exciting and interesting, and that's where I thought that the kind of audience that we are seeing, right, that also shows couple of things about the curiosity of the whole subject and where we are headed to, and it also kind of fuels a thought process around the innovations that we need to do as part of how do we look at the market, look at the industry going forward, right? When I saw this topic of future of making things, I went back to my childhood about Star Wars, Star Trek, and all of that. And if you really see, it seems so magical that you can, at the press of a button, somebody appears and all of that. We are, as you think about it, we are moving more and more closer towards some of those as realities, right? Whether you have holograms, people coming up, appearing in multiple places and all of that. So I think a lot of the things that we thought were, kind of not possible or, things that were not achievable in our lifetime, we are seeing that happening at a very rapid pace. And I think that's what, instills that whole excitement and enthusiasm around us. Just one interesting aspect that, I kind of, when we were talking about how, the world is moving, looked at was, if you see the top 10 wealth creators or the richest men in the world today, one unique thing which actually combines them in terms of thread is the fact that a large number of them, at least about 7 or 8 of them, started with very core industry, right? I mean, brick and mortar. Even if it was Microsoft, it was all about CDs and things that we were shipping out. And where they've transitioned is moving that business to cloud, focused on data, focused on AI, and that's where the transition has happened, right? And that's actually fueling more wealth creation, it's also fueling innovation, and it's also, bringing about some interesting products, for us to kind of consume as a market. So when I look at manufacturing as a subject, it is not just about manufacturing as in a particular sector. It cuts across whether it is telecom, whether it is retail, whether it is healthcare, pharma, any of the sector, right? There is always manufacturing. It cuts across all of those segments. Now, the whole innovation theme around creating new things is what defines how you actually change, right? And when you see the transition of the industry, while it has taken a long time for manufacturing industry per se to make that transition and change to growth compared to the other industries around, whether it is technology or any of those things, you would see that in the last, almost a decade, the progress has been quite fast and quite rapid, and in many ways quite revolutionary. We moved from a human-centric, people-dependent industry to talking about robots and cobots, where it is about co-working with robots. It is about not just about robotic equipments, creating goods and services. It is about robots working along with humans and taking over a large part of the work here. So I think what I would assume and through the day is to hear and have a discussion around how all of this is changing the way we look at this industry itself, right? As very interested parties who actually shape this industry, I think it is incumbent on us to kind of look at newer areas and open up, the whole plethora of opportunities that come up. Now, to touch upon, from a technology perspective, right, in terms of what actually, in many ways, creates and opportunities for innovation. You look at the way technology is moving. I mean, whether it is all the emerging technologies that are in play, whether it is data, AI, analytics, blockchain, digital twin, sustainability, all of these things are coming into play when you look at how you are actually creating products for the future. Sustainability, circular economy are these elements which really fuel new age activity. I mean, for example, when you look at construction industry, people are talking about how do you recycle concrete from debris and then bring it back into as products again, right? So across the board, right? If you look at digital twin, talking about how digital twin is used both from product development to also providing services at an end customer level. So there's a whole plethora of work that is happening across industries. Products are more and more getting consumed as services, and that's where the value addition comes in, and that's the responsibility, I think, that the industry, or the challenge that the industry faces today. I mean, at the end of the day, manufacturing per se is the largest industry segment, just second to agriculture, in terms of impacting people, in terms of impacting livelihood, overall society per se. And for us in India, given the impetus that the government is providing, whether it is in terms of production-linked incentives or this whole focus on Atmanirbhar Bharat, it gives us that much more, edge and ability to actually scale up our work, scale up our capacities, and therefore be more innovative. And across, I mean, what we see here is that when you talk about supply chain challenges that the industry faces, right? In terms of supply chain, in terms of logistics, and all of those, a lot of these areas are being, the bottlenecks are being opened up. You have more of artificial intelligence coming into play. The whole work around 5G and quantum computing will become a major force in terms of how you transform this industry, how you collect data and then draw insights from data, and therefore shape up some of the products and services that you send out to public. So I think from all of that perspective, the key in terms of what we really look forward to hearing today, and there are some really eminent speakers and also some great topics to talk about. I'm hoping that during the day we work together as a group, look at what are the initiatives that this industry can drive, and how do we actually fuel our customers to actually take up innovation and are able to look beyond standard technologies and work that they do. How do we change ways of working, adoption of technologies, to ensure that we really leapfrog and grab this opportunity that as a country we have, right? We are at the crossroad of a great opportunity, and how do we actually take care of that opportunity and nourish and grow that opportunity to kind of prosper. The Prime Minister and everybody else have been talking about, this is the industry that can actually take India to the next level, whether it is 5 trillion or plus in terms of growth and opportunities, also employment and everything else, right? So I look forward to a great engaging session. At IBM, our thought process around all of this, and it's actually in line, and it was great coincidence when I looked at the theme that, our theme for, that we talk about from an IBM Consulting is talk about let's create. And that's where we really want to go in terms of let's create new industries, let's create new supply chains, let's create innovation in the manufacturing space together, which will help revolutionize products, ways of working, and how we look at this entire spectrum and this entire market. I look forward to a lot of engaging discussions and session, and I wish all the best for the session for the day to come. Thank you very much. Thanks.
I request Mr. Bibor Srivastava to kindly step forward. And as a token of appreciation, please accept a small memento from our end. Thank you so much. Now with our title partner presentation, we have Mr. Ankur Goyal, Associate Director, Industrial Sector and Industry 4.0, IBM Consulting. Can we have Mr. Ankur Goyal on the dais? Can we have a round of applause? as IBM is our title partner.
Good morning, everyone. Super excited to be back on podium after a gap of 2.5 years. Rajesh, thanks for setting the context so beautifully. So I'm going to talk about Industry 4.0, and I'll talk a little deeper in terms of where the market is heading, where the industry is heading, and what are the challenges we see with our clients, right? The challenges that our clients face. And some kind of approach or framework that we see is working globally. Yeah? So Industry 4.0, from data to insights, while we all talk about data as oil, data as a core asset, but what exactly it means across the spectrum, what it means for the various business functions, and specifically to manufacturing. So yes, industrial company, any manufacturing company, right? There are a lot of changes happening, and a lot of these changes are very drastic, right? And we see that the pace of change is increasing, right? And post-COVID, there is a sense of urgency in manufacturing enterprises to transform. Some of the key trends, right? And it's a 2025. I see this coming early, right? There is a trend of mass personalization, right? So manufacturing companies are trying to manufacture products specific to the consumers, right? This also means that there's a lot of flexibility that is required in manufacturing, and the products have to be as custom as possible, as per the customer demand. The second trend that we see is the overall product life cycle is squeezing, right? So what used to be relevant for 5 years to 10 years is probably now relevant for 1 to 2 years. So there's a lot of pressure on product development, R&D, manufacturing, and all the business functions in a manufacturing enterprise to innovate. The third key trend we see is that the process reinvention is happening, right? We have all gone through the lean and all those things, right? Six Sigma certification and all that. But we see that there is a whole lot reinvention of processes which are happening through analytics, data, artificial intelligence. The physical footprints are getting redefined, right? We see that the labor arbitrage benefits are going away, right? Manufacturing companies want to set up closer to customer base. So cheap labor, cheap human resources, no more a benefit. Right? The benefit lies in automation, benefit lies in building smart processes. Or rather, I'll say human independent or human agnostic processes. And lastly, there is an entire rethinking around physical and digital. Right? Somebody calls it a phygital. Right? How the OT and IT world merges and gives a complete new paradigm of manufacturing. Now, as I said, probably the macro disturbances, right? It was COVID, now it's Ukraine war, or it could be inflation, or it could be commodity prices. A lot of these macro events are amplifying these changes. So there is a redefinement of the operating practices. We see that a lot of our teams work from home. Even post-COVID, a lot of manufacturing companies have put their IT teams and the corporate teams to work remotely. A lot of companies are using AI and augmented reality to reduce the boots on ground, right? So that essentially means that the standard operating procedures are changing. The remote access piece is definitely becoming very important. From a plant perspective, from a factory perspective, how do we bring in the remote monitoring and the remote intelligence in place? So that is a very important piece to think about. And then, while all these changes are happening, the ethos of cost reduction, continuous process improvement, that still remains in place. Right? So we are saying that Industry 4.0 is not changing your goalpost, right? You still have your EBITDA improvements and all those as your goals, but it changes or probably expedites the way you try to reach to that goal. Now, having said that, Industry 4.0 is not just about one function, right? I mean, we can call it manufacturing 4.0, or there are a lot of terms around it. But from our perspective, it's an enterprise-wide transformation. Right? It touches every corner of the organization, every function, every support function, manufacturing function, all kind of business processes. So if you see in this diagram, on the top there is a customer acquisition and growth functions, right? So for example, R&D and the product development is under, as I said, is under a tremendous pressure to innovate, right? The product life cycles are getting smaller and smaller. And we have seen, so there were CAD designs earlier, it transformed into PLM adoption, and now the PLM is getting merged with digital tools, right? So R&D departments, product development departments wants to have the real-time information from customers on field. Sales and marketing is probably the area where there's a lot of innovation happening, because there's a lot of data on the field with the customers using your products, right? So sales and marketing teams eventually are looking at they are actually at a cusp of innovation. Right? How can sales and marketing teams use the relevant customer sentiment analysis, for example, to be more relevant to clients? Right? How can marketing teams use the data from the market to spend their marketing budget more wisely? That is the customer acquisition part of it. The middle part of it that you see, manufacturing definitely is a centerpiece of this innovation. Right? How do we use more flexibility? How to improve the effectiveness of the organization, manufacturing function, improving OE, maintenance, and all those things. Yeah. The services piece, the one you see in the services piece, right? So this is very important. So there's a whole lot of business model reinvention that is happening now, right? As a service, and I'm not talking about post-sale service here. I'm talking about your as-a-service business models that are coming into play. It could be auto, it could be white goods, or it could be any B2C enterprise, right? So Industry 4.0 is a very, it's an umbrella term, but it encapsulates important technologies that enable your as-a-service business model. The last one in the centerpiece is supply chain management. So I think this is probably on top of everybody's mind today, given the commodity prices and the supply chain issues that are happening in market, right? A lot of use cases possible here, be it the planning use cases or commodity price prediction and so on. The bottom piece, finance, legal, and procurement, right? So finance, I'll say, is a function which essentially needs to look at the health of the organization. It could be profitability, or multiple metrics are possible. But what if finance can predict the health of the organization? And that is possible with a set of technologies that we are talking about. Same with legal. Legal is with cyber security, the business is getting online, a lot of data flowing around the world. Legal is taking a new shape as a function. And lastly, from a procurement perspective, I mean, every day we read about semiconductor chip shortage and all those things, right? How can we build procurement as a more effective function in terms of predicting supplier risk? Right? Multiple use cases possible in terms of procurement as well. And while all the functions are getting covered here, right, the intent is to show you that Industry 4.0 is not limited to any one function. While manufacturing function could be at the center, all the enabling functions needs to be looked from a technology perspective in terms of innovation. Now, while all these functions are important, there are two important enablers that you see here. One is the internal IT, and second is human capital. Right? So IT is a very important enabler and probably the owner of the technology innovation that happens across the enterprise. And human capital, last but not least, is probably the secret sauce of a lot of the organizations, right? Who are able to build digital transformation, who are able to succeed in digital transformation, probably upskilling, cross-skilling, identifying champions, change management. Human capital is one of the most important areas. Coming specifically to manufacturing, so every organization has its own journey, right? We have realized over the last several years, close to 10, 15 years in this industry, from when, I'll say from 2013 onwards, Industry 4.0 has been picking pace. Every organization has its own starting point, right? No two organizations in the same sector, no two auto companies, no two white good companies are same. Even if they are competitors, every company has their own starting point and they have their own transformation journey, right? So we need to really assess where the enterprise is in terms of maturity, in terms of the capabilities before the journey is or the roadmap is drawn. Now, while having said that, looks very good, very fancy, very interesting, but the journey is not easy. Right? There are a lot of nuances which are faced when enterprise get onto this area. So there are three typical issues that we see. This is a pattern that we have seen across our client base. The first one is a slow start. Right? How do you really start? How do you get onto this journey? Do you start with MVPs? Do you start with POCs? Or do you start with big bang? Do you take up one function? Do you take all the functions? Do you make a data platform first? Do you create a single source of truth first? What do you do, right? What should be your starting point? So usually we have seen it starts slow, right? But it's very important. And we see a lot of manufacturing firms, mature manufacturing firms, are unable to scale from a small MVP to a large-scale enterprise adoption. The second piece is skill challenge. This, as I highlighted in one of the previous slides as well, I think this cannot be an afterthought. Right? We can't think about technology first and then think about the people. People are at the center of this transformation. This is not about technology, this is about people. The third piece which we see as a very difficult challenge, these are complex problems, right? This is not your implementation of any transactional system. It's not ERP. It's not CRM. There's a lot of functional complexity. There's a lot of technology complexity involved. So we work with multiple clients and across industries, across domains, and this is something we see works, right? So this is a framework. This is the perspective that we bring to the table in terms of a broader way of how the thing should roll out, right? So first of all, the step one is about the lean processes, right? And when we talk to our customers, a lot of times people say, no, we are lean, we are optimal. Our processes are optimal, be it manufacturing, be it procurement, be it supply chain. But there is a need to relook at the lean from a perspective of what we want to achieve, right? So, for example, if any technology which looks very fancy, say blockchain or artificial intelligence or HoloLens or something like that is implemented on a suboptimal process, it becomes a garbage in garbage out situation. The second piece is automation. Right? Before we get on to use cases, before we talk about predicting something, it's very important to reduce the manual effort in the organization. Right? It's very important to create a single source of truth. And the third piece, once these two pieces are set, right, then comes the digital and the connected piece. Then comes the core technology piece in terms of talking about predicting your demand forecasting, or it could be your commodity price prediction, or it could be predictive maintenance and so on. Right? And while I say that, it doesn't mean that you have to complete step one and then come on to step two. It's a very incremental and iterative process. Right? Probably a lot of organizations pick a very small area, they travel through the whole journey of step one, step two, step three, and then they come back on step one. Right? So it's not cast in stone, but the idea is to tell you that more than looking at a technology per se, it's very important to look at the business objective, look at the processes, underlying business processes, look at how do you create the single source of truth, and then talk about the use cases and the problem solving use cases and the technologies. So just to give you some of the flavor of the work we have done, so we work extensively in process manufacturing and in discrete manufacturing. Right? So process manufacturing like cement manufacturers, metal manufacturing, metal in mining and so on. Right? So we have seen good amount of benefits. Right? A lot of organizations globally have been doing this. We have implemented these frameworks and we see a lot of benefits all around. From automotive perspective as well, I wanted to keep a separate slide on auto. I hope we have audience from automotive industry as well here. We work with a lot of global auto OEMs. Yeah. And a lot of use cases around analytics, around artificial intelligence. We have tried and have been fairly successful. So with this, I wrap up this presentation and thanks again to the organizers, and I'm around if any questions, happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving us insights. Now for our industry keynote, we have Mr. Kamal Bali, President and MD Volvo Group India, to kindly step forward. Mr. Kamalji. Namaste. We have Mr. Kamal Bali, President and MD Volvo Group India, to take it forward with his presentation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here at this manufacturing summit. Well, I'm going to talk about over the next maybe 15 minutes on what we see as some of the trends which are happening in our ecosystem. And how do we really navigate through these trends? So let me start by saying that, as we all know, that we are living in a highly volatile and a disruptive world. And I also believe that we are at a cusp of a socio-economic transformation that we have not seen in our lifetime. At least we people sitting in this room, I can tell you that this has not happened at least in the last 50 years. Indeed, our world is going through some profound changes, and the change that is impacting the way we live, the way we conduct our business, or the way we relate with each other, and whichever part of the world we live in, whoever we are, it doesn't make a difference. However, as the things may be, I can tell you one thing, that this decade is going to be one of the most eventful and exciting ones to come. Why I say this? Because we will have a chance to play a decisive role in shaping the future which we want. And I think that's a great opportunity for us. So I think that's the interesting part, and that is one of the biggest motivations for a person like me, that I think we have that chance to shape the future the way we want to live. So, but I think before we go further, I really want to look at the last 800 days, or roughly the period of the pandemic, and what are the key takeaways for me from this pandemic. I think very, very clearly, I think this has been like a reset, pause, and a fast forward button, where I think three takeaways have been very, very highlighting ones for me. I think the first one is the resilience of we as teams, as individuals has really taken us through, and I think the way India has responded to this pandemic has been highly appreciable, and I think the whole world is appreciating how we managed to really go through this pandemic with 1.4 billion people. So I think that's something very interesting. The other is that the second takeaway is that we humans, we are very good at adapting and transforming when pushed to the wall. And I think, and this we saw, I think, in all our companies within 2 to 3 days of lockdown, we were back to 100% deliveries to our global organizations. And this was phenomenal. Nobody expected us to do that. And I think that's something, and if that adaptation and transformation can happen voluntarily, I think it would be great. So that's one learning for all of us, that we can all transform very fast. And the third piece is the need of equity and empathy and inclusion. I think this is something this pandemic has taught us, that how important is the empathy, how do we, so therefore the whole game plan to deal with people or deal with colleagues is gone through a paradigm shift, as we all see. I think people centricity is becoming the key thing. Earlier we used to say customers comes first. Today very, very clearly, without any doubt, we will say, oh, your employees come first, because your customer cannot be more satisfied than your employees. So I think that is something which we see very, very clearly. Let me now look at some of the trends which I think the previous speakers have talked about. Some, let me talk at a very macro level, some of the changes which we see, 7 or 8 changes and mega trends which we see, which is going to impact our lives, the way we do business, the way we relate with each other. So I think the first one to my mind is uncertainty is the new reality. So I think this pandemic was not the first one and not the last one. And I think we need to be prepared. So I think the biggest change biggest trend which we are going to say, whether you call it a trend or you can call it whatever you want to call it, uncertainty is going to rule our world. So how do you remain ahead of the game in such times? I think the answer to navigate through uncertainty is only 2 things. There is not a third thing. Be agile and be adaptable. If we can be agile, we can take on anything. We can stay ahead of the curve. So I think that's the first one, and that's a lot of learning in that. The second thing is increasing demands on holistic sustainability or ESG. I mean, we may have the best products in the world. If you do not tick the 3 or 4 boxes of holistic sustainability, you will not be in the game. Sustainability used to be lip service for many, many years, but I think today it's becoming real, for real. And it's happening today. And if we do not really tick those boxes, what are those boxes, I think? So let me talk about some of those. Like, the first one is whatever we do has to be economically highly efficient. It has to do more for less. So the economic efficiency has to be very, very good. So you use less resources to give more output to your customer. So that's the first one. The second one is whatever you do has to be socially inclusive. You have to build solutions which touch the bottom of the pyramid. So I think that's going to be the second thing. And also when we talk of inclusion, we talk of diversity, everybody has to be in the game. It cannot be for one section of society. The third piece is whatever we do has to be environmentally friendly, which means all the greenhouse gases, carbon footprint, and all of that will have to be tackled in a way. And finally, whatever we do has to be morally ethical. So because organizations are also becoming like human beings, stakeholders are viewing organizations, their response to various situations, just like they would look at human beings. So I think that's so the sustainability or the ESG piece is going to become a very, very predominant piece in the way we work. The third piece which we are looking at is emerging technologies are going to change the way we live, or the way many sectors of economy, the large sectors of economy are going to behave. Let me touch upon just my sector, the automotive industry or the industry of mobility. So I think that's going to go through a big change specifically. For instance, Digital and IT is going to play a huge role. You will have fossil-free fuels. It could be battery electric, it could be hydrogen fuel cells, it could be biofuels, it could be LNG. So it could be IC engines with different fuels, with non-fossil fuels. So I think that's going to be a major shift, and you will see a whole new industry coming up from there. And then the next one is automation and connectivity. This is going to set up completely new revenue models and new opportunities for many of us. And then new transport concepts, which means that what we see is going to shift dramatically differently. For instance, there is going to be hub-to-hub transportation, which is going to use road trains, which means that you do much more for much less. For instance, you have about 25% more efficiency thanks to the road train, where the truck in front is followed by the truck at the back, and both of them are digitally connected, and you save almost 16 to 20% on energy consumption. So think like that. And then there will be the last mile connectivity. Last mile connectivity is going to take a completely new shape, as we see with e-commerce really gaining a lot of momentum, and we will see drones and many other things happening. So the future of mobility is going to be completely transformed, and I think that's going to open up new avenues for all of us. So that's the third piece of emerging technologies, and I gave you an example with regards to automotive industry, but every sector of economy, technology is going to play a role. The fourth piece is the evolving future of manufacturing. I think speakers before me from IBM have actually given a phenomenal presentation on manufacturing, but I want to really touch upon a very macro piece which is silently happening across the world, and that is the rebalancing of the global value chain. And I think that's a very big piece. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would recall that the manufacturing today is about $15 trillion. Globally, $15 trillion of manufacturing takes place. This is data of about 2020, some numbers may have changed, but ballpark figure $15 trillion, out of which $4 trillion is likely to be rebalanced or is being rebalanced into different jurisdictions, starting last 2 years and going forward to next 2 years. So over a 4-year period span, almost $4 to $4.5 trillion of manufacturing is getting rebalanced. And India accounts for only 3% of this $15 trillion. And our manufacturing today is about $400 billion. Imagine if we get 10% of the shift, which is peanuts. 10% of that 4 trillion means that our manufacturing will double from $400 billion to $800 billion. And if we get a reasonable number, which is 20% of the shift, which means our manufacturing is going to triple to $1.2 trillion, and which has been the long aspired dream of Indian manufacturing sector to be 25% of India's GDP, which could be at about $5 trillion. At $5 trillion, maybe three or 4 years down the line, we could be $1.2 trillion. So that's a very major shift happening, and we know for sure the kind of investments which are coming into various states, and India is doing exceedingly well, but there's no free lunch, so we will have to up our game in manufacturing. We will have to look at what are the pillars of manufacturing, and therefore that presentation from IBM colleagues on lean manufacturing, on automation, on going to a different level, I think is very, very crucial. So I think that's the fourth piece on that. And the fifth piece is accelerated innovation. I think this is another thing which we see. I mean, innovation has always been the buzzword, but I think today we see a very, very different connotation of innovation. Innovation is no more the big word or the word that it was only meant for the elite. Innovation is happening all across. It's becoming very secular. And why it is becoming secular? I think for 3 or 4 reasons. Number one, we all are united with common challenges. We have common challenges for all of us. On one end of the spectrum, we have inequitable growth, we have congested cities, we have resource scarcity. On other end, we have tremendous amount of opportunities arising out of AI, machine learning, cloud computing, and all those technologies. So we are living in a very paradoxical world. So challenges and opportunities. So I think Innovation is required to really meet those challenges, get better of those challenges through some of these opportunities which we have in front of us. So I think that's a very interesting fact, that we are all united towards the challenges which we have. When we get united, I think there's a better chance. The second piece is that today we have objective insights. Thanks to data and the insights which you have from data, you have very objective insights. Earlier we used to be very intuitive in our approach. During my time we used to be intuitive. Today we are very objective. So there's a better chance to really do that. The third piece is that you have the gap between ideation and implementation is much lesser today. I mean, the fallout is much lesser because there are many opportunities to get those ideas financed. Financing is much better today. The risk capital is available. And the fourth piece why it is happening is that the learnings from cross domains is happening very fast. So I think that's something. So accelerated innovation is going to be the way forward, and it's important that we are part of that game. Point number 6, which I wanted to talk about, is that customers do not want products anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the biggest shift which we see. Customers do not want products and services, they want solutions. They want outcomes. And no one single company can provide the 360-degree solution. Therefore, the new era of partnership and collaboration is starting. So that's the 6th shift which we believe. Collaboration is going to be the key word. In the past, we all were obsessed with the term competition. I think going forward, we all will have to become obsessed with the word called collaboration. Partnership and collaboration is going to be the new leadership. And if you look at Volvo, for instance, in the last 2.5 years, we have made partnerships which none in the company could have even dreamt about. We have now partnerships with Daimler, which is our competitor. We both have put in $1 billion each to start a company called Centricity, which is going to produce hydrogen fuel cells. We have a partnership with Samsung on battery technology. We have a partnership with NVIDIA. We have a partnership with Aurora on our automated systems. So I think the world of partnerships is starting. What does this mean? This collaboration and partnership, that your organization boundaries are going to become very blurred. What lies inside the organization and what is outside the organization is going to be very blurred. So how do you navigate that? How do you really get the better of that? That's going to be very crucial. So I think collaboration is very critical, and for that, the two things are transparency and trust. If you are transparent, people will start trusting you, and when they trusting you, then they'll be able to collaborate with you. The next, of course, is employee centricity. Very critical to my mind. I would say employees are going to be at the center of what you do and not the customer. I dare say that, because I think your customers are going to be dealt with your employees, and your employees' conscientiousness and their innovativeness, their capabilities will decide how satisfied your customers are. And typically for employees, we will have to build a employee value proposition. So this used to be built customer value proposition typically so it has to touch upon an inspiring purpose. It has to talk about an opportunity to innovate. If you join my company, you will have a chance to innovate. If you join my company, you will have a strong culture where you will be respected, where your words will carry a lot of weight. If you join my company, you will have a chance to design your own growth journey. You will be recognized. So I think all that value proposition, it's not only going to be the compensation or the salary alone. So I think that's going to be the key. So to my mind, that's one very important shift, and I think more and more organizations are learning the art and science of doing this, and this is going to be the key to my mind. So in the end, I believe that the future is going to be interesting, it's going to be dramatic, it's going to be eventful, but at the end of the day, we all have a great chance to create a future which we want to live and provide a world to our next generation which is much better than what we got. So I think with this I would like to end my thoughts. Thank you. This is going to set up completely new revenue models and new opportunities for many of us. And then new transport concepts, which means that what we see is going to shift dramatically differently. For instance, there is going to be hub-to-hub transportation, which is going to use road trains, which means that you do much more for much less. For instance, you have about 25% more efficiency thanks to the road train, where the truck in front is followed by the truck at the back, and both of them are digitally connected, and you save almost 16 to 20% on energy consumption. So think like that. And then there will be the last mile connectivity. Last mile connectivity is going to take a completely new shape, as we see with e-commerce really gaining a lot of momentum, and we will see drones and many other things happening. So the future of mobility is going to be completely transformed, and I think that's going to open up new avenues for all of us. So that's the third piece of emerging technologies, and I gave you an example with regards to automotive industry, but every sector of economy, technology is going to play a role. The fourth piece is the evolving future of manufacturing. I think speakers before me from IBM have actually given a phenomenal presentation on manufacturing, but I want to really touch upon a very macro piece which is silently happening across the world, and that is the rebalancing of the global value chain. And I think that's a very big piece. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would recall that the manufacturing today is about $15 trillion. Globally, $15 trillion of manufacturing takes place. This is data of about 2020, some numbers may have changed, but ballpark figure $15 trillion, out of which $4 trillion is likely to be rebalanced or is being rebalanced into different jurisdictions starting last 2 years and going forward to next 2 years. So over a 4-year period span, almost $4 to $4.5 trillion of manufacturing is getting rebalanced. And India accounts for only 3% of this $15 trillion. And our manufacturing today is about $400 billion. Imagine if we get 10% of the shift, which is peanuts. 10% of that 4 trillion means that our manufacturing will double from $400 billion to $800 billion. And if we get a reasonable number, which is 20% of the shift, which means our manufacturing is going to triple to $1.2 trillion, and which has been the long aspired dream of Indian manufacturing sector to be 25% of India's GDP, which could be at about $5 trillion. At $5 trillion, maybe three or 4 years down the line, we could be $1.2 trillion. So that's a very major shift happening, and we know for sure the kind of investments which are coming into various states, and India is doing exceedingly well, but there's no free lunch, so we will have to up our game in manufacturing. We will have to look at what are the pillars of manufacturing, and therefore that presentation from IBM colleagues on lean manufacturing, on automation, on going to a different level, I think is very, very crucial. So I think that's the fourth piece on that. And the fifth piece is accelerated innovation. I think this is another thing which we see. I mean, innovation has always been the buzzword, but I think today we see a very, very different connotation of innovation. Innovation is no more the big word or the word that it was only meant for the elite. Innovation is happening all across. It's becoming very secular. And why it is becoming secular? I think for 3 or 4 reasons. Number one, we all are united with common challenges. We have common challenges for all of us. On one end of the spectrum, we have inequitable growth, we have congested cities, we have resource scarcity. On other end, we have tremendous amount of opportunities arising out of AI, machine learning, cloud computing, and all those technologies. So we are living in a very paradoxical world. So challenges and opportunities. So I think innovation is required to really, really meet those challenges, get better of those challenges through some of these opportunities which we have in front of us. So I think that's a very, very interesting fact, that we are all united towards the challenges which we have. When we get united, I think there's a better chance. The second piece is that today we have objective insights. Thanks to data and the insights which you have from data, you have very objective insights. Earlier we used to be very, very intuitive in our approach. During my time we used to be intuitive. Today we are very, very objective. So there's a better chance to really do that. The third piece is is that you have the gap between ideation and implementation is much lesser today. I mean, the fallout is much lesser because there are many opportunities to get those ideas financed. Financing is much better today. The risk capital is available. And the fourth piece why it is happening is that the learnings from cross domains is happening very fast. So I think that's something. So accelerated innovation is going to be the way forward, and it's important that we are part of that game. Point number 6, which I wanted to talk about, is that customers do not want products anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the biggest shift which we see. Customers do not want products and services, they want solutions. They want outcomes. And no one single company can provide the 360-degree solution. Therefore, the new era of partnership and collaboration is starting. So that's the 6th shift which we believe. Collaboration is going to be the key word. In the past, we all were obsessed with the term competition. I think going forward, we all will have to become obsessed with the word called collaboration. Partnership and collaboration is going to be the new leadership. And if you look at Volvo, for instance, in the last 2.5 years, we have made partnerships which we would, none in the company could have even dreamt about. We have now partnerships with Daimler, which is our competitor. We both have put in $1 billion each to start a company called Centricity, which is going to produce hydrogen fuel cells. We have a partnership with Samsung on battery technology. We have a partnership with NVIDIA. We have a partnership with Aurora on our automated systems. So I think the world of partnerships is starting. What does this mean? This collaboration and partnership, that your organization boundaries are going to become very blurred. What lies inside the organization and what is outside the organization is going to be very blurred. So how do you navigate that? How do you really get the better of that? That's going to be very crucial. So I think collaboration is very critical, and for that, the two things are transparency and trust. If you are transparent, people will start trusting you, and when they trusting you, then they'll be able to collaborate with you. The next, of course, is employee centricity. Very critical to my mind. I would say employees are going to be at the center of what you do, and not the customer. I dare say that, because I think your customers are going to be dealt with your employees, and your employees' conscientiousness and their innovativeness, their capabilities will decide how satisfied your customers are. And typically, for employees, we will have to build an employee value proposition. So this used to be built customer value proposition. Typically, so it has to touch upon an inspiring purpose. It has to talk about an opportunity to innovate. If you join my company, you will have a chance to innovate. If you join my company, you will have a strong culture where you will be respected, where your words will carry a lot of weight. If you join my company, you will have a chance to design your own growth journey. You will be recognized. So I think all that value proposition, it's not only going to be the compensation or the salary alone. So I think that's going to be the key. So to my mind, that's one very important shift, and I think more and more organizations are learning the art and science of doing this, and this is going to be the key to my mind. So in the end, I believe that the future is going to be interesting, it's going to be dramatic, it's going to be eventful, but at the end of the day, we all have a great chance to create a future which we want to live and provide a world to our next generation which is much better than what we got. So I think with this I would like to end my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kamal Bali. We will have Mr. Kamal coming back with us on the panel discussion later during the post break. Okay, thank you for actually giving us ideas, navigating us for a smooth flow. And as you said, the 6th point, the era of era of solutions for all of us, collaborating and partnering, was a good point for all of us to take back home. We have something or the other to take back home with us. Sooner or later, we would see it as a part of our life, professionally or personally. And we are not in a competitive mode anymore. An employee value proposition that as each of us love to be recognized for what we do, be it at home, a simple thing that you do at home for your family. So the same, you, me, and everyone out there at office or at factories also want to be recognized for what they do. So employee value proposition, because that gives them wings to fly higher, to think out of the box and do better for the society and for your clients and customers. Thank you so much. Going ahead with our next presentation, we will have a video coming up, please. And this is a video on professional lighting, Havells. And Havells is our powering partner. Thank you. To take us through this presentation that you just saw, I would like to call upon Mr. Partha Karmakar, Joint Vice President and Business Unit Head. Very warm welcome. Professional Lighting, Havells. And Havells is our powering partner. Very warm welcome, sir.
So, very good morning to all of you. I am super excited after hearing such an interesting insights from the best of the industry experts. And today I think I am truly humbled here because I am here more to learn and also share something from lighting, because when we look at manufacturing, I think manufacturing is the only industry which had been resilient. It had been the only industry, while all other industries were hibernating, they had been only there who have made us where we are today. So today, let me take you through a very small snippet of what is lighting going to contribute in your manufacturing. I'm sure when we look at manufacturing as an industry, so there are many more things which are much more important in terms of the energy conservation, in terms of the main processes, but lighting do play some important aspect, because that is something which will make anybody see what they are trying to do. So I am today on this day of Manufacturing Today Smart Summit, I am going to bring only that aspect of lighting which is about smart lighting. Before I start, I just want to give you a snippet of where we stand. As a company, we are standing at 14,000 crore company with multiple verticals, multiple locations of reach as well as spread. We have been able to, I would be very humble to say that in last 4 to 5 years, we have been able to double our turnovers. So there is a long way to go in multiple sectors. Professional lighting is particularly looking at this aspect today of human-centric lighting. So when we look at the insights and the trends which are driving the future, I'm sure the points which were mentioned specifically about that everything should be human-centric. So let me just bring few of the things which are important when it comes to parameters of 4.0 manufacturing to the next level of 5.0 manufacturing setup. When we talk about this kind of a new era, there are three more important aspects, which is the visual environment, the visual performance, as well as the visual comfort. And these are driven by various aspects of lighting, and these are related to how the glare, uniformity, what is the color of light, what is the quality of the light, and how we are able to create the ambience for better visual comfort. So we'll get into more details of it in the coming slides. When we look at lighting, I'm sure when we are having tasks, various tasks, the processes and the machines or the robots would certainly make it much more interesting and easy to do a job. But it is very important that how do we look at that, because finally the people are there who are going to use them, and if they are not able to have the right kind of light, their productivity can get affected, their health can get affected, their alertness can get affected, their sleeping order can be affected, their mood and behavior can be affected, as well as hyperactivity and accidents. So it's very important that how do we actually look at it. When we see any atmosphere where we are doing any processes of manufacturing, if you look at, these are largely the human ingredients which are required: air, water, nourishment, light, fitness, comfort, and mind. Now I'll take you only towards the light part. When we look at lighting, these are multiple aspects of lighting which are defining the subject much better, so that we are able to create right kind of lighting. You might be having some awareness about these standards, LEED standards, as well as the new Industry 4.0 is talking about WELL standards. Why? Because this is where it is able to take this Industry 4.0 to next Industry 5.0, because that's where we are able to bring much more human-centric aspect of lighting. When we look at how the changing expectations are happening, if you look at, we have the basic design of lighting, that is where we are having what kind of a light products, so what kind of a lighting application, so it has to be more appropriate and relevant to that area. there is something called circadian. I think a lot of you might have come across that we are having a body clock. So people who have been traveling heavily, they might have come across this kind of a problem that body clock is not getting set up. So this is basically the circadian rhythm, because every human being, actually not only human being, every animal has got a body clock. And that body clock is very, very important, and that is the only epicenter which drives all other aspects of human body. So now this lighting is no more just a subject which is creating decent amount of light on the surfaces, but also it is becoming an important part of health. So it affects, because all the light which we are able to take through our eyes, they have different muscles as well as components called rods and cones, which take the eyes, the light through our eye and affects the body clock. And this is why the circadian lighting is very important. Glare-free lighting systems, the automation and integration, so that we are able to make right use of light at the right location. And one more very important thing, whenever we are in indoor atmospheres in an artificial light, how we are able to integrate the daylight much better so that we create a nature inside. And this is what I want to take you through, the circadian, because if you look at the day cycle from morning to evening, there are different types of sunlight which you will be observing. So if you remember the time you have been to a picnic, so in the morning when all of us are leaving, so you would be having a different kind of a bluish tinge in the light. In the daytime, the light changes, and in the evening again towards the dusk, it becomes a little warmer and little closer to the reddish component. And this is something which is very, very natural. So how we are able to bring our body clock, since the similar kind of a nature depends upon how we create a natural atmosphere within the interior. So that's how today the technology has moved. When it comes to better comfort and giving the nature type atmosphere for the people, we need to have some similar semblance between the light which is there within the area with respect to what is there in the nature. That's how one would be feeling much more closer to the nature. And that's why we are trying to deceive the body clock and trying to make it mimic very much similar to the nature outside. So typically when we create this kind of an atmosphere, we would have different building blocks for that. There would be the basic controllers, there would be gateways, there would be sensors, there would be the illumination delivering light. If I touch upon another aspect which I shared, which is the glare, it is so very important when it comes to manufacturing industry, because there are people who have been working on very, very intricate and delicate tasks. So it is so important that people should be having the right kind of illumination so that the concentration is not at all digressed and there are no accidents. So just looking at technology, how it has been able to bring in this kind of a comfort in the illumination. Earlier, there are two scenarios you can see. In the second scenario, even if there is good amount of illumination, but it is not hitting the eyes. So when I am standing here, if the light is coming straight into my eyes, I cannot stand here for very long. So similarly, anybody who is actually out there at a very delicate task, if he is getting this kind of a glare continuously in the peripheral vision, he may not be able to work for long. So how we create the illumination is by right amount of light, but at the same time, we do not allow the glare to go up. So another explanation is when it comes to this kind of a sitting arrangement, one would have a line of sight, and with this glare limitation, we are able to create multiple impressions, and this UGR is called Unified Glare Rating. So the higher is the glare rating, the lesser is the number. So UGR 6 would be the best, most comfort. You don't see the light at all, but you still have the illumination. Now if I look at how things are changing with respect to Industry 4.0 to 5.0, occupancy is something which we want it to be very appropriate when it comes to lighting. So lighting has to be deciding the occupancy and using the light accordingly. Daylight harvesting, change in color temperatures as I spoke to you, and energy reporting. Today we are looking at systems where all the lights can be digitally controlled. You can have one kind of a partition, one kind of a arrangement or task inside, and then tomorrow you can have a different task. So you can change the partitions and digitally group the lights together. So that's the kind of a smartness which is already available, and there are options available with us which can make it happen. Also, I would like to take you that how industry have been evolving. Way back in 2015-16, I would say last 6 to 7 years, lighting has seen so much of change, which probably last 60 to 70 years have not been changing. So it has been a disruptive change over the years, and today we are not only just talking about the sustainability or the energy conservation, but we are talking about how the quality of life is improving with the help of the right light. So today we don't talk about just the energy saving or the lumen output. We talk about what is the R factor in that, what is the type of a spectrum it has, what is the melanopic lux it has, so that is something which is affecting our body clock. That is something which is affecting the quality of life and the circadian of any human being. So if you look at a smart solution in an industry, there can be different types of smart solutions. In a very basic smart solution for a smart workspace, there can be a smart building, and there can be a smart campus altogether. So where all the illumination, all the lighting equipments are all centrally connected to the central command system, and you are able to see everything and also do monitoring, scheduling of all the lights. Typically, how does it work in a standalone? So there would be different types of loads. There can be industrial, there could be office, there could be multiple other area loads. They have sensors along with that, and they get connected to the controller. That is good enough for a smaller area control. When it comes to a little campus solution where we have a central monitoring control, and then they are all connected through gateways, and they have a different kind of a communication through LoRa controls or different GPS or RF control possibilities, as well as we have got Bluetooth controls. Typically, when we see with this benefits, there are a lot of benefits which come with the smart features. Dimming can be definitely energy saving, and at the same time it can be task specific. We can dim the lights, remote on off as well as control, wireless control, sensor integration is already there with multiple types of sensors. Data storage and analysis. Today data is so key that we are also able to have a preemption of when we need to do some changes in them. So preventive maintenance as well as energy monitoring. So these are some of the visuals of the panel which is used for that. So as we are moving to next generation and more smartness, we also need to keep on evolving on the shapes as well as form factors of various lighting equipments. So they are no more just the light points. They are also evolving and improving as per the smartness of people around. So we have also got various types of products which are continuously getting innovated for various combinations and glare-free atmospheres. Similarly for outdoor applications as well as the campus applications. And these are various controls which actually help in creating that kind of a smartness. So I'm sure there are many activities which are required in a manufacturing plant to make it much more smarter. So we also want to be one of those who will not let you down in terms of creating that smartness inside the manufacturing plant. So we have done a couple of projects similarly in these locations, and truly humbled to share what we have been doing in the smart area, and looking forward to learn here more about what is driving the smart manufacturing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Partha.
Gigantic snack food maker. And you had to wrestle a massively complex supply chain to satisfy cravings from Tokyo to Toledo. So you partner with IBM Consulting to bring together data and workflows so that every driver and merchandiser can serve up jalapeno, sesame, and chocolate-covered goodness with real-time data-driven precision. Let's create supply chains that have an appetite for performance. IBM, let's create. It is happening. In our homes and offices, our schools, our stores, our cars, our planes, even in our pockets. It is happening in our supply chains and our security systems, in our workforce, in our weather, and in waves of the pandemic. Change. Change is all around us. Change is inevitable. There are those who are content to comfortably sit on the sidelines and watch change happen. And then there are those who lead it. Those who use technology in creative new ways. And what they've set their sights on changing will spark a radical reinvention of how we work and live. So let's get to it. Let's modernize business with the help of hybrid cloud. Let's simplify the way we work with automation and AI. Let's manage risk by taking cybersecurity threats head on. Let's activate a sustainability plan that's good for the planet and good for business. Let's fast forward to the future of computing and discover what's next. IBM, let's create.
We will go ahead with the panel discussion without any further delays. The topic for the first panel discussion is circular economy and sustainability, the backbone of Industry 5.0. Our moderator, I would like to call the moderator onto the dais first, Mr. Biswajit Bhattacharya, partner and automotive industry leader, IBM Consulting. Very warm welcome, sir. Panelist, Mr. Kamal Bali, President and MD, Volvo Group, India. Very warm welcome. Ms. Vidya Amarnath, co-founder, Patterson Energy Committee member, Niti Ayog, and Madras Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the first lady on the dais walking up. A very warm welcome to the lovely lady in black. Mr. Ravi Raghavan, MD, Bharat Fritz Werner, BFW. Very warm welcome to the lady and the gentleman present out here. And circular economy and sustainability, the backbone of Industry 5.0. Just to let you all know, this would be the bell that would go off 2 minutes prior to your time. So in case you want to summarize, that would be easier. So we're going to have the bell here on. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Today's topic is circular economy and sustainability, the backbone of Industry 5.0. Manufacturing in the global value chain has never seen a catastrophic effect than what we have been recently observing. In today's integrated world, it disturbed all the stages of production in different locations across the world. There's a fundamental shift in the global value chain was already undergoing with the global companies adapting manufacturing and supply chain strategies to build a resilient supply chain across the world that was already underway. Now COVID-19 and followed by the conflict or the war in Europe had further aggravated the same. In this fast evolving context, the race to the leadership in manufacturing position needs to be powered by three fundamental mega trends. Number one, emerging technologies, which is the backbone of Industry 5.0. Second, environmental sustainability imperatives. And third, the reorientation on globalization. In today's panel, we'll be focusing on the first two topics, which is on emerging technologies and sustainability imperative. I have a very interesting panel with me today. I have Kamal Bali. You just heard him. He is a passionate speaker, extremely experienced in this industries and very well-regarded speaker. I have Ravi. Ravi comes from a rich background in manufacturing, and we will be hearing him soon. And we have Vidya, sorry, I'm extremely sorry. Vidya comes from a very interesting industry, in a way a new industry, and we'll be hearing a lot what she is doing with her startup in the area of sustainability specifically. I'll first request Kamal to share his perspective how Volvo is looking at the way the circular economy and the sustainability is evolving and your views.
Good morning everyone once again, and thank you Ms. Pajit for having me in this very distinguished panel. I think the subject is very interesting for us, and if I were to really step back and say that the world resources are finite, but the requirements are growing. So I think that's a very, very major challenge, that while our economy is growing, population is growing, but resources are finite. And there is a saying that we are already using 40% more resources from our planet than we should be using. So we are already, there is a case of overuse. So therefore there's a big challenge in front of all of us, and therefore sustainable living, sustainable world is only the way forward. And what does it mean to all of us? I touched upon a bit during my keynote speech, but I will be repeating some of those points. Very, very clearly for us, sustainability is a key term, and this is going to define everything what we do, in whether in a personal life or in a professional life. So sustainability, as I clearly talked, is got basically 4 pillars. The first pillar is clearly the resource efficiency, which and circularity comes within that, in that first pillar. So circularity is part of sustainability. So when I say resource efficiency, which means that you use better technology, better tools, tackles to do much more for much less. So much more bang for the buck. So that's the first pillar. How do we really have better optimization and efficiency? I will come to each of them in a moment. The second one is the environmental sustainability, which means that whatever are the greenhouse gases which we emit through our processes, or whatever harm we do to the environment, that has to be minimized or made zero. And I think we in automotive industry are one of the biggest culprits, because we use greenhouse gases, one of the most, and we need to really set the standards of our own. So that's the second pillar. The third pillar, as I said, is social sustainability, societal sustainability, which is many times under the garb of environmental sustainability, we forget the societal sustainability. We have to look at the bottom of the pyramid. We have to take everybody together. Inclusion and diversity is going to be the key. If India is going to become the superpower in the world, 50% of our population, which is women, cannot be sitting at home and be homemakers all the time. So they will have to be part of the economic cycle. So that's the third piece. How do we get greater inclusion, diversity, ethnic, sexual, and otherwise, the entire diversity in place, so that India fires as one team. So I think that's the third piece on sustainability. And the fourth piece, of course, is very, very clearly to be morally ethical. So I think because this is more and more important, getting very, very important when I talk of employee value proposition. Today, the employees of future, the future employees are looking at companies with a very different lens. They are not looking at only with the salary package. And during my time in 1981 or 85, we looked at only the salary package, and the name of the company, that's all. Today, youngsters are looking at what is your purpose? Why should I be joining you? What is your value proposition for me? So I think that's very, very critical. So organizations are being looked at with that social thing. So that's the basic framework of sustainability. So whether it is environment, whether it's resource efficiency, whether it is societal, whether it is ethical. So these 4 boxes have to be ticked. And we at Volvo are working on each one of those. I'll just give an example. In fact, I'm here yesterday, we launched one of our big innovation, and that is the green casting and Brakes India is our partner in that. So this is going to be a huge, it's the first time in the world a green casting is being developed, and that too from India. And this is completely with recycled material. We are not using any pig iron, zero greenhouse gases, zero emissions in production of this green casting. So this is going to be a trendsetter in the world, and I'm very, very glad that we did this. Likewise, many other initiatives are in the line. So repair, reuse, refuse, there are many, there are 7-8 R's when it comes to circular economy, how to do that. So this is going to be one of the major initiatives by us. And then we have also publicly committed that we are by 2030, 35% of our workforce across the world will be women. So irrespective of the fact that many people may have an excuse that women do not want to join the automotive industry, we are saying no, that is not true anymore. I think given an opportunity, everybody would love to do what they want to do. And I think we only need to show the bigger picture. And so what we are working with Kendriya Vidyalaya girls in Bangalore, in class 11 and class 10 girls, we bring them to our factory to show them that mechanical engineering is not that bad. Come and see an automotive industry, and they are surprised end of the day because they have heard it's all hammer and tongs. Mechanical engineering is all hammer and tongs, right? During our times. But today, you can do maybe 50% of the operation sitting in your room, So once they go there, and then we tell them, why do you want to take computer engineering? All of you don't have to become computer engineers. Take mechanical engineering. So we are succeeding there. So we have now on the shop floor many girls if you come to Volvo. So that whole focus has started, and that is what, when we talk of sustainability, it is holistic sustainability and not just environmental sustainability. And that's the piece which is very important. And the future leadership will be with companies who score high marks on sustainability. I stop there, I can go on.
Thanks, Kamal. Thanks for your insight. Volvo is many way a trendsetter in the automotive industry, and good to hear from you. It's looking at diversity as key objective. You talked about also what you're doing on resources, on the environment, as well as from a social. We talked about, gave a lot of examples. And very importantly, the organizations needs to be ethical in their practice. I'll come to Ravi now. Ravi, you come from a world of making machines. How you really look at this particular topic from your organization, and what are the various initiatives you have been taking?
Thank you, Vishwadip, and thank you for inviting me. The machine tool industry as such is looked as a dirty industry. I mean, Kamal's industry is still a little bit glamorous, I would say, but ours is supposedly a very dirty industry from a shop floor point of view. Yesterday I was with some 3,000 students addressing them to come to mechanical industry, and when we showed some of the pictures of the shop floor, they were surprised. And what Kamal said, I just elaborate that. In fact, I told that more people should join computers and come to the shop floor, because today, with all that we are talking today about Industry 4.0 and 5.0, it's primarily on computers in the shop floor. A CNC machine has been using computers since 1980s. Data is an old word for that industry from 1980s, but we didn't know how to use it. That's why it didn't mine the data as others do. In our company, we started two things. One is we looked at machine, we did a biomimic. We said machines are living creatures. And that's how we wanted to look at that, and everything of design, manufacturing, or anything that we did around digitization was focused on that. I mean, it is a casting, it has a structure, so it is like a skeleton, you have a nervous system, you have a heart, you have a brain in that, and we did everything around that, how a human being would behave. And the sustainability point automatically came in that. If we don't need certain things, the machine would not need, and we went into that. And the second thing was, we call it lean, mean, green initiative that we've taken. Even if you make a machine more productive, instead of 3 machines, if you're making 2 machines, you're using lesser resources around. So that's been our philosophy, not from making money or from a profitability point of view, but from a resource utilization perspective. We use a lot of energy in a machine, and the whole IoT system that we built around in our machine is to monitor the utilization of energy and proactively tell where the wastage is happening to the operator or the user of the machines, including if the heat generation is more, the motors are consuming more power, etc. The second part is the casting, as Kamal said. The machine has about 30% of its cost is on castings. Some of the machines go up to 30-40 tons of the weight of the casting. So that whole sustainability issue there was a big topic for us. We were not successful as Volvo has done that. That's a great example yesterday of what we read in the newspapers. But we IP'd a new composite, and which is very environment friendly. We were able to reduce, we were using about 40% of pig iron in our casting. With that, we have been able to reduce that by 40% lower. So about 16-20% is only the pig iron that's used in a casting. So we were able to do that much, and maybe with help of Volvo, all of us can learn that and take the next step forward. When we connected all the machines, I mean, as there is a great point that Kamal brought in of the transparency. Our whole business runs on the trust of people, and when we did this IoT Industry 4.0, our whole factories are connected. So when we take an order, when we start building the machine, the customer can see what's happening to his machine. So that builds in more trust instead of telling him and for failing on the commitment. He can see, even if we are failing on a commitment, he can see what's happening on the shop floor. And all our shop floors are connected, power, lighting, and all the generators, transformers, etc. We try to utilize as less as possible the whole energy part of it. And of course other natural resources as such. So in the 5.0, the whole thing was around the human-centric approach. And a machine tool has a lot to do from the ergonomic point of view, the fatigue point of view, and at places where the fumes come out. The people have started producing at such high rates that you have a lot of fumes coming out. So anything that we use, we're trying to reduce that emission from it, and a whole program on nanotechnology we've been trying to use so that the coolant, the chips, etc. are managed much better using this technology. I'll stop here and then we'll talk.
Thanks, Ravi. Thanks. I mean, you talked about a lot of technologies, how you are leveraging in your processes to make your product more efficient, your process more efficient, and in that process making it more sustainable. Thank you, Ravi. Thanks for your insight. We will come back to both of you once, after that. And for audience, please note down your questions. I will pick up few questions from each of you also, and let's try to make it more interactive. Okay. Before I come to you, see, the climate change and the imperative on the environment sustainability is a key concern in each government as well as in each corporate boardroom today. The risk of supply and the threat to the natural resources are real concern. And there is a need to build more circular economy. And that's where I bring you in. I was just talking to her to understand what her organization does. And it was fascinating. I mean, let's hear from the horse's mouth Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Vidya Amarnath, and I'm a co-founder of a startup called Patterson Energy. Let's make this interactive. How many of you here have been to beach cleaning exercises to clean up the beaches? We have a lovely beach in Madras. How many of you have been to a beach to clean up plastic waste from there? I see a few hands. Have you ever wondered what happens after that plastic has been cleaned up from the beach? Where does it go? So we all suffer from something called out of sight and it's out of mind. We don't take that one step further to understand what happens to the plastic. All of us are constantly talking about how plastic has become the Frankenstein monster of consumerism, and we constantly want to do something about it. But we stop short of exercises like beach cleaning, cleaning up streets, which is good, but we don't understand what happens next. What happens ideally is the plastic that is collected from these beaches goes either into oceans or river bodies, or it goes to landfills. And we've seen all of, we have 2-3 landfills in Chennai, and we know the state of that, what's happening there. So in 2015-16, my husband and I, we started this initiative initially as a social cause. We were really, passionate about the environment, and we thought that this is not good, because we literally saw a cow, getting choked with plastic waste right in front of us, and we said we wanted to do something to rectify this. That is when we started working with the IIT in Madras, as well as CIPET, which is the Central Institute of Plastic Engineering and Technology. And we tried to find out what are the better ways to mitigate plastic waste. Now, up until then, there was incineration, which causes a lot of damage to the environment because you have a lot of toxic gases that are emitted. And in a sense, there's nothing much that's derived from waste. And I believe that, it's not enough to just phase out a beautiful invention like plastic. We all should agree that every one of us, leave alone those bottles that you're having, but every small thing that we use, from our computers to our phones to everyday utility items, has plastic. So single-use plastic is a big problem, but it's not enough to say that we have to phase out plastic completely, because there is no alternative as of now. If you see the retail consumer goods, packaging goods companies, they still heavily rely on plastic, especially as a packaging material for liquids, because there is no alternative. So that is when we sat together and we found out what is the best way to merge waste to wealth, as well as do something with sustainability, circular economy, protect the environment, non-renewable resources, and we came up with a technology which is called the Thermochemical Depolymerization. I know it sounds a mouthful. I will explain to you very simply for the layperson. So plastic is derived from crude oil. I'm sure all of you know there's drilling that happens, and it goes through a process called polymerization, and that's where you get plastic. What we did was we reversed that process by a thermochemical depolymerization. What happens in the process is the plastic, waste plastic, there are certain categories of plastic, mostly single-use plastic, can be used in this process, which is one of the great advantages. It is heated in very high temperatures in a vacuum-based reactor. And what happens when the plastic is heated? There are 3 components that come out of it. There is the hydrocarbon gases, there is a mix of synergy gases, which is the toxic gases, and there is carbon black. The hydrocarbon gases are condensed, and you get something called a very, very high grade diesel variant called pyrolysis oil or plastic oil. I will come to the application of it. The third element, of course, is the component is carbon black. It has various applications in various industries like the cement industry, the paint industry. In fact, if you refine it a little further, you get something called the activated carbon, which adds high amount of value to the carbon black. Now what happens to the synergy gases? Now that's our concern, right? If you're going to let it out into the atmosphere, you're going to cause pollution. What we did was adopted the circular economy and the sustainability model, whereby we captured these toxic gases. And I already mentioned to you that the whole process involves a lot of heavy energy utilization at very high temperatures. Now instead of using external sources of energy, we read out these gases to the reactor to retain the heat of the reactor. So we are achieving a circular economy model whereby nothing is emitted out into the atmosphere. It's completely green technology, and you're making wealth out of waste. So from the utilization and application point of view, we can use this pyrolysis oil or the plastic oil, which is very, very high in diesel content. So it can be used in any of your manufacturing. Instead of your light distillate oil, you can use plastic oil without any variations we have found to your machine designs. Secondly, it can also be used in generators. It can be straight away used in generators, into your diesel generators, by which the cost aspect for most of these companies comes down more than 35 to 40%, because the cost of pyrolysis of plastic oil is much lower. And considering today diesel prices are shooting, like crazy, this is one way companies can adopt a circular economy model, sustainability, better utilization of non-renewable resources by having options. So that's what we do. And in terms of a plant, we have a plant in Chennai, and we have put up a prestigious plant for the Government of India under the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, in which Engineers India has participated through a viability gap funding, and we have this project running in Mathura. So I'd leave it at that, and I'd probably allow this.
I can share the same excitement with the audience over here while I heard the story from her. Thanks once again, and as we hear from her, it's plastic, which is a kind of a huge concern otherwise what we have in our society, and specifically in Indian context, can be converted into something which is extremely useful, like the plastic oil or pyrolysis oil, and can be used to replace the expensive diesel, which is not just the cost of the diesel, but there is a huge amount of foreign exchange goes into it. There are a lot of concerns on our balance of payment cycle on the use of all this energy. So multiple ways it does benefit us as a society. Coming back to both of you, I was just kind of, while you hear the experts on sustainability talking about the challenges, they also talk about today and definitely in future, the competitiveness of an organization will depend a lot on how they are really addressing the sustainability need. Your views, I mean, you come from automotive industry where you are actually directly touching the consumers in some sense, and you're coming from a machine manufacturing industry which is working with the industries like automotive and others. So what's your view, or how do you see that?
I mean, absolutely well said. First of all, I think with their compliments to you, I think you're doing. Let's give her a big hand. I think it's a great initiative which you have taken, and this can be a game changer, really, from waste to wealth. So that's an example here. But we have a number of questions we're going to ask you later. So how can we have? Do we have enough opportunities to scale up for diesel, for plastic oil to become oil for transportation as well? Are those opportunities? We'll come back to some of those questions. But just to come back to your question, I think clearly what you have said is absolutely correct, that the future competitiveness of organization, competitive advantage will come out of sustainability. or companies which are more sustainable, not only will your customer look at you, I think all other stakeholders, whether it is the government authorities, whether it is your employees or the future employees or the society as such, they will look at organization with that lens of how inclusive we are, how responsible we are towards the environment, how responsible, and then of course it comes the question of efficiencies, which is one part of the thing. What are the new technologies we have brought in? How can we have solutions which are absolutely focused towards net zero? So for instance, we have taken a pledge that by 2040, Volvo will become completely net zero, which means all our products, all our processes will emit zero greenhouse gases. Overall net, we will be net zero, whether it is our production processes, whether it is our products and our performance of our products, how will they work, whether our machines will work, our products will work on hydrogen fuel cells or on alternate fuels, or probably the kind of fuel Vidya is talking about, something which is non-fossil, so that we have zero impact. And I think that's going to be the key. Therefore, innovation on technology, innovation on, and therefore we have to go around to the entire value chain. So we start with our customers, come to ourselves, go down to our supplier partners, that like we have, and we have a great partner in BRICS India yesterday we had. So I think this whole thing will become the key, and everybody is going to look at you with that lens. And I think that is the lens which is clearly, to my mind, is going to be the key for future. And we are very excited on that, and we've already started working on this pillar of efficiencies, greater efficiencies. For instance, today, if I just to give you an example, today globally, not only in India, trucks are working at less than 50% efficiency. There is almost 60% inefficiency, which means at 60% of the time, trucks are moving air, they are not moving cargo. So that is the amount of opportunity when I talk of sustainability. The 60% unsustainable. So whatever is less than 100 is unsustainable. We cannot, because it's either you're wasting it, that energy whatever, or you're creating pollution. To become sustainable, you have to cut down both pollution and you have to cut down waste. These are the two major ways of really going to a sustainable and a circular economy, and that's what is what. So we are working on solutions. Technology is going to be the key. Connectivity. How can vehicle load be optimized on real-time basis? So there's a whole new economy which is going to come up in the automotive industry. That how loads can be made, the trucks go 100% loaded, so there is zero wastage in the system. How do they optimize routes? How they talk? So connectivity technology is going to be the key, and I'm very happy that we are all moving in the right direction. There are many new technologies which are getting adopted, but the future of automotive industry is going to be completely, you will see a tectonic shift from what you see a vehicle and the way we move things today versus in 2030. So you will see a huge change, and that will happen in India as well.
Thanks.
So I'll go a little bit micro on that. Yes, technology is making a big difference. I'll give some examples of how we use Industry 5.0. People not talking about it, but Kamal, it happens to be one of your suppliers only. I'm going to quote without giving the name. When you use technology looking from a human perspective, we're not talking about automating and keeping people aside, etc. But how well you can use people to improve the overall efficiency of the ecosystem and not of one machine or one equipment. So there is a component that's being made by a supplier, and it's about 160 kg or something like that, and that built in the the inefficiencies of the workers moving that component. The set of 7 machines have been connected as a cell with 3 robots and a lot of IoTs put in, with safety put in, etc. for human. But the same people are working there, but the efficiency of the cell has gone up by 20%. Because now he doesn't have to lift that component and keep it. Those work is done by the robots, but the human mind is used for much higher value-added work. Right? So, if both can work together using technology, we can do a lot. We are now collecting a lot of data from the machines. We are connecting machines. As I said, we are talking about biomimic, so we are telling the machine is a social creature like us. So it can't stand alone. It has to talk to the next machine like we want to talk to our neighbor. If it gets heated up, it has to tell the doctor that I'm having temperature. So how does the message go directly to the person who is responsible, not some manager, some escalation, some purchase, but to the guy who will supply the coolant for him. A mix of technology and changing the role of people can create the most ideal ecosystem is what we are trying to do using technology, but not using technology in isolation. And that's making the efficiency of the ecosystem increase.
That's a good thought, Ravi and Kamal. Thanks. So it's in some sense I may say that today the brand valuation is going to depend largely on, a big way on the way the brand is really using the technology, using the right processes to really make the process more sustainable, the use of the product more sustainable from that point of view. Which is great to hear. Definitely, it should be the direction, and I believe all organizations will be looking at adopting the best practices towards that. Coming back to you, I see you talked about a situation where the plastic, which is a menace otherwise, and most of the industries are not able to really move away from plastics. Be it for packaging use or be it for other material handling kind of requirements. Plastics are necessary the way we are, and we have one. Your company is already working on one of the solutions to make use of it. Now the question essentially where I think all of us are having is, how can we make it more scalable so that we can multiply this into a nationwide initiative and take real benefit out of it as well.
So my first part, I was painting a very rosy picture. It was the start of the movie. The hero and the heroine are running around trees and lovely time they are having. And now let me come down to brass tacks. It's not all a rosy picture. There are challenges. And one of the biggest challenges, believe you me, is availability of feedstock. It's a question of water everywhere, not a drop to drink. Because I feel that this is a problem because brands, while they come out, not to quote anybody, and say that we are towards a sustainable environment, circular economy, but when it comes to actual action, it's grossly missing. People are very myopic when it comes to adopting new technologies because they are bothered more about their costs, the impact on their bottom line, but they're not looking at how it can add value to their top line by building a brand that is conscious about the environment. Here is an example that I'd like to talk about MG Hector. Today's ads, they don't speak about the features of the car, they don't speak about the mileage, they don't speak about the interiors. Brands are more and more talking about how conscious they are about the environment and how they're giving the earth to our next generation in a better form than if we had received it from our predecessors or whatever. So it's important for brands, and when you speak about scaling, it is very important that brands such as Volvo or Hyundai, and I'm going to name all the automobile companies here, recognize that you need to have a larger outlook, not have a myopic outlook where you talk about current year's sales, current year's profit, but build a brand that is conscious about the environment. I've already told you that. Yes, it is scalable, provided we have many more people accepting newer technologies, helping startups, governments come up and give us more incentives to actually, present these technologies to companies. For example, let me give you a small example. The waste management rules of 2016 mandates that every company which uses plastic, either directly or indirectly, needs to do something to mitigate plastic waste. It can be a CSR activity, something that they are protecting the earth from the menace of plastic. But I find constantly that very few companies in the name of CSR are doing actual work in this area, which is why we realize that many companies, when we approach them saying that, okay, you send your plastic to us and we will convert it to plastic waste, they ask us, what's the incentive that I have? So because of the plastic rules, of the EPR rules, now they can buy something called plastic credits. So companies can show in their audit that we sent so many tons of plastic waste to Patterson Energy and they mitigated in proper, with proper technology and adhering to environmental practices, and we give them a certificate or a plastic credit which they can utilize for not doing their EPR activities. So these are some of the ways that we could engage with companies who fall under EPR, who can help us scale, who can help us startups like us. Second is that if you have a large amount of plastic that's coming out of your unit, you can look at putting up a plant. We also build plants for companies that are interested in putting up such plants. So you can have a source of alternate fuel right next to your manufacturing factory or outlet. So these are options that help the technology become scalable. I'd like to answer your question, which you said, is this going to be something that is going to be easily used in automotive fuel? I would say no, we're not looking at this because, as you know, the generation of vehicle automobiles is moving away from fuel to electric fuel, electric cars. So one of the key components of the battery of an electric car is the hydrogen fuel cells. Now I spoke earlier about the synergy gases, the toxic gases. Nearly 20% of the gases that are generated in the process is hydrogen. So we are looking at ways to harness that hydrogen to make hydrogen cells for the future, which could help technologies in the future for electric fuel, electric vehicles.
I just wanted to add to Vidya. I think if you have a great solution, I am sure devil was always in the detail. There will be still certain challenges, but I'm sure you would be able to overcome some of those challenges. But I can tell you on behalf of the industry, on behalf of CII, that there is a right inflection point. Today we are at the right inflection point. If you really be visible on what you are doing, I'm sure we all can come together. It's not really lip service to sustainability as far as we are concerned. And if there is some investment required, we are willing to invest. And I think inflection point is right here. If you have the right scale and if you have the right technology, I think this should be a winner. I don't think anybody can say no to this.
I'm going to take you up on that, Mr. Kamal.
Thanks, Kamal. Thanks for that commitment of showing the commitment of the industry. At this point of time, I'd like to take a few questions from the audience. You can shoot your question, and if you want a specific panelist to address you, please say that. Otherwise, we will pick up your question. Yes, please.
Can you have a mic for the gentleman?
What are the new technologies we have brought in? How can we have solutions which are absolutely focused towards net zero? So, for instance, we have taken a pledge that by 2040, Volvo will become completely net zero, which means all our products, all our processes will emit zero greenhouse gases. Overall net, we will be net zero, whether it is our production processes, whether it is our products and our performance of our products, how will they work, whether our machines will work our products will work on hydrogen fuel cells or on alternate fuels, or probably the kind of fuel Vidya is talking about, something which is non-fossil, so that we have zero impact. And I think that's going to be the key. Therefore, innovation on technology, innovation on, and therefore we have to go around to the entire value chain. So we start with our customers, come to ourselves, go down to our supplier partners, that like we have, and we have a great partner in BRICS India yesterday we had. So I think this whole thing will become the key, and everybody is going to look at you with that lens. And I think that is the lens which is clearly, to my mind, is going to be the key for future. And we are very excited on that, and we've already started working on this pillar of efficiencies, greater efficiencies. For instance, today, if I just to give you an example, today globally, not only in India, trucks are working at less than 50% efficiency. There is almost 60% inefficiency, which means at 60% of the time, trucks are moving air, they are not moving cargo. So that is the amount of opportunity when I talk of sustainability. The 60% unsustainable. So whatever is less than 100 is unsustainable. We cannot, because it's either you're wasting it, that energy water, or you're creating pollution. To become sustainable, you have to cut down both pollution and you have to cut down waste. These are the two major ways of really going to a sustainable and a circular economy, and that's what is what. So we are working on solutions. Technology is going to be the key. Connectivity. How can vehicle load be optimized on real-time basis? So there's a whole new economy which is going to come up in the automotive industry. That how loads can be made. The trucks go 100% loaded, so there is zero wastage in the system. How do they optimize routes? How they talk? So technology is going to be the key, and I'm very happy that we are all moving in the right direction. There are many new technologies which are getting adopted, but the future of automotive industry is going to be completely, you will see a tectonic shift from what you see a vehicle and the way we move things today versus in 2030. So you will see a huge change, and that will happen in India as well.
Thanks.
So I go a little bit micro on that. Yes, technology is making a big difference. I'll give some examples of how we use Industry 5.0. People are not talking about it, but Kamal, it happens to be one of your suppliers only. I'm going to quote without giving the name. When you use technology looking from a human perspective, we're not talking about automating and keeping people aside, etc. But how well you can use people to improve the overall efficiency of the ecosystem and not of one machine or one equipment. So there is a component that's being made by a supplier, and it's about 160 kg or something like that. And that built in the inefficiencies of the workers moving that component. A set of 7 machines have been connected as a cell with 3 robots and a lot of IoTs put in, with safety put in, etc. for human. But the same people are working there, but the efficiency of the cell has gone up by 20%. Because now he doesn't have to lift that component and keep it. Those work is done by the robots, but the human mind is used for much higher value-added work. Right? So if both can work together using technology, we can do a lot. We are now collecting a lot of data from the machines. We are connecting machines. As I said, we are talking about biomimic, so we are telling the machine is a social creature like us. So it can't stand alone. It has to talk to the next machine like we want to talk to a neighbor. If it gets heated up, it has to tell the doctor that I'm having temperature. So how does the message go directly to the person who is responsible, not some manager, some escalation, some purchase, but to the guy who will supply the coolant for him. A mix of technology and changing the role of people can create the most ideal ecosystem is what we are trying to do using the technology, but not using technology in isolation. And that's making the efficiency of the ecosystem increase.
That's a good thought, Ravi and Kamal. Thanks. So it's in some sense I may say that today the brand valuation is going to depend largely on, a big way on the way the brand is really using the technology, using the right processes to really make the process more sustainable, the use of the product more sustainable from that point of view. Which is great to hear. Definitely, it should be the direction, and I believe all organizations will be looking at adopting the best practices towards that. Coming back to you, I see you talked about a situation where the plastic, which is a menace otherwise, and most of the industries are not able to really move away from plastics. Be it for packaging use or be it for other material handling kind of requirements. Plastics are necessary the way we are, and we have one. Your company is already working on one of the solutions to make use of it. Now the question essentially where I think all of us are having is, how can we make it more scalable so that we can multiply this into a nationwide initiative and take real benefit out of it as well.
So my first part, I was painting a very rosy picture. It was the start of the movie. The hero and the heroine are running around trees, and lovely time they are having. And now let me come down to brass tacks. It's not all a rosy picture. There are challenges. And one of the biggest challenges, believe you me, is availability of feedstock. It's a question of water everywhere, not a drop to drink. Because I feel that this is a problem because brands, while they come out, not to quote anybody and say that we are towards a sustainable environment, circular economy, but when it comes to actual action, it's grossly missing. People are very myopic when it comes to adopting new technologies because they are bothered more about their costs, the impact on their bottom line, but they're not looking at how it can add value to their top line by building a brand that is conscious about the environment. Here is an example that I'd like to talk about MG Hector. Today's ads, they don't speak about the features of the car, they don't speak about the mileage, they don't speak about the interiors. Brands are more and more talking about how conscious they are about the environment and how they're giving the earth to our next generation in a better form than if we had received it from our predecessors or whatever. So it's important for brands, and when you speak about scaling, it is very important that brands such as Volvo or Hyundai, and I'm going to name all the automobile companies here, recognize that you need to have a larger outlook, not have a myopic outlook where you talk about current year's sales, current year's profit, but build a brand that is conscious about the environment. I've already told you that. Yes, it is scalable, provided we have many more people accepting newer technologies, helping startups, governments come up and give us more incentives to actually, present these technologies to companies. For example, let me give you a small example. The waste management rules of 2016 mandates that every company which uses plastic, either directly or indirectly, needs to do something to mitigate plastic waste. It can be a CSR activity, something that they are protecting the earth from the menace of plastic. But I find constantly that very few companies in the name of CSR are doing actual work in this area. Which is why we realize that many companies, when we approach them saying that, okay, you send your plastic to us and we will convert it to plastic waste. They ask us, what's the incentive that I have? So because of the plastic rules, of the EPR rules, now they can buy something called plastic credits. So companies can show in their audit that we sent so many tons of plastic waste to Patterson Energy and they mitigated in proper, with proper technology and adhering to environmental practices, and we give them a certificate or a plastic credit which they can utilize for not doing their EPR activities. So these are some of the ways that we could engage with companies who fall under EPR, who can help us scale, who can help us startups like us. Second is that if you have a large amount of plastic that's coming out of your unit, you can look at putting up a plant. We also build plants for companies that are interested in putting up such plants. So you can have a source of alternate fuel right next to your manufacturing factory or outlet. So these are options that help the technology become scalable. I'd like to answer your question, which you said, is this going to be something that is going to be easily used in automotive fuel? I would say no, we're not looking at this because, as you know, the generation of vehicle automobiles is moving away from fuel to electric cars. So one of the key components of the battery of an electric car is the hydrogen fuel cells. Now I spoke earlier about the synergy gases, the toxic gases. Nearly 20% of the gases that are generated in the process is hydrogen. So we are looking at ways to harness that hydrogen to make hydrogen cells for the future, which could help technologies in the future for electric vehicles.
Yeah, this is what to add to Vidya. I think if you have a great solution, I am sure devil was always in the detail. There will be still certain challenges, but I'm sure you would be able to overcome some of those challenges. But I can tell you on behalf of the industry, on behalf of CII, that there is a right inflection point. Today we are at the right inflection point. If you really be visible on what you are doing, I'm sure we all can come together. It's not really lip service to sustainability as far as we are concerned. And if there is some investment required, we are willing to invest. And I think inflection point is right here. If you have the right scale and if you have the right technology, I think this should be a winner. I don't think anybody can say no to this.
I'm going to take you up on that, Mr. Kamal.
Thanks, Kamal. Thanks for that commitment of showing the commitment of the industry. At this point of time, I'd like to take a few questions from the audience. You can shoot your question, and if you want a specific panelist to address you, please say that. Otherwise, we will pick up your question. Yes, please.
Can you have a mic for the gentleman?
Ready for the particular client. See, now we are talking a lot about the digitalization, technology and all these things. Basically, if you see, digitalization will bring a transparency in the business processes. And normally the human will see that particular transparency as a threat for him. Like it may create a job security kind of thing, panic kind of feel. And any digitalization project, it must be started with a purpose. But if you see, most of the industries are, a lot of projects we can take in the market, it started just to have that particular technology in the kitty. So, provided all these kind of things, what's your viewpoint or advice to the industry, how these digital things can be taken up in a right way, and how this human capital can be cope up or adapted to this kind of change? Because these two things are two different things, and on the ground, it is not that much easy.
Absolutely. Any of you would like to take this?
I can take it. Yeah. That digitalization is going to really make everything a lot more transparent, and and you said that some people may not like it. So I must let you know that transparency is really the way forward. If some people do not like it, so be it. They will have to adjust to the new normal. Everything in future going forward will be transparent and based on trust and collaboration. So I think that's going to be the way forward, and digitalization is only going to help that. So to my mind, that's the way forward. Yeah, Ravi, you can add to that.
A good point, and actually that's a reality. You pointed out, and maybe because you would have been there in the ground to do that, it's a reality. But this has to be, this is a change management, right? Like earlier change managements happened, but only thing is this is more dramatic, this is more, in a much higher scale. So it has to be driven from the top. I mean, simple things, if we go around to tell how to implement digitization, I think it's to be driven from the top. The top has to show some example. The top has to get involved even in a small project. Then the message goes. There are examples in the shop floor. We connect the machines and the workers remove that plug because you can find out that in the night it's not operating the machine and things like that. These are practical things, will happen and one will have to go through. But if it is driven from the top, we have seen that it's successful. But if some manager on the shop floor is very much enthusiastic, wants to drive it, but he doesn't get support from the top, doesn't work.
And one more small add-on question, shall I?
Sure.
Yeah. So if you see the organizations facing a major challenge in managing human capital also. I think some 15 days back I read an article where in the next 6 months the Indian organization may face nearly about 86% of attrition, just to take work-life balance as the reason, not for a pay hike or not for a big positions or something like that. So keeping that this particular thing, and it's also having the COVID impact also. So people are habitual of being in the home now, again back to the office. It's a lot of change in that. So how companies will handle this? How enterprises will handle this?
So that's where technology, I think you can give examples of this, and that's where the working has changed. For example, you don't have to go to a site now to repair many of the machines if you are digitally connected. Right? You can do a lot of things, and which now with AR and all that, it's going to become much and much easier. But many problems, even the simple connections and things like that, if they go wrong, people used to travel physically to do that. All that is can be done remotely today and happened in the last 2 years. People come to inspect the machines, etc. All are done virtually today. People don't travel. So technology has made a dramatic impact on, actually more than, we say that in the COVID times technology helped in communication, the video conferencing, etc. But actually the shop floors have gone dramatic changes in this last 2 years.
Yeah, and I think, as Ravi rightly said, there's no one size fit all. I think each organization will have to take a call. And I think HR departments will have to move from rules-driven organization to a values and principles-driven organization. So I think we, as you rightly said, we will have to go through a paradigm shift to understand that the erstwhile rules which were written, the rules book of HR department will probably have to be thrown out of the window. And you will have to really look at values and principles. And each organization and each activity will demand different things. And whatever is best for the organization and for the people, that should be followed. No one set rule that, okay, from tomorrow everybody has to come to office. In my company, we have about 8-9 different departments. Work from home is between 20% to 80%. Some people are working, 80% people are working from office. In some case, only 20% people are working from office. So that's going to be the way, to my mind, way forward, as long as you deliver the purpose of the organization and you satisfy your customer, and as long as your employees are satisfied with that model, that is what will work.
Any other question? Yes, please, the gentleman.
So I have a question for you, Vidya. Anyway, I found it strange when you talked about challenge being a feedstock. We are in, if you call it, we are in a plastic business. We just pack oil inside and then sell it. And there is, with EPR and with a lot of these things, there is always a pressure for us to collect it back, do something about it, and that's, in fact, at times we feel, what do we do with whatever we collect? And we are trying to find avenues where we can collect. So why do you say that there is a problem of feedstock? That's the first part.
Okay, what happens to your plastic waste? What is the system in your company of getting back the waste from the consumer? Do you have any initiatives?
So we do have initiatives. We collect it at various locations. We convert it into some of the other usage plastics. We are working on converting it into substitutes of plywood, converting it into pallets, and
Right.
converting it into some of the other categories. But those are initiatives which are limited, and it becomes very difficult for us to do it pan-India basis. EPR challenge today for us is, while the rules don't state it, but any day I can get a question from, say, the Himachal Pradesh PC, Pollution Control Board, that what are you doing? How much plastic did you sell here, and what did you do with it?
तो भेज दीजिए ना, मथुरा में ही है हमारा plant.
Himachal to Mathura also doesn't make sense for that plastic. That's the problem
Exactly,
that happens.
that's what I'm telling you, that companies are so myopic when it comes to actually bearing that logistic cost. And I'm not saying at all that recycling, whatever measures you are taking, converting it into furniture or bricks or whatever, all those are good. But what I tend to send the message across is that you are only delaying the end of life of that plastic, because in the end it's still plastic. So you recycled it, you will recycle it 3-4 times, and then what happens, when it comes to the end of life?
See, it boils down to scale. Okay.
Exactly.
One company doing it at a particular location, we may not get the scale that we would want to.
Which is why I told you that we are in the business of building such plants.
So the idea then should be, to build nodes where you can bring all the people who are selling plastic in that region to come together, have a collection agency, and then convert it. And then people can
Those
use it.
initiatives are happening now. I mean,
The
collection
challenge is
areas and all that.
I think, yeah, that's both of you have a valid point. We need to kind of build an ecosystem which really kind of feeds to each other, and in a way that's how the circular economy really works.
Give it to us, we'll transport for you.
Yeah.
And make some money.
There was another question, I think, at the back, if you can get the mic there.
Sorry. Let's go to this.
I'm Vasant from Dalmia. I would like to know what is the typical calorific value of your plastic oil, what we produce?
So, I may not be able to give you the exact listing. It's very high calorific value. I think it's about 11,000 or something. So it's very good calorific value. But if you're interested, you can check out on my website. It can give you the entire calorific value, the flash point, everything is there on it. I can tell you that the quality of the diesel is extremely good, because at least 95 to 96% content of the oil is diesel content. So it can be very easily used for any of the industrial fuel or
if we would like to replace the coal, that fossil fuel, with this for our hot air gas generator and all in the cement plant, what would be the volume of production typical plant produces per month?
So the current plant that we have in Mathura is 6 tons per day.
6 tons per day.
So you can feed in about 6 tons of plastic, and you will get about 40 to 50% depending upon the quality of the plastic. That will be your yield. So you can calculate that.
I can calculate.
Yeah. So it will be about 3,000 liters per day will be the amount of fuel that is generated from 6 tons.
Okay, ma'am. I will be in contact with your plants. Let me check.
Yeah, he knows. I mean, it's a fossil-free diesel. It's a recycled.
Thank you.
On this side.
Yeah, thanks. Good morning, I'm Abhilash Tripathi. I'm from Heidenheim. My question is specifically to Mr. Ravi Raghavan. So we all know about this vehicle scrappage policy which the government came out last year. What are your thoughts and feelings about having a similar policy for the machine tool industry? Because we know there is a huge market in India for older machines, and a lot of, India is considered as a dump yard for old machines coming into India. So what do you think could be the future going forward for the machine tool industry with regard to a scrappage policy?
See, the older machines were inefficient, and when you keep on running, it's not about the production, etc. It's consuming more power, it's consuming more coolants, which are all not good for the environment. So it is going to happen. We have, we've taken one initiative that we have invested on a startup to build in this circular economy machine. So whatever is surplus, either we try to put it on a better use. For example, somebody is using the machine unproductive. Can that machine be sold to somebody who uses it productive? So we are building that ecosystem so that at least we can improve the efficiency, and that way the improvement in the efficiency of the input that comes in. So that's what we're using, but we think the scrapping is some time away from now, but it will happen.
Thank you. There is, I think, one question from this side.
Firstly, I must compliment the panel to listen to some incredible discussion and really a path-breaking initiative. At the heart of it is people, irrespective of the vertical or the segments that you're in. Most of the people, the young ones who pass out, manufacturing never becomes a first option of choice. What are some of the great initiatives that you are going to do so that any passing out young aspirants look at joining the industry? Like what happened? People get into BFSI, IT, and that's the sense. And how do we make the whole industry more appealing and glamorous as a first matter of choice for any young pass out?
I think that's a great question, and one of the greatest challenges we all are facing when it comes to, because today the obvious thing is become a computer engineer and join somewhere in some IT company, which is good. We are not against that. That's very important. But I think manufacturing is a very, very important transition from agriculture. If you look at a typical Indian economy, it's built on 4 or 5 pillars, and I think agriculture followed by manufacturing and then services, and then of course the government sector, the public sector area. So what has happened in India is that we have suddenly jumped from agriculture to services. Manufacturing has really got a raw deal for various reasons, whether we were very protected or the quality levels were not up to the mark or whatever. But I think manufacturing has come of age, and so therefore it's the responsibility of organizations to really reach out, have an outreach to institutions at an early time, and that's what we all are doing. Senior people from companies like ours are going to campuses personally now to really make a pitch and make a value proposition. We are actually wooing them. We are saying that this is here, if you join Volvo, this is what you will get, and it's not all tongs and hammer, So it's all highly digital. It's happening, and you will have a chance to innovate much more than you will innovate elsewhere. So I think there's a huge amount of wooing going on, pitches going on, and I think and what you said is absolutely right. This is one of the biggest challenges, and we actually, if we get it right, India can become the talent factory for the world. It's this problem, what you're saying, is not only in India. Today you do not have people at the airports. You do not at airport, in European airports, flights are getting cancelled because you don't have enough manpower. People have gone back after COVID. They have just gone into the shell. So it's a huge challenge typically after COVID especially, and I think we need to really recycle this. Reignite the passion in the youngsters to join manufacturing once again. And manufacturing can be a very sexy thing, it's not that all that bad. It's how we present it, So I think that's important.
Just to add to that, I think the government plays a huge role. Our government is now saying made in India, but the policies that come out of it also should be enticing enough for a young person to take up manufacturing. And we need not always think about the large and the medium scale. The small scale sector also has a lot to offer when it comes to manufacturing. So, those measures should really be strengthened by governmental policies, and then made in India and manufactured in India would become an ideal dream. And somebody said here that, you know, more than 86% attrition is happening. I think many of the youngsters are now looking at, you know, being startup entrepreneurs, getting into manufacturing in their own small way and making a difference. So I think it all depends upon the encouragement and the policies that the government also, you know, formulates for the future.
Very well said. And I think just wanted to labor for 2 seconds on this. You know, we work with some very large accounts, and one such account is Aditya Birla Group. And we work with their corporate HR, and we have created projects. It's called Reinventing the Future, wherein we go to the length and breadth of the cities, and we scout for talent, and we create, you know, competition. So if you're a Dynamo, you're a Marico, or you're a JK Tire, or Asian Paints or Havells, people come and compete on the 5 pillars on sustainability, cost effectiveness, attrition, great, you know, business practices. And then there are regional rounds which culminate in our final, which we do as the Manufacturing Conference and Awards, which is happening in 22nd of September in Mumbai. So there is a final competition, then there is a winner. So these are great practices on the pillars, 5 pillars. So we as manufacturing publication, as a media house, are taking initiatives. And the bedrock of this initiative is how to get great talent. So I think, ma'am and sir, not only government, I think media also plays a very integral role to take these case studies and great examples of individual leaders like you and people who are at the shop floor and talk about the best practices.
No, very well said, and I think this is so, thank you very much for doing that, and I think we need to celebrate manufacturing, and I think Ravi personally...
So just bearing the theme is celebrating excellence.
Absolutely, yeah. Because I think every other sector gets very glamorous, whether it's the services sector or whether whatever, you know, I mean, so I think we also must deal with manufacturing and give that extra punch to manufacturing, and I must here on this, through this forum, name Ravi and his company, BFW, who are doing an outstanding job in really pushing the spirit of manufacturing across. And manufacturing has a huge multiplier effect to the economy. I mean, if manufacturing is not great, services will also fall flat. Today our services are all on the back of exports, not on the back of Indian manufacturing. We must understand that. And if you really want to make our services also strong, manufacturing must be strong first. So I completely agree with you. Let's all here today take a vow that and pledge that we all can work together to make India the manufacturing hub of the world.
Absolutely. In fact, you mentioned Mr. Ravi is obviously supporting, you know, a lot of our initiatives. So thank you, sir. You know, we've been great partners in manufacturing forums.
Yeah.
So the gentleman next to me also has a question. But after
can I answer this one particularly?
After you.
Thanks, Kamal. Thanks. I think manufacturing today was also part of our initiative to celebrate manufacturing. Every year we do that in October. But as a machine tool, you know, we're having this problem. People tell us, can you give an operator along with the machine? Right? That's the problem. People can buy machines, they don't get operators. So as an Indian Machine Tool Association, Manufacturers Association, we have one initiative where we get women engineers from disadvantaged background, and we train them and give them the opportunity. So the first batch of 30 engineers was, and one company sponsors, one of the member company sponsors. We did this last month, about 30 young girls, and we were all astonished by the quality of those engineers. The hunger that they wanted to do, and that's the experiment we want to continue and pick young girls, and this is only girl engineers from rural, deprived societies, and people who have gone through tough times. The stories themselves are so, you know, heartbreaking that, you know, you would come forward to help them, right, irrespective of what is the background. It has been very successful. We want to drive it more. So that's great. Yeah.
I'm Hari. Ravi, to your point, along with the machine, can you give an operator?
So I come from a commercial vehicle business. I'm ex-Ashok Leyland. They used to say, you want me to buy your trucks? Give me a truck driver. It's because it is non-glamorous, very tough. To Kamal's point, you're going to the various campuses is fantastic. But the media actually plays a very important role. And one of the mindsets, 3 unstated points why people don't want to come to manufacturing. One, you usually have industrial relation problems. It's a mindset. I mean, I was heading operations, so I know what it is. It's not. But that's a mindset. Number 2, in an IT environment, you have air conditioners working, flexible time. Shop floor is tough. You have to really dirty your hands and so on. So that makes a huge difference. So these 2 mindsets. And the third point is that the salaries which the IT industry can afford today because of their offshoring, whatever initiatives and exports of their services, is something that the manufacturing industry today cannot afford. So it's more glamorous to join non-manufacturing areas. But I think the response of your getting more girls involved into the shop floor is something initiative we have taken in Ashok Leyland, especially in our Pantnagar unit, wherein we actually got a lot of girls to actually work. They still work on the shop floor. It's not that bad, but I think it's a phase. Today it's IT. Maybe I think it'll turn. It's just a matter of time before it turns around. When you find there's a deficiency, operator de do, truck driver de do, shop floor mein ITI wale de do. So this is just a matter of time. It will turn the circle. But please be conscious of these 3 aspects of the air conditioning, the working environment, the salaries, as well as industrial relations.
Yeah, sir, that's a very important point.
Sir, with your permission, I just wanted, and I jog my memories. I used to work for Indian Express and we were in Delhi. My wife is from used to be in the career of the HR, and she used to work at the Whirlpool. And somebody said HR has to be reoriented, and you have to leave those rule books and amount of sea change and not, within the HRM. And I remember she used to say that, when she had to go to the shop floor, it was so scary for a lady in a HR, and that too in Haryana, and just amounted the plight. So I just thought as a mention, I think it's no easy job. So I just wanted to just say that, nothing else, no specific comments, but I think HR will have to do it. I think it's going to be a very cohesive force. I think from the leadership level to the grassroots level, and also making the staff and the people at the shop floor reorient themselves. I think a lot it's on the human psyche and a lot of orientation, and then we can hit to the glamour world. And I think it's going to be very inclusive to give HR their due spot in the manufacturing as well.
Short comment to that. I think you're very well said. I think, to my mind, the key is that if we can have a very clearly articulated organization purpose, and if we can align our employees to that purpose, and how each one's job makes a difference to that organization purpose, how it impacts the organization purpose, and how it fulfills the purpose. I think if we can do that alignment and deployment, I think you will see a sea change happening there. And I think that's one thing very important, because it's the organization's purpose that should drive the employees. The big thing, like for instance, your purpose, basically to have waste to wealth, or to have a circular economy, or to have a more sustainable world. You will see people getting aligned to that, instead of saying that, oh, we produce plastic diesel. We don't produce plastic diesel, we actually save the environment. And I think if those are the higher purposes which we can align to, I think you will see much more traction coming in, because I see youngsters wanting to work for companies with a purpose today. And I think that's a huge shift which is happening.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the discussion, and thanks for this engaging discussion from the audience. Any last question from the audience before? Yes, please.
Interesting session. I am from a Tier 1 supplier for OEM, so a relatively small player here. It was a little surprising to hear that the Volvo HR team has to go for wooing people to join. So I was a little shocked hearing that, just on a funny note. But I wanted to understand regarding the concept of planned obsolescence. So with respect to the automotive segment, we have vehicles going in to the market, and the service sector, like everyone here has a car or a bike, and every month or there's a service cycle for parts to be replaced and service to be done, and a lot of things happen. But towards the later half, maybe if the cycle of a car is, let's say, 8 years, the first 4 years are fine. But then things start, the service costs start increasing, and even though parts are good, rather than repairing it, we go for a replacement, even in the initial cycle also. So I would just like to get an understanding from regarding that. How is it that we are going to handle that in the circular economy space?
Is we have to design out the waste and pollution and keep the product more in service as long as you can. So I think that's going to be the key. If we are myopic as manufacturers to say that, oh, if we do that, our new sales volumes will drop. See, there's always going to be a challenge in transformation. So my sales of new vehicles is going to drop. So I will have to get over that argument and that mindset and say, this is the new business model and this is how it's going to work. This is because this addresses sustainability. This is what is going to work. If you are not going to ride this wave or ride this change, somebody else will. Don't hide behind some of these things. So I think that's very, very clear for organizations. Keep the vehicles in service more and more, repair, reuse, recycle, remanufacture, do all of that, because that's going to be the key. And myopia has to be avoided. So if I do that, my new sales will drop. And that could be a thought process actually. And therefore it will kill the circularity of the economy. And that's what we don't want.
Thank you. Thanks, Kamal. Thanks, Ravi and Divya, for the engaging discussion. And we discussed multiple topics, including how really the data can improve the manufacturing process and create opportunities in the manufacturing system to be more optimized, less resource intensive, and better or lesser impact on the environment, and also it can be flexible to adjust itself to the resources or the feeds what we are getting from the earth. And new standard of business models need to help the industry to achieve this circular economy goal. We talked a lot on that. I think both of you had shared your views. You shared your views how your organization is really helping others to achieve that sustainability goal. And we also discussed about why the sustainability becomes an important aspect for each and every organization to really kind of focus and really project and really kind of measure it, how we are doing it, and put an overall governance towards that to ensure that your customer is able to see that what you are doing is sustainable for the earth. So in a way, it is critical for each and every organization to adhere to the sustainable practices in manufacturing and otherwise to survive in the new economy. With that, I will end this particular session today. And thanks, audience. Thanks for the very engaging discussions at your end. Once again, it is probably one of the best audience I had in so many panels I have been doing in last couple of years. So thank you. Thanks all of you once again.
Thank you, speakers. I would like to call upon, kindly stay back for the memento, token of appreciation. I would like to call upon Mr. Partha onto the dais this time, along with Mr. Biborji. And one fireside chat. We will start with a panel discussion Part 2, the new operating model for smart manufacturing, intelligence, innovation, integration. And the panel, the moderator, panel chair, Mr. R.K. Amit, Professor, Department of Management Studies, IIT Madras, will join us on the dais. Can we have the moderator on the dais, Mr. R.K. Amit? Very warm welcome, sir. Professor, Department of Management Studies, IIT Madras. Our panelist, Mr. Partha Karmakar, Joint Vice President and Business Unit Head, Professional Lighting, Havells. Very warm welcome. Dr. Shankar Venugopal, Vice President, Mahindra and Mahindra. Very warm welcome. Mr. Shivakumaran, MB, Business Head, Electro Minerals, Carbo Random Universe. Carbo Random, it is? Okay, there was a printing mistake. Carbo Random Universe. So we have Dr. Shankar Venugopal joining us in a few minutes, on the 5 to 10 minutes from now. We have Mr. Suresh Redu, CTO and Head R&D, Eureka Forbes. Very warm welcome, Mr. Suresh. Wake up, good afternoon. Mr. Vaibhav Kulkarni, Works Head, Marico. Very warm welcome, Mr. Vaibhav. And this panel discussion is on new operating model for smart manufacturing, intelligence, innovation and integration. And over to you, moderator.
Just post lunch, let's see how much justice we can do to this session. So thanks for this opportunity, and we have a distinguished set of panel members, and we are going to talk about the new operating model for smart manufacturing. And I come from academics, so I think this start with more academic flavor, and then we'll move to the industry part. And we start to look at the relevant example and the business cases, how we actually can scale up the smart manufacturing. So it starts with maybe at a very philosophical level, what are the goals of manufacturing? So when we go to a class, in the first class itself, we start with the 4 classical goals: the faster, cheaper, better, and diverse. Right? Which actually means that you want the throughput very high, the production, so the scale is maintained. You also want the cost to be low. You want good quality. At the same time, you want high variety. Right? And now I think with a lot of emphasis on sustainability, we can actually say it should be sustainable also. So I can classify these 5 goals, and the problem is that these goals are actually conflicting with each other. So in the traditional manufacturing, we always talk about that there is a high volume, high variety trade-off. And in fact, I can quote a very old example, like the Ford Motors. They were actually producing car only of single color because they want very high throughput and they don't want any variety at all. Right? So high volume and high variety trade-off is always one of the dilemmas in manufacturing. But then the question actually comes that when we talk about a lot of technological advances, when the current generation, what we are looking at is smart manufacturing, digital manufacturing, there are so many things which are actually coming up. So how these technologies will actually bridge this kind of dilemma, right? How they can actually resolve this. Is it possible for the companies to actually achieve all these 5 goals at the same time, right? So can we move in that direction, right? Apart from that, we are looking at a lot of changes in the business models, in the sense like we are talking about companies are actually going from product to services. We are calling it servitization. In fact, Havells is one of the power, the whole conclave is, they are part of it. So one of the example which comes there is, can we talk about lighting as a service, right? At least not for the households, but for the industrial consumers. Right? So the companies are moving from product to the services. So we are calling it servitization, and the question here is, can this technology allow us to do that? And how it actually integrates with the manufacturing part, how the manufacturing companies have to redesign their processes so they actually move from the product to the service. Okay? So this, I think these are some of the questions which we are going to talk about. The one last point which I want to emphasize is the COVID has changed a lot of things. And we are talking a lot about the resilience in manufacturing. So one of the question again is how the technologies, we're talking about as of now the disruptive technology or the digital or smart whatever, how these technologies will actually improve the resilience in manufacturing. Right, so this is the broad agenda for today's panel discussion. So we have as I mentioned that we have 5 panel members as part of this. So I'll start with a set of questions to each one of them, and I think then we can actually open it for discussion with the audience also. Okay. So my first question actually goes to Mr. Shiva Kumaran Chaukumi. In fact, so as the last point which I mentioned was on resilience, so I'll start from there. How we actually define resilience for manufacturing?
Thank you. I hope I'm audible. So, thank you, Professor Amit. Thank you for asking us to start off with the very important agenda for the COVID, post-COVID, the resilience. We all know the recovery India has made, and we all know the important role manufacturing has played in resilience. From the new normal, we are talking about the further getting into more an agile and how the companies can transform faster from the learnings what is taken from the resilience. So the way that we can come back very quickly in manufacturing, I would like to look at in little deeper the kind of financial resilience, the kind of operational resilience, the kind of technological resilience, the kind of organizational resilience, and finally how the business model resilience is taking over across in manufacturing. So I try to connect a few of the common industry examples which many of us can connect, as well as from the industry where I come from, so that try to connect a little bit more, a little deeper for all these 5 parts of the resilience. Let's start with the financial resilience. We all felt after the first wave that a very strong need for getting a little bit more financial stability and how we can save for our future. We started looking at, many of us started looking at, and we also started having the supply chain disruptions happened at that point in time. And many of us have looked at how we can embed the data analytics in our systems, which will make systems a little much more robust, and how this can really enable us to really model our systems. I believe that's something which many of us have learned, and is going to carry us forward a little more in deep. Looking at the organizational resilience, many of the companies started putting a little more thrust on enablement of IoT during this period. The companies which I come from, Jodi made it so randomized. It's not Carborandom, it is Carborandom Universal Madras India, QMI, it is called short. We are more than 70-year-old, very traditional organization. We make grinding wheels, primarily we make grinding wheels, and we started also getting into many other areas like advanced ceramics, refractories, power generation, and so on, and many other areas. Today we are part of the $5 billion Murugappa, and we are close to $500 million QMI as a whole. So QMI started looking more deeper into IoT, and we even get into looking at grinding wheels, how this can really transform the processes. The operations start with fusion. The fusion operations at very high temperature, of course, close to 200 degrees. And the furnace shells completely today are controlled with IoT-based devices, which can completely give an idea about the predictive analytics. And this is not only improving the safety of our operations, but also provide us much better turnaround, much better possibilities, and improve the productivity as a whole. Moving on to the third part, I just mentioned about the technological resilience. We had a lot of time in hand during the pandemic, so many of us started looking at how do we really move in edge of a technology curve, how we can move further. And that, again, many of the industries done that, and even an example to quote from the place where I come from, company making grinding wheels. We try to make grinding wheels intelligent. We try to add what you call these chips or sensors in the grinding wheel. So in the traditional grinding operations, you get a lot more data. You get the temperature, you get the stress, you strain, you get many other data which can help to really increase the new product development, setting time reduction, many other areas. Even when the equipment start having a different behavior, you will be able to predict it. So this is something in work which we have done with along with IIT Chennai. We are trying to develop what we call an intelligent grinding wheels. So when you have a operational resilience and you have a technology resilience, the most important part is to prepare the people, the workforce resilience. So that's the fourth part I would look at it in operations. How do we prepare them in proceeding to when you implement all these changes? So we have put quite an amount of efforts in terms of developing people in developing PLC operations, SCADA, and such condition monitoring devices. This has really helped well enough to prepare such people. And finally, when you have better operational resilience, technological resilience, the backwards integration. So the next is to really look at the business model resilience. Here again, this was really propelled a lot, a thought process for many of the companies, and with the power of data and digitization available, a lot more has been accomplished in terms of the business model innovations. To quote my own company, we really work with a lot of this data, big data analytics, to really scan the market, and we were able to increase our global footprint during the pandemic. In fact, the two of the acquisitions we have done came up during the pandemic. We had a complete virtual interactions, virtual shop floor tours, virtual due diligence. The entire activities happened during this, and we had culminated with a few other companies during this pandemic. So I'm sure there could be many more examples my colleagues would as well share, and I believe we all put together this resilience is something which is really going to take us forward stronger in the years to come.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shivakumar. We'll continue the discussion. I'll go from resilience and start looking at what are the key technologies which are relevant for manufacturing, and how we actually can integrate them in the traditional manufacturing setting. Right? So my question is to Mr. Kulkarni, and if you can enlighten us on that part. And yeah, only.
Thank you, Professor. So I come from a FMCG industry, and I think I am the only representative of the FMCG industry here. So I'll take this opportunity to talk about some of the challenges that FMCG industry faced during COVID and the kind of technological solutions and interventions that have helped us cope up with this. So to start with, FMCG industry initially, so COVID time, we couldn't stop our operations because most of our products came into the essential goods category. So we had, so while everybody is at home, you can't stop having food, right? So you need to have food. You need to have the factories operational for making that product, those products. You need to have certain basic cosmetic products, the hair oils, the soaps, the shampoo. Those have to be made and made available for people to use them. So those became the kind of products that we had to, make. One interesting fact that happened for many of the FMCG companies was a pivot in COVID time towards sanitizers. A lot of companies made sanitizers, made those brands, and then discontinued it as the sales stopped or sales reduced. What is it that drives an FMCG kind of a setup? The challenge for any FMCG company is to be very, very fast in delivering the product to the market, completing the entire backends, be it product development, be it product procurement, be it manufacturing and go-to-market, everything at the fastest possible speed, least possible cost, and first time right. These are basic requirements. At the same time, when you make 10 products, you would be lucky if your 2 products are successful. So that's the challenge. So you'll have products coming in and going out. So there is a lot of churn of portfolio, churn of products, churn of SKUs that would happen. So companies have to be very, very fast and flexible. If you look at birds, this has to be like a falcon which flies at a very fast speed and can dive in to just catch the prey. So that's the analogy. Now technology wise, again if you look at consumers today, all of you are consumers. Okay, so for me, I can see, or everybody here is a consumer for any of my products. And if you buy a product today, the process of buying a product has changed from say a 10-year ago, where you would go to a store, pay cash, get the product. Now you go online, you can sit here, you can just go to Amazon, put the product name, click buy, and you can get the product at home. If the product design is the way it was designed earlier was to deliver it to the consumer through the retail channel. So from the retail shelf till there, it used to come into a box, and opening that box was retailer's responsibility. Picking up single product, taking it home was your responsibility. Now Amazon packs it into a large shipment that they make, and then it comes to you. Whether it was designed for that kind of handling, it was not. When you open it up, you see that the product is damaged. What do? You don't call up the company's helpline and give a complaint. You go to Amazon and just write bad packaging, right? 1 star. I could give 0 stars. Those kind of reviews come. Now, it's a as a company, for us, whatever we put in, then first priority becomes quality. Why can't we then look at what is the quality of my product? Is it good at the manufacturing end? While there will be certain deterioration that will happen through the supply chain, but can I make the best possible quality and not let the defective product go out? So vision systems became a first part of call, where we started working on how do we incorporate those into our lines. Then second part came on was about safety. While we do all these things, how can we ensure that our people who are operating are safe? And if you really look at it, and this I spoke in the morning session as well, where we are in the plastic business, we just happen to fill our products inside. So how do we ensure that our products, either these bottles and our products, are getting together at the right place at the right time? Okay, it's not like an assembly line of an automotive company, but it is something similar at a very, very large scale, where we have very different products, very different packaging that has to reach to the line at the right time when it is required. So we have material handling automations. What helped us in COVID time? Having those material handling automations up, so that we don't have many people in the warehouse. Warehouses are with few people, so we could operate with lesser number of people inside the factory. So that was a challenge. So individually, we looked at each location. What are the kind of technologies that we can use to enhance the consumer experience, to enhance the safety of our people who are coming inside the factory, and to enhance the overall reduce the number of people who are coming in. While there would be certain cost saving that we might get because of lesser people coming in, but the larger challenge in COVID time was how do we reduce that contact, and that was a critical aspect for us.
Cool, thank you. Thanks a lot. So good points. I think we'll continue the discussion and we'll revert back to some of these questions again. I think when we try to integrate some of these ideas. Now my next question is to Mr. Suresh from Eureka, and Eureka Foods, I think they are in the water filtration business. So I have a question, again, more connected to COVID, but I'll try to relate it to smart manufacturing. So one of the things which we realized during COVID is about the agility, both in the form of scale and scope. Right? So you need a lot of flexibility in terms of production, and you also look at the scope of the product. So I recall some examples where 3D printing is used for repurposing. Right? So the companies which were traditionally making something else, they start producing the PPEs using the additive manufacturing. So is there any example which you are aware in your company which tries to look at the scale and the scope and how we relate it to the technology side?
Thank you, Professor Amit. I think very valid question in current context. I think two panelists, what they have spoken, have given some insight into how we as an industry are trying to deal with the new complexity which has been created by the recent situation in the last 2 years. But before that, I'll just like to make a small correction. We are not in filtration business, we are into purification. Oh, sorry, it's weird. Okay, coming back to this, I think COVID or no COVID, this question has been relevant to every company, even, I mean, since the ages. Every company wants to be more efficient, they want to be more flexible. There is a need for the product to be more flexible, keeping the consumer needs in mind. And when you convert, let's say, the raw material into products and then making sure that this reaches the customer at the right time. So there have been improvements which have been going on since ages. What COVID times have done is, it's an added complexity which has come in. And perhaps maybe the pace at which each company was working was decided and dictated by the company's own requirements and maybe the needs. But this is something which has put a bigger constraint around that if you don't come over it, you are actually gone. Earlier, perhaps you could survive, maybe you could make these changes at a slower pace. But COVID is something where you say either you do it or you are not it. That's the kind of change that has come. And in case of, let's say, the changes and being more flexible manufacturing is all we've been talking about for so long. And so the approach to achieve this perhaps is something which has changed a little. And that's maybe the intent of the question, if I understood that properly. Traditionally, this has been like we look at product standardization. So you have standard components, you've got standard process of assembly and other manufacturing processes. So you don't waste time in getting different types of product, you can create multiple variants with lesser number of components and lesser inventory and in lesser time, as they say. In COVID times, the additional constraint which I was talking about is about the need to be resilient is of course one, unless you are there you cannot do it, but the need to react quicker compared to what it was earlier. And the restriction, which is additional restriction that you do not have the flexibility of doing everything which perhaps you could have done in the earlier. And I would say the good thing around the other developments are, we are talking about the smart and digital and other things. So this ecosystem which is developing, which involves a lot of smart processes, smart, let's say, products and solutions and services, is something which is helping in finding solutions around it. And when I come to this point, there's one more thing which I would like to add before we get into some of the examples. See, making a product faster on your assembly line or in your factory is one part, which of course is dependent on what kind of process you use, what kind of changes you can make to the process, which may have some limitations because there is a certain process that you have to go through. What I'm talking about is, since we are talking, let's say, from the company to the consumer, it's ultimately the time that the consumer can wait matters more than actually the time in which you can wait. So the entire thing goes beyond just the factory, the manufacturing operation, where you take certain time to make a product. It's from that point till the when the consumer actually needs it. Because in COVID times, like we saw, there were a lot of restrictions, there were a lot of lockdowns, etc. Consumers were waiting for a lot of things. You mentioned about FMCG, which consumers, daily needs. Right? There were e-tables. Consumers needed morning, evening, afternoon, every time. They would need it. If the companies are not able to reach out to them in that time, that means it's one is, of course, they lose out on that opportunity. But the bigger part is the consumers do not get that. So I would like to just emphasize on expanding this scope, not only the manufacturing, but also the entire chain where it makes the product being available to the consumer. And when we look at the entire thing, what we realize is there are multiple chains from manufacturing to the end consumer, distribution, storage, handling, everything. And today we've got solutions, we've got infrastructure available which helps in finding out where exactly are we losing time. So while on one side we can definitely make our product more standard and faster to make within our factory, but the bigger I think benefit which can be brought in is with the looking into the entire chain where you use some very basic smart solutions. There are smart solutions linked with, let's say, the barcode enabled solutions. So in a small barcode you can have all the information which is about the product. So you don't lose time in selecting the product, picking the product, knowing what is going in a particular consignment, and where do you do that. You can do the same in the back end the supply chain. All the components which are coming in, there are a lot of assembly you can say based operations. So which means there are a lot of components which are coming from the back end supply chain, back end suppliers. So the moment you get more visibility in the back end and the front end supply chain, you end up finding out where exactly can I save time. So one is the barcode enabled solution which I mentioned, which is very common these days. We see even in a small store when we go, all they do is just scan the small end, then invoice is ready. So that's one way to reduce the time to the consumer. Earlier, it was like somebody was punching this in the system, somebody was then taking a printout of an invoice, and if it was taking say 3 minutes, now it's done in maybe 30 seconds. So this is one small example where if you put it in various parts of the chain, you actually end up crunching the entire chain maybe by half or even more than that. We have implemented this barcode enabled things at multiple places. It's not just to make your supply chain more efficient, it's also about managing the quality. You can have the process parameters which are going directly using these smart solutions. I'm saying if digitalization has enabled capturing of all this data to an extent which we never had that opportunity earlier. Earlier we were doing all of this manual, and even if you want to do the same, let's say to manage your quality or you want to be faster in your responses, there was a time which you would take in doing all this manually, collecting the data manually, look at that data and then take a decision what to do. Now this digitalization and the smart solutions, they actually help you do this in a fraction of the time. All you need to do is just enable your respective processes with this small little additional digitalization that is needed for your own process what is there. You can be very efficient in your inventory management, you can be very efficient and very transparent in what kind of inventory do you have for yourself to make the product, and also in your distribution system to make sure that the consumer will get it when you want. So that is the part I would say is something which is very, very helpful in managing this. And in COVID, as I mentioned, since there is a lot of complexity, there is also a lot of dynamism in the demand supply thing which is coming. Suddenly there are lockdowns, so you end up sitting on a huge inventory. And in products which have shelf lives, products which have end of life beyond this is a obviously very scary situation. If there is an end of life of 3 months for a particular product, the markets are not open for 3 months, entire thing in the inventory cycle is gone, right? And then it's a different thing how you even clean this up, like, once the markets open up. The second thing is when the markets do open up, are you prepared? Can you really supply those goods to the consumers when they are in need? So when you get more visibility, when you have tools which can help you get that visibility and take that decision faster, so you are enabling yourself with taking that action like that. So this is something which I would just like to say. Maybe there's further when there are some more questions.
Sure. Thank you. It was well explained. We now move to from the manufacturing side more on the business model side. And my next question is to Mr. Partha from Havells. And I think I just want to quote a very old paper by a very prominent economist named Oscar Lange. He was a professor at the University of Economics. And he published a paper, in fact, this dilemma of what we call as the centralized economies and decentralized economies was always part of the economic debate, right from the time of Adam Smith. So Oscar Lange actually published a paper, Computers and Society, way back in 1965. And 65 was the year when Moore's law also was proposed. And he actually talked about whether there would actually be possibility of market coordination through a computer, where the demand and supply is actually put into a machine. Machine will decide who will get what at what price, right? And if you just extrapolate in the current time, that is what we actually see in the Uber kind of a model, right? So the question comes is, why can't we do it for manufacturing products? Why only for the services? Right? And that is where the servitization question comes in. Now the question here is, when we talk about the traditional manufacturing companies, at least in automobile, I recall examples where they are moving from the product to the service. In fact, Mahindra has one product like that. What do you see in your organization? If you look, what are the challenges you foresee, and where technology actually can come to the rescue?
I think it is a very interesting question, and if I look at during this COVID time, how we have been able to serve the market. One of the most important things during the COVID time was reaching out to the retailers and retailers reaching out to our factory. Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, that's good.
So, I think one of the improvement which we could do, what explaining about digitization. So, digitization has significantly helped us where we are able to have apps on which all our retailers, we have got close to 20,000 outlets. So, they are able to look at the possible stock status. They are able to remotely place orders on various products they want, and then that's how we have been able to make use of digitization at the customer end, at the retailer end, where they were very convenient. And the proof of the pudding is that during the COVID times, particularly in the lighting industry, we grew almost double. That was the actual proof of how digitization was well accepted by even the shopkeepers and the entire value chain. Another thing which we have also made use of during this period on digitization is creating smart solutions. So on the smart solutions, if you look at there are multiple applications one can actually have smart solutions. One of the application is having road lights and all those smartly connected. So we during this period also executed Ludhiana, a smart city, almost like 1.5 lakhs lights, which are completely central command system controlled. We are able to see the lights, how they are operating, their health of them. They can be remotely controlled, they can be also remotely monitored, and the scheduling can be done. So that's how we have been using smartness in our solutions. Plus, if you look at overall the way the interior projects were coming up, projects for which our customers would be customers who are architects, consultants, and in modern offices or various hospitality industry. So the concept which was coming up was a hybrid concept of people working from home as well as people working from office. So it is very important that how we bring intelligence in the products and solutions so that they are much better controlled, they are very personalized, and they are also very efficient in terms of what kind of energies they are consuming. Plus, what is now as a trend which is happening is the quality of life. So we are also improving that smartness in quality. That it is not just a quantity of it. How close we are able to create solutions which is artificial light is giving close to natural light. So this is how we have been opening up.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So I continue the servitization trend, but I'll move to a scale, more to democratization. So I think I remember Mr. Sunil Reddy was mentioning to me that there were about 63 million MSMEs in India. And when we talk about these solutions, mainly for smart manufacturing, they should be the main user, at least in the Indian context. And we cannot talk about smart manufacturing unless until they are part of it. So what, as you come from automotive sector, so what do you feel like, how we actually can scale up the smart manufacturing? Can we actually use it as a service for the MSMEs? And I think that's a question which, to me, at the policy level is very, very significant. How we can actually involve them as part of the smart manufacturing. Can subsidization model can work for them?
So I come from the automotive space, where there are quite a few large-scale disruptions that are happening. One is from a technology perspective. The IC engine, which has been around for so many decades, is now getting phased out. The electric is coming much sooner than what all the experts thought. So it's just around the corner. Added to this is also the business model disruption of moving from individually owned vehicles to shared mobility. So when we look at these two things together, especially when the electric is just coming in, there is a fundamental dilemma that the whole automotive industry faces. If we want to bring down the price of the electric vehicle and make it very affordable, we have to standardize. We have to standardize everything that goes into the vehicle. That's how we can bring the benefits of large-scale manufacturing and pass on those benefits to the customers. But at the same time, we need to give sufficient flexibility in the design, the manufacturing, such that we are able to make products that exactly addresses the needs of different types of customers. So traditional manufacturing is not sufficiently geared up to do this. So definitely we need to look at how we can use a smart and connected manufacturing environment to create these kind of products, which can do both. One is customizable to the needs of a variety of individual users. At the same time, the cost will be low because you can bulk manufacture. So how can you do that? Fundamentally, it looks like these two things are moving into opposite directions. There is no way to do both. Luckily, when we look at electric vehicles, it is possible to do this. Because the electric vehicle, we talk about something called the skateboard architecture, where the floor of the vehicle will have the entire battery pack on it. And the four wheels will have the motors and the controls. So essentially the functional part of your vehicle is already there as a skateboard. What we put on top of it, we call it as the top hat. That we can vary a lot depending on what the customer wants. Different designs and colors and features and so on. So we are able to now look at the car as two parts. One is the functional part, which can be bulk mass manufactured. And the other part, which is what the customer is going to really look for, which can be individually customized, and bringing into it the benefits of additive and all those new technologies in the manufacturing space, it becomes not too difficult to create a variety of designs, all of which will sit on these skateboards. Now what is also possible is distributed manufacturing, making sure that we are able to leverage the strengths of multiple players across multiple regions distributed, so that it all can be easily stitched together and taken out as a complete product. And here we are talking not only about the hardware and the software, because the end performance of these vehicles, which are electric and connected, will be controlled both by the hardware and the software. So when you are looking at manufacturing of a vehicle, it's the software and the hardware together evolving to deliver the end performance. So with all these big changes happening in the automotive industry will very gladly adapt the smart manufacturing technologies available in the platforms, because that's the only way they'll be able to keep the cost low and at the same time keep their customers happy. So I think this is going to be a key enabler for the automotive industry when we get into electric in a big way. So it's perfect timing for us.
Thank you. So I think we had one round of questions. Now I'll pose the questions which anyone who feels like they can answer them. So I think one thing which has come out well in the first round of discussion is about the resilience. We also talk about the smart solutions, right? What actually happened during the COVID. Other thing which comes out as part is the personalization also, which we're looking for more. Now the next question which comes is, when we talk about the personalized manufacturing, right? So where do you feel like where your organizations actually stand to actually cater to that kind of a work? Because I think, at least I remember I can give one example, at least the Nike, they have this innovation hub where you actually can just walk in and you can actually get what you want. So where do you see where the smart manufacturing will take us more closer to personalized products, or we are still far away from? Anyone?
Okay, I'll start this. It's a very varied question, I would say, because this depends from type of product and type of industry and type of consumers which are there. But this is something which is actually something going to happen in future. Even today, we see some of the small products. It's like when you are at the shop, you want to buy something, they would put your name on this, they would put your picture on this. That's the, I would say, very basic and starting level of personalization for you, right? And as it goes forward, the personalization is, there's something called individually customized and there's something called a mass customized. In automotive, I'm sure he will be able to add more value into this. But there are people who prefer a particular type of ambience inside the car. I like these types of colors, I like these types of colors. And then based on the consumer research, I think the companies have created 5-6 different types of categories. This is a product which is premium in upholstery. This is a product which is premium, which has got more premium features about safety. Right? And very basic one, now it has become a table stake, but there were, earlier you got power windows and you don't have power windows, depending on what people like. You have power steering and you do not have power steering. So that was the first level of customization, not for individual, but for a group of people who like a similar thing. Maybe you can pick up that.
The Nike example is really very good because you can just go customize every single element of it and get your own unique shoe designed and delivered within a very reasonable time. When we look at the automotive industry, I think when we get into electric, maybe we are just about 3 to 5 years time to get into a model like that, where we can customize a person's electric vehicle as per their specific requirements. Because the electric vehicle is highly modular in nature, a lot of the work that OEMs do is integration. So it allows us to do that. So I think 3 to 5 years possibly with the EVs, we should be having a model similar to Nike. That is possible.
I can add one example on this from the products that we make. We are into water purifiers. And we are also Asia's largest direct sales company, so anybody having an interaction with the AquaGuard salesman would understand that. Our people would want to check what is the kind of water that you are getting, and based on that they would recommend what water filter you should use. Now, with multiple other channels coming in, even the e-com coming in, and the COVID disruptions which we were discussing a little while ago, it has become maybe one step more difficult than to actually get to know what is the water quality you are using. When you are in a store, you perhaps don't know what is back home my water quality. So, what purifier should I pick up? So, what we have done is, we have got the database of about 12,000 pin codes in India. We have done that painstakingly, testing water from every pin code. So, we know the water quality, and what we have started is, we call it virtual water test. So, when I as a consumer, I go to a store or wherever I'm picking it from, I can give my details, I can give the details where I stay, and our backend will come up with what kind of water quality is likely to be at your place. And with that product quality, we issue you a virtual water test. It's not a physical water test, but it's a virtual water test. And based on that, you can take a decision. UV purification is good for you, or RF purification is good for you, or something else is good for you. So that's what we do.
Right. So you are slightly different scale and personalized manufacturing for a slightly much different product, industrial product. We make what we call the sandpapers. The factories in Chennai produce close to 15 million square meters. So the sheets every month and millions of sheets are punched every day. We have to look at a personalized manufacturing. You can have a tabletop 3D kind of a machine. It's not possible. You start with the industrial grade paper, coating with the resin, then you have a ceramic grains, you cure it and you get a paper. This happens at a very high industrial scale. But today is available. You can even print it on your table. You want what type of grain, you want X, Y, Z, everything is possible. The challenge is about the cost. You have to get to the industrial scale and then a product which is a model going to that scale. I believe I think India, like what you mentioned, about 5 to 6 years, much more to be done to come to the kind of personalized manufacturing to take the scale, to take the cost.
Right. So I think because when we talk about, because you mentioned about 3D printing, so one area where we work as research is on recombinant innovation. Right? So we are looking at not just one technology, we are looking at a group of technologies. So more of a opinion question, what do you feel like which technologies are going to combine together for smart manufacturing? And maybe in your organization or in your own.
I think when we look at which technology, when we see from our point of view, the IoT based and something which is remote based control, that kind of technology is going to certainly be there. That would be building further so that they are able to, the devices are able to talk to each other, they are able to operate on their own. So intelligence has to be built further deeper. So engineering, much deeper engineering is going to come with the help of more of microprocessor based, more component based working. Electronics is the future there.
I'll take a little tangential stand here. It's not about which technologies combine. It's about how genuinely we try to solve a problem and which technologies are able to solve that problem to the best possible extent at the least possible cost. Those are the technologies that are useful. So, because today what we see, some of the technologies were non-existent 5 years back. Okay, so we don't know what kind of technologies are likely to come in the future. So it's not about, currently what we see is only a part of the picture. In the larger picture, when it emerges, we might have something completely different from
that. I can think of 3 technologies that can really redefine the way we might make the vehicles today. Definitely we have to look at the industrial IoT as the foundation layer, which allows the various machines to talk to each other. So that's the fundamental thing. The 2 more technologies, one would be the collaborative robots. So where the humans and the robots can work together, and some of the more difficult tasks, harsh conditions can be taken care by the robots, and some of the more human-centric tasks can be taken care of humans. That kind of a collaborative environment. The third would be the additive, but not just small components, but large-scale 3D, really big-size components. That can really revolutionize the way we make the vehicles today. So IoT, robots, and this kind of additive manufacturing at a large scale. These 3 are placed on that side.
Yes, so I think maybe close with the last question. And the last question which flows in the sense of circular economy. We talked about sustainability and I know like some of the projects which you are working with have like a shelf life, so after that you may not be usable. So what is your opinion about how this part is actually taken care? How we actually take the products back, how they recycle? So any comments on this?
going to be the real norm in the future, especially the industry that we come from, the ceramics, which are forgiving, and then it's very difficult also to recirculate. So there are models being now identified for find values out of the products and as well as to produce the products which are much more green. So as an organization, we also have a 25% reduction of all emissions by 2025. So many of the activities we are working towards is the carbon footprint reduction, water consumption reduction, moving into more greener production by having the we have hydroelectric power plant, we are adding more onto the solar. I believe that's going to be a really the future, and we need to really focus more on that.
Anything you think that products reuse them or remanufacture them? What are the business models associated with it? Any example? Anyone?
Maybe I'll take an example from my previous job, which was with Cummins. So Cummins has a very large remanufacturing business based out of India. So they had 3 or 4 remanufacturing plants in Fulton and Pune. So what primarily happens there is the engines are brought back, say after 10 years of service in the field. Then the first round is inspection, what is good and what needs to be replaced. Based on that, it's divided into 3 parts. One which has to be scrapped, second which can be treated, maybe a surface coating and then brought back to functionality. The third would be a totally new component which has to be brought in. So with this combination, Cummins was able to make remanufactured engines, and that would cost roughly about 40% of a new engine. But performance-wise, it would be the same with all the guarantee and the warranty. That was a very successful model. The customers really liked it. So when we move to electric vehicles, I think it's possible to adapt a very similar model. The batteries alone, of course, they will have a second life. They will find a few other applications before they really go for recycling and reuse. But the rest of the electric vehicle also can be very similarly considered, so that the whole vehicle can be recycled and reused in a very responsible manner. That is possible with electric vehicles.
Thank you. So we'll open for if there is any question from the audience, if they want to ask anything. If they want to comment on something.
Beyond this is obviously very scary situation. If there is a end of life of 3 months for a particular product, the markets are not open for 3 months, entire thing in the inventory pipeline is gone, right? And then it's a different thing how you even clean this up, right, once the markets open up. The second thing is, when the markets do open up, are you prepared? Can you really supply those goods to the consumers when they are in need? So when you get more visibility, when you have tools which can help you get that visibility and take that decision faster, so you are enabling yourself with taking that action that works. So this is something which I would just like to say. Maybe there's further when there was more questions.
Sure. Thank you. I think it was well explained. We'll now move to from the manufacturing side, more on the business model side. And my next question is to Mr. Partha from Havells. And I think I just want to quote a very old paper by a very prominent economist named Oscar Lange. He was a professor at the University of Economics. And he published a paper, in fact, this dilemma of what we call as the centralized economies and decentralized economies was always part of the economic debate, right from the time of Adam Smith. So Oscar Lange actually published a paper, Computers and Society, way back in 1965. And 65 was the year when Moore's law also was proposed. And he actually talked about whether there would actually be possibility of market coordination through a computer, where the demand and supply is actually put into a machine. Machine will decide who will get what at what price, right? And if you just extrapolate in the current time, that is what we actually see in the Uber kind of a model, right? So the question comes is, why can't we do it for manufacturing products? Why only for the services? Right? And that is where the servitization question comes in. Now the question here is, when we talk about the traditional manufacturing companies, at least in automobile, recall examples where they are moving from the product to the service. In fact, Mahindra has one product like that. What do you see in your organization? If you look, what are the challenges you foresee, and where technology actually can come to the rescue?
I think it is a very interesting question, and if I look at during this COVID time, how we have been able to serve the market. One of the most important things during the COVID time was reaching out to the retailers and retailers reaching out to our factory. Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, that's good.
So I think one of the improvement which we could do, what explaining about digitization. So digitization has significantly helped us where we are able to have apps on which all our retailers, we have got close to 20,000 outlets. So they are able to look at the possible stock status. They are able to remotely place orders on various products they want. And then that's how we have been able to make use of digitization at the customer end, at the retailer end, where they were very convenient. And the proof of the pudding is that during the COVID times, particularly in the lighting industry, we grew almost double. That was the actual proof of how digitization was well accepted by even the shopkeepers and the entire value chain. Another thing which we have also made use of during this period on digitization is creating smart solutions. So on the smart solutions, if you look at there are multiple applications one can actually have smart solutions. One of the application is having road lights and all those smartly connected. So we, during this period, also executed Ludhiana, a smart city, almost like 1.5 lakhs lights, which are completely central command system controlled. We are able to see the lights, how they are operating, their health of them. They can be remotely controlled, they can be also remotely monitored, and the scheduling can be done. So that's how we have been using smartness in our solutions. Plus, if you look at overall the way the interior projects were coming up, projects were which our customers would be customers who are architects, consultants, and in modern offices or various hospitality industry. So the concept which was coming up was a hybrid concept of people working from home as well as people working from office. So it is very important that how we bring intelligence in the products and solutions so that they are much better controlled, they are very personalized, and they are also very efficient in terms of what kind of energies they are consuming. Plus what is now as a trend which is happening is the quality of life. So we are also improving that smartness in quality. That it is not just a quantity of it, how close we are able to create solutions which is artificial light is giving close to natural light. So this is how we have been coping up with.
Thank you. Yeah. So I continue the servitization trend, but I'll move to a escape more to democratization. So I think I remember Mr. Sunil Reddy was mentioning to me that there were about 63 million MSMEs in India. And when we talk about these solutions, mainly for smart manufacturing, they should be the main user, at least in the Indian context. And we cannot talk about smart manufacturing unless until they are part of the system. So what, as you come from automotive sector, so what do you feel like, how we actually can scale up the smart manufacturing? Can we actually use it as a service for the MSMEs? And I think that's a question which, to me, at the policy level is very, very significant. or we can actually involve them as part of the smart manufacturing? Can subsidization model can work for them?
So I come from the automotive space, where there are quite a few large-scale disruptions that are happening. One is from a technology perspective. The IC engine, which has been around for so many decades, is now getting phased out. The electric is coming much sooner than what all the experts thought. So it's just around the corner. Added to this is also the business model disruption of moving from individually owned vehicles to shared mobility. So when we look at these two things together, especially when the electric is just coming in, there is a fundamental dilemma that the whole automotive industry faces. If we want to bring down the price of the electric vehicle and make it very affordable, we have to standardize. We have to standardize everything that goes into the vehicle. That's how we can bring the benefits of large-scale manufacturing and pass on those benefits to the customers. But at the same time, we need to give sufficient flexibility in the design, the manufacturing, such that we are able to make products that exactly addresses the needs of different types of customers. So traditional manufacturing is not sufficiently geared up to do this. So definitely we need to look at how we can use a smart and connected manufacturing environment to create these kind of products, which can do both. One is customizable to the needs of a variety of individual users. At the same time, the cost will be low because you can bulk manufacture. So how can you do that? Fundamentally, it looks like these two things are moving into opposite directions. There is no way to do both. Luckily, when we look at electric vehicles, it is possible to do this. Because the electric vehicle, we talk about something called a skateboard architecture, where the floor of the vehicle will have the entire battery pack on it, and the four wheels will have the motors and the controls. So essentially, the functional part of your vehicle is already there as a skateboard. What we put on top of it, we call it as the top hat. That we can vary a lot depending on what the customer wants, different designs and colors and features and so on. So we are able to now look at the car as two parts. One is the functional part, which can be bulk mass manufactured. And the other part, which is what the customer is going to really look for, which can be individually customized, and bringing into it the benefits of additive and all those new technologies in the manufacturing space, it becomes not too difficult to create a variety of designs, all of which will sit on these skateboards. Now, what is also possible is distributed manufacturing, making sure that we are able to leverage the strengths of multiple players across multiple regions distributed, so that it all can be easily stitched together and taken out as a complete product. And here we are talking not only about the hardware and the software, because the end performance of these vehicles, which are electric and connected, will be controlled both by the hardware and the software. So when you are looking at manufacturing of a vehicle, it's the software and the hardware together evolving to deliver the end performance. So with all these big changes happening in the automotive industry will very gladly adapt the smart manufacturing technologies available in the platforms, because that's the only way they'll be able to keep the cost low and at the same time keep their customers happy. So I think this is going to be a key enabler for the automotive industry when we get into electric in a big way. So it's perfect timing for us.
Thank you. So I think we had one round of the questions. Now I'll pose the questions which anyone who feels like they can answer that. So I think one thing which has come out well in the first round of discussion is about the resilience. We also talk about the smart solutions, right? What actually happened during the COVID. Other thing which comes out as part is the personalization also, which we're looking for more. Now the next question which comes is, when we talk about the personalized manufacturing, right? So where do you feel like where your organizations actually stand to actually cater to that kind of a world? Because I think, at least I remember I can give one example, at least the Nike, they have this innovation hub where you actually can just walk in and you can actually get what you want. So where do you see it? With the smart manufacturing where it caters more closer to personalized products, or we are still far away from? Anyone?
Okay, I'll start this. It's a very varied question, I would say, because this depends from type of product and type of industry and type of consumers which are there. But this is something which is actually something going to happen in future. Even today, we see some of the small products. It's like when you are at the shop, you want to buy something, they would put your name on this, they would put your picture on this. That's the, I would say, very basic and starting level of personalization for you. Right? And as it goes forward, the personalization is, there's something called individually customized and there's something called a mass customized. In automotive, I'm sure you will be able to add more value into this. But there are people who prefer a particular type of ambience inside the car. I like these types of colors, I like these types of colors. And then based on the consumer research, I think the companies have created 5-6 different types of categories. This is a product which is premium in upholstery. This is a product which is premium, which has got more premium features about safety. Right? And very basic one, now it has become a table stake, but there were, earlier you got power windows and you don't have power windows, depending on what people like. You have power steering and you do not have power steering. So that was the first level of customization, not for individual, but for a group of people who like a similar thing. Maybe you can pick up that.
The Nike example is really very good because you can just go customize every single element of it and get your own unique shoe designed and delivered within a very reasonable time. When we look at the automotive industry, I think when we get into electric, maybe we are just about 3 to 5 years time to get into a model like that, where we can customize a person's electric vehicle as per their specific requirements. Because the electric vehicle is highly modular in nature, a lot of the work that OEMs do is integration. So it allows us to do that. So I think 3 to 5 years possibly with the EVs, we should be having a model similar to Nike. That is possible.
I can add one example on this from the products that we make. We are into water purifiers. And we are also Asia's largest direct sales company. So anybody having in interaction with the Aquaguard salesman would understand that. Our people would want to check what is the kind of water that you are getting, and based on that they would recommend what water filter you should use. Now, with multiple other channels coming in, even the e-com coming in, and the COVID disruptions which we were discussing a little while ago, it has become maybe one step more difficult than to actually get to know what is the water quality you are using. When you are in a store, you perhaps don't know what is back home my water quality. So, what purifier should I pick up? So, what we have done is, we've got the database of about 12,000 pin codes in India. We have done that painstakingly, testing water from every pin code. So we know the water quality, and what we have started is we call it virtual water test. So when I as a consumer, I go to a store or wherever I'm picking it from, I can give my details, I can give the details where I stay, and our backend will come up with what kind of water quality is likely to be at your place. And with that water quality, we issue you a virtual water test. It's not a physical water test, but it's a virtual water test. And based on that, you can take a decision. UV purification is good for you, or RO purification is good for you, or something else is okay. So that's what we do.
Right. So
to a slightly different scale and personalized manufacturing for a slightly much different product, industrial product. We make what we call the sandpapers. The factories in Chennai produce close to 15 million square meters of the sheets every month, and millions of sheets of punch every day. We have to look at a personalized manufacturing. We can have a tabletop 3D kind of a machine. It's still possible. You start with the industrial grade paper, coating with the resin, then you have a ceramic grains, you cure it and you get a paper. This happens at a very high industrial scale. But today is available. You can even print it on your table. You want what type of grain, you want X, Y, Z, everything is possible. The challenge is about the cost. You have to get to an industrial scale and then a product which is a model going to that scale. I believe India, like what you mentioned, about 5 to 6 years, much more to be done to come to the kind of personalized manufacturing to take the scale, to take the cost.
Good. So I think because when we talk about, because you mentioned about the 3D printing, so one area where we work as research is on the recombinant innovation. Right? So we are looking at not just one technology, we are looking at a group of technologies. So more of a opinion question. What do you feel like which technologies are going to combine together for a smart manufacturing? And maybe in your organization or in your own.
I think when we look at which technology, when we see from our point of view, the IoT based and something which is remote based control, that kind of technology is going to certainly be there. That would be building further so that they are able to, the devices are able to talk to each other, they are able to operate on their own. So intelligence has to be built further deeper. So engineering, much deeper engineering is going to come with the help of more of microprocessor based, more component based working. Electronics is the future there.
I'll take a little tangential stand here. It's not about which technologies combine. It's about how genuinely we try to solve a problem and which technologies are able to solve that problem to the best possible extent at the least possible cost. Those are the technologies that are useful. So, because today what we see, some of the technologies were non-existent 5 years back. Okay, so we don't know what kind of technologies are likely to come in future. So it's not about, currently what we see is only a part of the picture. In the larger picture, when it emerges, we might have something completely different.
I can think of 3 technologies that can really redefine the way we might make the vehicles today. Definitely we have to look at the industrial IoT as the foundation layer, which allows the various machines to talk to each other. So that's the fundamental thing. The 2 more technologies, one would be the collaborative robots. So where the humans and the robots can work together, and some of the more difficult tasks, harsh conditions can be taken care by the robots, and some of the more human-centric tasks can be taken by the humans. That kind of a collaborative environment. The third would be the additive, but not just small components, but large-scale 3D, really big-size components. That can really revolutionize the way we make the vehicles today. So IoT, robots, and this kind of additive manufacturing at a large scale. These 3 are placed on that side.
Yes, so I think maybe close with the last question. And the last question which close in the sense of circular economy. So we talked about sustainability and I know like some of the projects which you are working with have like a shelf life, software that you may not be usable. So what is your opinion about how this part is actually taken care, how we actually take the products back, how we recycle? So any comments on this?
It's going to be the real norm in the future, especially the industry that we come from, the ceramics, which are forgiving, and then it's very difficult also to recircle it. So there are models being now identified for find values out of the products and as well as to produce the product which are much more green. So as an organization, we also have a 25% reduction of all emissions by 2025. So many of the activities we are working towards is the carbon footprint reduction, water consumption reduction, moving into more greener production by having we have hydroelectric power plant, we are adding more onto the solar. I believe that's going to be a really the future, and we need to really focus more on that.
Anything in the take back products, to reuse them or remanufacture them, and what the business model is associated with it? Any example you can just highlight? Anyone?
Maybe I'll take an example from my previous job, which was with Cummins. So Cummins has a very large remanufacturing business based out of India. So they had 3 or 4 remanufacturing plants in Phaltan and Pune. So what primarily happens there is the engines are brought back, say after 10 years of service in the field. Then the first round is inspection, what is good and what needs to be replaced. Based on that, it's divided into 3 parts. One, which has to be scrapped. Second, which can be treated, maybe a surface coating and then brought back to functionality. The third would be a totally new component which has to be brought in. So with this combination, Cummins was able to make remanufactured engines, and that would cost roughly about 40% of a new engine. But performance-wise, it would be the same with all the guarantee and the warranty. That was a very successful model. The customers really liked it. So when we move to electric vehicles, I think it's possible to adapt a very similar model. The batteries alone, of course, they will have a second life. They will find a few other applications before they really go for recycling and reuse. But the rest of the electric vehicle also can be very similarly considered, so that the whole vehicle can be recycled and reused in a very responsible manner. That is possible with electric vehicles.
Thank you. So we'll open for if there is any question from the audience, if they want to ask anything. If they want to comment on something.
Especially look at consumer appliances. Today the mindset of a consumer is such that they want to own a product. So when you're trying to sell a product as a service where a customer doesn't own it, rather than pays based on how many hours he uses it or a consumption-based model, how do you change the mindset of the consumer? Because it's not, you might have a very good product, all the connected features in it, but trying to change the mindset of the consumer to not own it, from an Indian context, it's going to be a challenge, right? So how do you address that?
Very important challenge we all face when we are creating solutions for consumers. So it's a cultural shift which has to happen, and what we as manufacturer we take care of that we have to create products which are idiot proof. So that's where we have to put our innovation team as well as the R&D team to keep challenging that the product has to be idiot proof type. So that's where we are trying to work out, so that you don't really need too much of intelligence to use that kind of a solution. So that's what I think.
I can maybe add it's a very pertinent question as we move forward, and it's the cultural dimension which you mentioned is the most critical thing into this. India as a society does not like to, or historically did not like to, let's say, pay for anything which they don't want to own. I mean, they would want to own anything, spend 1 rupee and then you should own something out of it. But I think as we grow as a society, as we are migrating into a more floating society, we are moving around because of our jobs, we are moving around, the boundaries are becoming bigger and bigger. So there is a big population which is now becoming a floating population. And that's where this thing is changing now. There are a lot of people who would prefer to rent something and not own this. So that's where the shift is happening, and you can say to catalyze this, it's only the manufacturers to make a product which can be reused. Typically, when you have a product which you move from one place to the other, and if it looks like a used product, even if I can't afford a new one, I wouldn't like to use a used product. It is somebody else's product. I'm giving a very crude example. I don't like to buy somebody's used shirt, for example. Right? It's not the right example, but to make a point, I'm just giving that. So take, for example, any appliance at home, your washing machine, your refrigerator, etc., everything. You have some kind of personal connect with this. I'm keeping my e-cables inside my refrigerator. I wouldn't like to use if somebody else has used it. If I get that confidence in my mind that this is the same hygienic product as I would have kept when I would have bought it new, That's where I think this part is something which is in the domain of manufacturers to bring that confidence.
Sunil, I can look at it in two ways when we look at a car. Okay, suppose you have a car electric with just about 200 kilometers range. You'll be happy with it during the week. But on the weekend when you want to drive to a far off place, definitely you'd like a vehicle with double the range. So there you look for the flexibility. I need one vehicle for during the week and a different vehicle for the weekend. So if the company from whom you bought the vehicle gives you that freedom and flexibility to vary the product features and performance based on your need, I'm sure you'll be happy with it. The other thing is, when you get into your car, you drive it in a particular way, you like certain interiors, music, temperature, a variety of things. If whichever car you get into, if the car can recognize you and immediately create that interior atmosphere, I'm sure you won't miss your car. You'll still be happy to rent it rather than own it. I think today's connected smart technologies allows you to do all the customization very easy. It's not too difficult to do that. And look at it, you need not worry about servicing, maintaining it, finding a parking lot, none of those hassles. So that way for a car, I think it would make a lot of sense to look at this kind of a shared model rather than individually owned model. But this is a trend, it will take some time, at least for us to adapt to it, but I'm sure it will happen eventually.
Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Sunil David. I used to work for AT&T before. Just one point which I want to make is that are you also counting on the fact that the demographics of India will be changing, right? And a lot more younger people today getting into the workforce, and the buyers are more younger today. Will that definitely have an impact because they are more digital natives, so they'll be more amenable to products as a service, right?
Absolutely. And you take, for example, in maybe one generation before that or two generations before that, the idea would be to save everything till you retire and then accumulate everything. This generation is completely opposite. You want a car, you want on the first day when you are going to a job. So this might be a combination of my shift in preferences plus what I can afford at this stage. So combination of the two, I think will make that change.
In fact, I just want to add to the question. So we are working on one research. One of the participants is actually working on what are the preferences when you go from the buy and the lease kind of a market. Mainly for automotive. So one thing which has come out is when you look for the servitization or product as a service, you actually emphasize more on the product design rather than the branding. When you actually buy the thing, your anchor is more on the branding side. You may not worry about the product design. But when you actually go for the, because you know that your association with the product is very little. So you actually look for a better product rather than the branding.
Just a corollary again. The young generation is no longer buying homes, they are only renting it. Okay. You're moving from furniture being bought to rented. It's a matter of time where we'll start moving into cars and moving into other products being leased rather than.
So I think we'll close with this. So, sorry. Oh, sorry.
Again, Shiva from JK reading the IT for the plan. See, I'm just taking the note of the morning session that putting this manufacturing as another, reinventing it as another glamorous sector to attract the people and the input from just who we discussed, right? The younger workforce are coming up. Now, in this thing, the perception about the manufacturing as a sector, it's a 24/7. And the working culture also is something like 6 days a week or even 7 days a week kind of thing. And the young generation, they are likely to work in a 5 days a week kind of thing or a flexible shifts and all. So how this workforce can be adaptable to this manufacturing sector? Whether manufacturing will change the dynamics to go for a 5 days a week kind of thing, or how this gap can be addressed?
Okay, I can attempt. See, some amount of shift is already happening. First thing is, when there is something physically to be done, you can't avoid it. If you have to make a car, you have to be on the assembly line, you have to make the car there. You cannot make the car on your computer sitting in your drawing room or somewhere else. So there will always be some difference between what product we are dealing with, and manufacturing and service. That difference will remain. And there are people who prefer, at actually to be in office on the shop floor to do this. We've all seen this during these COVID times. Everyone, thought in the first attempt that when we get an opportunity to work from home, I think we are the luckiest one now. We never got this opportunity, now we are getting this. But in these 2 years have taught so many things. People are longing and itching to go back to work. Because there are many other things which come with this. Keeping this aside, when I said some amount of shift is already happening, so you have to segregate this work. Something which is happening on the shop floor will have to happen. Whether you can act flexibility into this, for sure, yes. There are back-end processes, even in the factory setup. So that is something which is already changing. People are getting flexible working hours into that. Even the government is looking into the new labor laws. If somebody has gone through that, they are providing an opportunity for a 4-day week. And that doesn't come for free, of course. You have to work longer hours in your working day. So instead of 8 hours, you work 12 hours. Instead of 6 days, you work 4 days. So it's the only difference is it cannot happen in isolation for one person. It has to happen for a group. That group can be one manufacturing setup at one place. It could be like Ashok Leyland would have different factories. Each factory can have its own different flexible working timings and hours. That doesn't change anything for the company as well as the consumers. So this is happening and this will happen, but with more limitations, limited to those
if I can add
one point.
Just wanted to add to this point. I'm not on the panel, but one of the answers, like you rightly said, I'm from Ashok Leyland. So one of the things that you can do is to have a rooster system in which people have a 5-day week. So everybody works 5-day week, but you have different days where you can take off. The other point that we already mentioned, in fact, people are going from a 5-day to even 4 days. I don't think that's a big challenge. In fact, the challenge which is coming up is that suppose you are doing testing of a new engine. Can I continue the testing on weekends as well, continuing from sitting at home? Because I don't need to be physically there, but I don't want to lose time to market, and therefore the testing must happen continuously. So there are specialized areas in which such possibilities are also emerging where you don't have to be on the shop.
I have a question again for all of us. Why are we generalizing the younger generation that they will only work 5 days, only work in AC environment? Okay. So if you understand the millennials, the way they think, and I've been working with few of them in my plant, they don't care about the company that they're working for, or the brand, or the amount that they're working for, or the time that they're spending on it. What they care is learning. What they care is passion to grow something out of their own hands, making something happen. If we are able to give that opportunity to them, everybody will come and work with you. That's all that we can do.
So, I think before I conclude, one question about that. So, thing is, we talk about the work environment. So, how does the lighting industry comes into the picture? How they actually can improve the whole work environment within it?
Yeah, I think the quality of vision is so important for the perfection of the work which is being done. While we are continuously improving the machines and the processes, but the vision can be improved with the help of right lighting. So there we are, the new trend in lighting is creating those kind of lighting products which are really very rich in the quality of light. In terms of the spectrum of light, they also have right component of we call R factors, so that it is very close to the natural light. So as we go on, also the new lights are having no flicker. So flicker, more the flicker you are not comfortable. There are patients who are actually suffering from flicker lights. So the next level is about much more deeper engineering and much higher quality of light in terms of its spectrum, in terms of its usability, and also in terms of its comfort to use it. So that's where we are continuously working and trying to help people see better.
And maybe just continue with the river pits used to those old type bulbs and the tubes which normally use very often. So now we talk about the LEDs and which survive for so long. So what next?
See, the next is, it is certainly coming back to the sustainability and similar circular economic concepts. Today we are talking about lights which are having 1 lakh burning hours, lights which are going to be reusable, lights which are customizable. So with one solution we are able to achieve multiple types of output. So it is working from the design level also, from design board also. The designs are becoming much more modular, so that with the same chassis design we have multiple options. So that's how we are having scalabilities there, and certainly on the richness of how it is operated electrically as well as in terms of the illumination. There are a lot of improvements happening even in the optics of it, that how confined the light is, because a lot of light getting wasted. So if we are able to confine that extra light which is getting wasted, we are able to save that. Right. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we'll close if there is no further questions from the audience. So thanks for your time. It was, I think you explained all the ideas efficiently well. I'll conclude, I'll stop this session, the panel. Maybe I'll just answer the question which was posed, because IT Madras is, I think, doing a lot of things on that side. So we are a center for haptics, which is more on the touch side. So we actually can control a lot of things remotely. In fact, recently I was reading a book by the CEO of Pfizer on how they developed the vaccine in a given time. And most of the plant was actually remotely operated. So they actually they bring a vaccine which at that point seems to be impossible. Within a very short span of time, manufacture it, manage the supply chain. And most of the things are actually remotely done. Right? So I think there are ideas which actually can be used. So with this note, I will conclude, I will stop this session. So thank you.
Mr. Partha Karmakar, thank you so much. Joint Vice President, Business Unit Head, Professional Lighting, Havells. Thank you, Mr. Suresh Reddu, CTO and Head R&D, Eureka Hopes. Works, Head Mariko, thank you so much.
Don't be conservative when you give us law and the last
Professor R.K. Ahmed, thank you, Department of Management Studies, IIT Madras. Mr. Shivakumar MD, Business Head, Electro Minerals, Cargo Engine Universal. Thank you. With this, we come to the end of our panel discussion, number 2 panel discussion on new operating model for smart manufacturing, intelligence, innovation, and integration. The next round is going to be on the fireside chat, smart factories and skilled employees. For the fireside chat, it's going to be a short round, it's not going to be long. Can we have Mr. N.K. Ranganath, former MD, Ground Force Pumps and Independent Director, L&T Valves, India Terrain Fashion, Celebrity Fashions, ADK Valves India, Ganga STP Project. Can we have Mr. N.K. Ranganath on the dais, please? Mr. P. Harihar, former President Operations, Ashok Leyland. Very warm welcome, sir. We have Mr. N.K. Ranganath and Mr. P. Harihar on the dais with us to take us on the fireside chat, smart factories and skilled employees.
So thank you, Jyoti. Am I audible there?
Yes.
Okay, I think the earlier panels have really put the
compulsions of smart manufacturing and the imperatives on the table, but just to touch base and make sure that we are all on the same page, especially from a manufacturing viewpoint. I think in my mind there are three important compulsions or business deliverables. The first one is sustainability. And sustainability, traditionally we used to say quality, cost and delivery. And if I may add, it is now environmental sustainability and most importantly, agility. That would be part of my definition of sustainability. The second thing would be machine productivity. How can the OEs be more? How can the downtime be less? How can the time to repair be lesser and so on? And the third one is employee productivity. Making sure that you do more with less number of workers, which also means you need to have an integrated facility which is quick to change, and I talked about the agility in the first point. So this, in my opinion, is the definition of smart manufacturing, but I'd like to ask Rangnath whether he agrees with it and he would like to add a few points.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't disagree with you. From the morning you would have heard a lot of words. This journey, if I go back to me, I first saw the beginnings of this in the mid-80s when I visited a plant in Germany, in Munich, where they had what they call, today called AGVs, automated guided vehicles, and there was not a single human being in the entire warehouse where everything is picked and packed by motor machine. And this is, I'm talking of mid-80s. And then we have a lot of words that have come about. Words like IoT, Industry 4, AI, cybersecurity, etc. These are all things that are coming together in the last maybe 10, 15 years. But components of what is called smart manufacturing or smart factories have been there for a long, long time. The question was, did we integrate this or are we integrating it now? So I don't know what, from this morning, all these words that you have heard, sustainability is another word he spoke of. Why are we looking at smart manufacturing? What does it mean to all? One question that always comes up, because everybody takes home a different meaning of what smart manufacturing or a smart factory is. Basically, because of the widespread digitization that is happening, we are able to now connect up various machines, various processes, ensure that they collaborate with each other to bring the best output that is possible. Now the question is, best output from whose point of view? All of us have worked in industry. I have retired, so has Hari. But the toughest problem that we had was not in integrating these things, but integrating human beings and their mindsets. Continuously there used to be, as human beings, we are always very territorial, we are like mammals, we like our own territory. And when you start looking at smart manufacturing, you go across territories. You have everything speaking to everybody else, there is no hierarchy, and they have all to work together. I'm talking with machines, and so are the men, or the women, or working men. Because it's very important that we look at, when we look at smart manufacturing, to have a common understanding, or a smart factory, a common understanding, that if I'm going to make something better, it is not for you, it is not for your boss, it is not for somebody who's around, but perhaps for all the stakeholders, especially your customer, which is very, very important. Very often we forget that the entire process of getting an order, of picking up an order, to delivery, to collecting your money, is what runs businesses. Supply chain does not run business. Marketing, sales does not run business. Finance does not run business. It's the interaction of all this. And for me, that is what is called a smart manufacturing practice. I would go beyond and call it a smart business. So what are we trying to do is to make it more efficient with all these processes and ensuring that we talk to each other. We spoke about leveraging IoT. We spoke about, when many of the speakers will be leveraging lighting, for instance. My only question was, why lighting? When we have the sun right through the day in India, why do we have light?
We spoke about sustainability. Look at what we are doing. Temperature set at maybe 23, 24. We are sitting in the sun. Sun is there. All windows closed. We are sitting. Oh, and some of us, okay, you like to wear jackets and ties. That is good. But then, because the temperature, we sort of raise it by a degree or two. So one of the things that I saw in a factory in 1994 in Denmark, I worked for a Danish company, you see that somewhere there, was the automation levels at that point of time. They had screens and they had light meters which would open and close the screens depending on the light that's incident in a particular place, whether it's here or there or there. The highest degree of automation that I saw, which is a smart factory, was not a factory, it was actually a pig rearing, or what you call farm. Can you believe that they had data on the per day weight increase per grams for each pig, radio tag, and they would send the food to that pig that is required for the pig to get fat. And that's when I really realized how far behind we were in manufacturing and in sort of in factories. And that has now picked up quite a bit. Picked up quite a bit because we have smart people. We have a lot of what you call technologies that have come about. People have started talking about something called singularity, which can be a dangerous thing. And just recently you spoke, somebody said that something in Google went sentient. When you say it goes sentient, that means you and I are not required. The intelligence takes care of it. So this is where we are heading, what we require. So I will stop here. My problem is not whether we'll get there, we will get there. And we will get a lot further. But do we have the skills and the mindset of people to handle this? Or are we actually training them to handle this 5 years from now? It's coming faster. Look at what happened to like some person of mine who spoke about EVs. 3 years ago, we would never thought EV could sort of come all over. You go on the roads there, everywhere I see a Tata Nexon. Every road that we see. So they're picking up. So the question is, do we have the people and the skills?
Ranga, in fact, that's the right question to ask. I mean, in the morning, Kamal Bali spoke about the fact that the manufacturing sector has just about 3% of the world share, and there's a chance to take it to 10%. But, so, Industry 4.0, smart manufacturing is here to stay if you want to get your products right. He also talked about automation. Question is, do we have the skills to do it? And I have 3 questions or 3 points to make, which Ranga can give his views. One is, what do you do in the short term? What do you do in the long term? That's the first question. Second, on the skills, not everything is required by everyone. So the executives require a different set of skills, the workmen would require a different set of skills for doing the job. And the third point is that what can the academia do and what can the industry do? Because if you ask my opinion, my experience in Ashok Leyland, do you have the skills right now, here and now? Answer is no. So we started very, very primitive in a way wherein we started to do the building blocks. For instance, we set up a lab which we called as ALEET, wherein we said that all the electronic components, the PSBs of the various machines, would not go outside to be serviced. It had to be done inside. For maximum, it will go out for repair. But the diagnosis and the troubleshooting must happen inside. It took us a long time, but I'm very happy to say that over a period of time, we could cut down the cost incurred by about 90%. But this is what we do. We involved the machine builders to come and talk to us. We had subject matter experts to come and talk to us. We had people who are institutes and training to come and lead to us. But what also we did was we developed a homegrown system, and this is an HR initiative, which is called the Job Ability Standards, JAS, that's how we called it. That has to be linked to the standard operating procedures on the shop floor and even in the various functions. And you try and see if there are gaps, and if there are gaps, how do you kind of address it? Much of it would then finally come down to, are you IT literate? Do you have all the knowledge and understanding of SPC techniques, of SQC techniques, of simulation, of sensors? basically on IoT, because different jobs in design, for instance, the requirements will be different. But here we are talking of factories. So on the factory, if you want to get your products right the first time, mistake proofing is fine, but it's important for the machines to talk to each other and have an integrated system, wherein even through remote you can ensure that the products which are coming out are consistent and always first and right. So this is what we did at Ashok Leyland from an industry point of view. But Ranga, do you think that our educational system, our engineering, whether it's the polytechnics or the diplomas or the engineering, that has got enough and more that we can do as far as skilling people on this system?
The beginnings of it is there, but it's not enough. Our entire education system is focused on learning by rote and vomiting something in an exam and forgetting about it when you come to work and relearning when you come to work. But over the last 5-6 years, there has been a movement in industry as well as the academia. When you spoke about academia, let me just digress there. There is no connection between academia and industries in this country compared to some of the other countries. It has been improving, but it is a long way to go. Which means if you bring a professor in, there is a professor into industry, he doesn't know what to do. And if you take an industry guy into a college, he doesn't know what to do. So this is not the same case as many other countries that I've seen. They work together to collaborate. Now that is something that we need to change. And for me, the one question I'm asking, I've always said this in many other forums. We take very, very intelligent children from school, put them through college, and bring out people who are dull in their head. And I have no qualms in making this statement. They are intelligent children. Why we make them dull? Because we ask them to conform to something which is very specific, which is archaic, which is not current, which is not even futuristic. There are exceptions. I'm not saying everybody is this way. The question is how do we make those changes? And it's very, very important that we have to drill it into people's heads that a degree is not important. Applied knowledge, where are we using it? The ability to work with your hands and brain. And these are things that will be required, and especially now with the gig economy and the gig workers. For me, I'm seeing that there may be no permanent workman. I as a workman or I as an accountant or an engineer may work for 3 companies. I have the mental makeup to have an NDA signed, and I'll use my expertise. I'm an expert in a specific area. I will probably work. So these are changes that are coming about.
So Ranga, what I feel is that perhaps some of the engineering colleges have started to lead and interact with the industry. But it is still more like optional. It is more as an extra that you need to do. It's not part of your curriculum to necessarily drill this. And in the case of diploma and in the case of polytechnics, not at all. So right now in the short term, my suggestion would be, based on my experience, is that the industry needs to do a lot in terms of training people for the smart factories. The government should take leaf out of this, build it into the curriculum. The industry must get back to the government and the academia to say, if you don't bring this, it's just a matter of time before India gets completely outclassed, because you will have the technology which you can buy, but where are the people to manage it? The people to manage is as important. And like I said, different levels, different functions will require this. So in the short term, industry, in the long term, it should be academia, and overall it should always be an interaction between institutions and colleges in case you really want to go. Otherwise, this is not possible. So do you agree with that?
No, I entirely agree. And basically, there's no doubt here.
And do you also think that executives on the shop floor or managers on the shop floor need to take this initiative to own this responsibility of actually educating people on what this is all about? And in the morning session, we always had one point which came up again. Kamal made this point again and again, that the worker on the shop floor on that machine must know what is the role I am playing for the overall integrity of the product that is being produced, so that he then understands that if his operation doesn't happen properly, then how it can affect the quality of the product and therefore the image of the company. So this is my opinion here. Yeah.
A very, very vital point to this about also to speak about. There is no holistic approach to businesses, and I'm not blaming the people who are working. I'm only blaming guys like me would handle this. Because we set up all these, and our HR friends and our managers, we set up all these KPIs, which are actually trying to make every individual silo very, very efficient, whereas it's making the entire system inefficient. It's a give and take system when you come to businesses. So, you know, you would have heard of in the past week when we started, we had people working on machines, then came NCs, then came CNCs, then we had what you call edge computing and blade servers on the shop floor. Somebody spoke about barcode. Then you have RFIDs. Then you have IoT now, which is coming over all over. So cloud computing, it was not there maybe 10 years ago. We had a large servers, lot of storage. What is happening now? AR and VR, augmented reality, virtual reality, AI and machine learning, and automation and robotics, which are integrated with these. And the most, what you call, recent of them, which will completely change the way we look at manufacturing, is additive manufacturing or hybrid manufacturing. So this is going to change. And what is happening is, because of this, the required skills would also change. Now, take your company. All this will be existing in bits and pieces. Is there somebody overlooking this? Are you working with team? I often tell, gone are the days of superheroes. Earlier, the boss was always right. If you want to talk to somebody, you go up and come down to the boss. These are all superheroes. Today, it's the era of network teams. Are you able to network? You cannot know everything. It's who asks. Are you able to get all this together? These are pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. Can you put it together? And that, what I would say, is what is a smart factory or smart manufacturing. This morning, I was talking to the head of FENA, and we were talking about similar issues. I presume all of you understand Tamil. He came and said, "Sir, now money test, sir." He said, "You are not supposed to do this. There's a team which is supposed to do this. Why are you handling this?" So this is the situation. We need to empower teams. We need to educate. We need to tell what we know and understand each other. And if you don't have a holistic approach, you will not be able to get to this. And what is happening, let me tell you, if you do not understand what is going on, at least the working knowledge and work with people, you might become irrelevant to the whole process. Because one day, the day that a few people are able to sort of program things properly, and if you don't have the idea of how to go about working in the system, you may be completely redundant and you will have the robust manufacturing. I have seen this personally myself in the factories in Denmark. In 1998, when I first visited a factory, there were 500 people working in a fairly large factory. And when I visited them again in 2020, there were 5 people. Entire thing was robot driven. Every component was quality tested online 100%. Any 3 components go out, there's a little buzzer with a what you call red, yellow, and green light. And the moment the red light, the 3 components go, everything stops. Somebody from remote then comes. This is the situation. People are talking about remote, manufacturing. So again, back in the 80s, I found all central heating plants and distributed power generation plants had no human beings in Myanmar. No human beings. They were running on their own. If there's a problem, there would be an SMS or a pager to the guy who's taking care of it, and he will go up there and check for it. So we are now 25, 30 years away from that. So obviously the technology levels are much higher. Integration is much faster. The more we change our skills, the faster.
So from the morning we have been talking of smart manufacturing in a very romantic way. So let me set the cat among the pigeons and state 2 points. This requires tremendous amount of capex requirements. If somebody says no capex is required, I think we are fooling ourselves, and I certainly don't want to do that. It requires tremendous amount of capex requirements, and the return on investment may not come immediately. Do we have I mean, I'm not talking about my company or this company as India. Do we have the leadership to be able to make these investments and lead to the level of automation and quality what he has been mentioning in various of these? This is question number one. Question number two, even if the answer is yes, we can do it. If not immediately, then maybe over a period of 2 years, 3 years, which is great. But the quality of the entire product will also depend on the quality which comes from suppliers. So if suppliers are not on board, I'm not necessarily talking of proprietary suppliers who from JK Tires or from they probably are quite competent to handle their own stuff, or Bosch or others. I'm talking of other tier 1 suppliers, or for that matter even tier 2 or tier 3. Whether they have the capex to do this. And my answer again is no. So unless the companies take ownership of capex investments in their own plants, as well as own suppliers in the supply chain, the weakest link will always be in this entire chain, and the product quality will not be ensured, in my view. It's a little controversial, but
but if you are not going to invest, as they say, if you invest peanuts, you get a peanut.
Yeah.
That's the old saying, but not that. But basically, it requires a certain amount of investment. But just recently, somebody spoke in the previous panel. Why not as a service? So new models are coming up. At some point of time, there would be companies rather than I buy my own robots or buy my own software. Software is now a service. Everything is, and I don't own any services. Again, it's up in the cloud. So I think it would come about. And also looking at there is manufacturing as a service. You just look at, for example, additive manufacturing. Let me take that. I saw a machine which is making little plastic boxes. And I asked, it's a small machine, on day 3 of them running like this in the startup. I said, how much does it cost you? 15,000 rupees. The whole machine. And what about the rest? He said, we built the rest. We are IT engineers. We built the software. So there is a certain hybrid model that is coming about. And look at what additive manufacturing will do. Today, they are printing turbine parts and washers. So if you can print that, they're printing food in some cases. So why do you need a centralized large factory? The IP will sit in some part of the world. There will be some IT engineers who know, and some process design engineers who sit somewhere else. You have a machine which is there where your market is. And what is going to come about is something, again somebody spoke about it, called mass customization.
Yeah.
Panelists. So I would like to have something in a different color bottle. I don't want this purple bottle, I want it in red. And in very soon that may be possible. All the machines which are talking to each other would probably be so agile in the way you can change things. So you don't have to have a minimum run.
So, Ranga, clearly additive manufacturing is one of the skill sets which would be required by future companies. What about other things which you think is important? For instance, predictive maintenance. Would that be a very important key in this entire? Because we are talking about smart factories, not smart businesses. So let's stay with factories. So is
yes, I just noted down a few skills before I came here. Yeah. One, okay, all cognitive skills have to go. You need data scientists. Yes. You need networking experts. You need cybersecurity experts, because you can crash anything. And then you need, of course, software engineers, IT architects, hardware maintenance. Everything is a chip, is an IC thing, or it's a what you call a board. You need. Then you need material scientists, because materials are going through great changes. Then you need a business analyst who understands the whole process of smart manufacturing. And then we need system troubleshooting experts. Today, we have no one, even today in the equipment, if I call somebody to repair the AC, he looks at AC. He doesn't look at AC. So sometimes troubleshooting is you have to have a system for it. So these are all things that are going to come about, and we need to.
So thank you, Ranga. If there are any questions from the audience, we have to delve into it, otherwise your bell will ring again.
Gentlemen, very interesting conversation. So we talk about technology, right? You touch upon, I think, a lot of technology, 3D printing and all that. So while all that is good, adoption is the key, right? And we see that there are a lot of barriers in adoption. So for example, who is responsible for adoption? Number one, is it the IT department or the IT team who barely understand manufacturing, or is it business users, right? Or is it a cross-functional team? The point is, where does buck stops?
Let me clearly tell you, the buck stops with the CEO. If he's not going to drive this, he doesn't have the ability to understand. He will not be an expert. But you don't have the ability to understand where you're going, because they are the ones who are looking at businesses in the future. And if you really want to be competitive and be relevant in the future, you need to go this way. There's a very important thing that these points to touch on. See, first, that all these architectures should be scalable, it should be flexible, and it should be affordable. So, the volumes that make it affordable, like sensors. Take your phone that you have in your pocket. You have 50 sensors. You're not paying more than 50,000 rupees. So that sensor must be costing a few hundred rupees. These are what is happening. But what we are doing is we are making it a very mythical kind of thing and putting such a high kind of price on it that we are not actually building volumes. And somewhere there I look at the startup ecosystem where somebody could come up with this. But I do agree it is not the IT person's business.
I completely agree with that. It is not the IT person's business. It is entirely the role of the manufacturing head. In operations, I was doing it in Ashok Leyland in my company. IT is there to assist you. There are certain things that you can take help. But who's responsible? I am accountable for the quality of the products, the output, the cost, the delivery. Q, C, D, my responsibility. So clearly, I am the man accountable. That's all.
Why I'm saying the CEO is not even beyond the operations or functional heads is that look at what's happening. We are connecting with the outside world. You are connecting with your distribution network. You are connecting with your last mile delivery. All vans are now connected via satellite. I was just looking at a little area where they are trying to put a set of constellation of satellites low Earth orbit, which will just give you information of any moving vehicle, any SKU that you are moving, where is it going, what is happening. And this, as we are talking, these technologies are coming up. So unless somebody has this real vision of what you can do and what will help, you'll not get. I mean, the IT person just executes.
I agree. And I think the gentleman from Marico also mentioned what technologies will come 5 years from now, 7 years from now. We don't know. So it's not the IT business, it's our business, it's the business need. And clearly one word will summarize everything about smart manufacturing. Be adaptable. Full stop.
Thank you.
Yeah, and actually I also supposed to ask the same question only what my previous person has asked. But one thing, even the CEO or the top management is responsible for that. It's not a question, it's just my experience. The review mechanism what they are adopting to evaluate these kind of projects, there is a need of change on that actually. This is my personal experience in my shopping. So one of the simple thing is, what I used to say, share to my team is, you just uninstall the MS Office from all the people's machines in a factory. No PowerPoint presentations and no Excel. Then everything will be executed easily. So that's one of the, it maybe looks very funny, but that's the reality.
But you're right. When I ran Run Cost, I said I don't want to see any sheet of paper. I want to see everything coming out of the ERP and everything coming out of an app which you have. I don't want to see a sheet of paper. Why are you giving me paper? I am personally a paper reader. But that's beside the point. If you have to drive a process, you have to drive a process. And then everybody has the same data. But as it happens, we were running SAP, and even SAP was giving different data to different people. And that's the situation, that's a man-made issue. So I agree that the way it's being reviewed, the way we are driving as top bosses, that has to change. So you really need a visionary to do that. If I am driven by my day-to-day profits, my cents per share per quarter or rupees per share per quarter that I have to talk to in the stock market, I will not get very far. So I need to have some changes saying that, okay, this is how we're going to look at it.
I think you want to
So, or any change that we are talking about in this, one thing that comes to my mind is, are we doing it as a FOMO, that everyone else is doing it and hence we should do it? The moment we do it, we will have problems. But if you do it for the sake of business results, if it is going to give me a business result, it will improve my quality or my delivery or my product, then it will definitely give me, then definitely it will make sense. Whatever capex you require, you will get it.
Yeah, I think it has to be for business reasons, and which is what exactly I said when I first started. It is three business imperatives that we want to drive: sustainability, manpower productivity, machine.
I think the
cost, quality, delivery.
No, very simple example. Year 2000, running Runpus, we want to bring in a line from Europe, totally off. And I asked, okay, what will this line cost? 3.5 million euros. And I said, how many people it will save so I don't have to? Oh, it will save me 7 people. I said, at 3.5 million euro, I can employ maybe 100 people for the next 5 years. I don't need this. So we went for a semi-automated one. So you need to, the business is vital. You have to look at what your business is, who your competition are, what kind of a market are you in. And only then you can come. Do you have the required skills in the market that you can hire? If you can't, you have to automate. And that's what's happening. And countries that don't have enough people are automating. Now look what happened, I think it's Adidas which did that. They had robots taking boots, so they removed a plant out of China. And this is what will happen if more and more automation comes. You cannot complain. So to me, if people say you're going to have blue collar, what you call employment going up, no, that's only in the small scale industry. Large industries will be getting out of it. The more and more we go into smart manufacturing, there will be lesser. We have to retrain them for all the other things that we look at, and we don't need a degree from the university.
Mr. M. K. Rangana, thank you so much, and Mr. P. Harihar. On the chat on smart factories and skilled employees. Going ahead to our last panel discussion, the future of making things. I would like to call on the moderator, the panel chair, first on the dais, Mr. Sunil David, former Regional Director, IoT AT&T and Advisor, Tagbox. A very warm welcome, Mr. Sunil. Our panelists, Pragati Kumar Patro, CIA Orchid Pharma. Very warm welcome. Mr. Vikram Karthik, Head Digital Transformation, Mahindra Group. Warm welcome, Mr. Vikram. Prabhu Venkatramanan, Head Digital COE, ACG Group. Vanakkam, sir. Dr. A.S. Balakrishnan, VP, MP&L, Plant Operations, Material and Packaging, International Markets, Ford Motors. A very warm welcome. Mr. Vishnu S., Head Digital Transformation, Nippon Paint, India. Very warm welcome to all the panelists and our moderator. The topic, the future of making things. Over to the moderator, Mrs. Sunil. Yes.
Thank you for that introduction, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to all the panelists. This is the last session for the day. We'll try our best to make it as interesting as possible. I would like to first thank Neetu Patil and the ITT media team for inviting me to moderate this panel that will deliberate on the topic, the future of making things. Let me briefly set the context. So, right since morning we've been talking about how we've seen the evolution of Industry 4.0. It's a set of interconnected technologies like IoT, AI, etc. It kind of spans the whole value chain when you talk about manufacturing, right? We're talking about connected factory, connected products, connected supply chain, and so on. As per a report which was very recently released by Samarth Udyog, Ministry of Labour and Employment and Ministry of Electronics and IT, Indian manufacturing invested almost 5.5 to 6.5 billion in Industry 4.0 solutions in financial year 21. And it is fair to say that there are enough drivers now for increased adoption. The pace at which this has to happen is obviously important. Now, what are the key drivers? Very briefly, we clearly started to see that companies are able to measure ROI for varied set of use cases. Adoption definitely has to pick up. We are also very soon going to have a data protection bill that will govern how data is collected, processed, and stored. We don't have a formal IoT policy yet, but that's in the works. Thirdly, we are also seeing the support of the whole ecosystem, because we need the whole ecosystem to work. The government announced the PLI scheme last year, where it's going to be manufacturing of IoT devices a lot more cost effective. Today, one of the barriers for IoT adoption is high cost of IoT devices. So once you start making those IoT devices in India, the cost would come down and that would drive a lot more adoption. We're seeing a lot of center of excellence for Industry 4.0, be it in educational campuses or even companies having these center of excellences, and even industry bodies having it, where if you have a company wanting to test out a use case, you can actually go there and test out that and see how it would work. And I think one very important dimension being that we're seeing a lot of government support, right? So government came up with a number of initiatives in the past, Make in India and the more recent PLI scheme. And the whole objective is that at some point in time, maybe 4 or 5 years from now, manufacturing contribution to GDP should hit at least 25%. Now talking about the foundational technologies that will power Industry 4.0, very, very briefly, I think it's a given. Connectivity, data, and computational power is one very important dimension. Sensorization, connectivity is very critical. We are at the cusp of getting 5G rolled out in India. Maybe by the end of the year, we'll have 5G. So that will drive a lot more adoption. Second, obviously, being analytics and intelligence, AI and machine learning. The objective is to take the right decisions and also to predict business outcomes. Human-machine intersection, I think that is extremely important, and we're going to get the panelists to touch upon that. Use of augmented reality, virtual reality, robotics, and so on. And the fourth one is the advanced engineering, 3D printing, nanoparticles, renewable, and so on. Now, as we talk about the road ahead, as we evolve from Industry 4.0 to Industry 5.0, and what will be the future of making things look like, right? So I think the key dimension will be how we can leverage the collaboration between the increasingly powerful and accurate machinery, machines are getting connected, and the creative potential of the human being. I think the goal is to strike a balance whereby the human-machine intersection can offer the highest level of benefits, right? And what are these benefits? Cost optimization, you want to use the least amount of resources, optimize resources to generate the highest profits. We're talking about greener solutions. The panel before lunch was all about sustainability. And the third important dimension is personalization and creativity, right? So you're talking about personalized products. The panel that was just after lunch was talking about products as a service. The objective is to offer products that a customer would buy as a service and offer more personalization. And of course, the creativity, how do you leverage the creativity of the person, of the someone who's on the shop floor. So to discuss what the future holds when it comes to manufacturing or making things, we have industry leaders representing a very diverse spectrum of industries, pharma, automotive, paints, and so on. And they're going to share their thoughts and perspectives around this topic. It's a very straightforward format. I'm just going to pose 2 questions to them. Nobody is going to share any presentation. After we are done with about 15 minutes of discussion, then we leave the floor open for questions. So with that, let me begin. Right, so Vishnu, I'm going to start with you. The last 2 years have been very challenging for the paint industry, right? And can you very briefly share about how Nippon Paint, how did you all cope with the pandemic-related challenge? And specifically, how did you all use digital technologies in your operations?
So, to start with, right, I would just say, 5 years back when I joined Nippon, I asked for work from home. So at that time, the company said oh, there is nothing called work from home for a manufacturing company. We all work from office. So from there it started. So you can understand the amount of complexity an IT person has to go through, especially a person who has worked in US for almost 8+ years. But in reality, speaking of it, the COVID changed a lot and made people to understand the importance of technology and transformation. How communication and collaboration can be brought into the system, can leverage the entire work, was really a big challenge for us. But with the COVID pandemic, it made us realize those things. Instead of policies and control in place, we ensured governance protocol being built into the digital transformation systems. So the system kind of regulated people's efforts, and the communication and collaboration went through with the system rather than the following policies just as a whole. So the system was smart enough for people to ensure that things were regulated, and they know that okay, if they miss it, system will be able to catch hold of them. So that is one aspect of it. The other aspect of it is like all about like having a personalized touch point at each and every level. So the major draw for us for a painting industry was we wanted to have a personal touch with so many different influences and so many other partners who are majorly contributing to the sales of our business. So we luckily or we actually envisaged a larger problem a little before the COVID. So that really helped us a lot. So we kind of like, we had a lot of systems that we have started building in place, and those things help us to have a virtual connect with all these influencers even before we getting into the COVID platform. So that is one such example. Likewise, there are many other instances where the COVID by itself really changed our game plan. So instead of people looking into system as a source of information, they started relying on the system as the place where they can interact with. So that is where I see the major transformation happen within our organization, and that's how we have to do.
Thanks Vishnu for that perspective. So I think you made a point about governance being very, very important, and fair to say that COVID was like a catalyst for you all when it comes to, for the digital transformation, right? And you all have no choice but to accelerate your initiative. Great. Let me move on to Pragati. And Pragati, the pharma industry was not as badly impacted, right? Especially maybe a few months after COVID, we started to see the pharma industry really do well. But any specific initiatives that you would like to talk about? It could be from your own company or from the pharma industry in particular. Any initiatives that we started to see getting accelerated, and any specific use cases that you would like to share with the audience?
Before I come back to your question, like this is a very generic question asked since March when we started having the physical event, that pharma is doing very good. Pharma has earned this many billions, millions because of COVID. It may be true for the people who does the down-level business, not for the business. And especially, I would like to take the question is related to my organization. I'm not allowed to share quite a lot of things as per the compliance requirement, so I will try to share it with a little bit high level. Pharma, this COVID in Orchid Pharma has done very good changes. They have changed the management. In the month of April, when the COVID started, April 1st, 2020, we had our new management. And digital journey used to be a challenge for us to implement in the Orchid Pharma. When COVID has made us easy to implement in the industry for the 2 years, and our complete takeover, complete merging activity, complete business takeover has happened over digital unit. So, yes, the digital innovation has not helped to the business directly, but it has helped the organization to make it easy and faster and take a complete control of the elements remotely. And video conferencing, we used to have something like Polycom video conferencing system where you all have to sit in one place, and the complete meeting, complete things have happened digitally. So we cannot say digital innovation has not happened, neither we can say it has happened. So it's based on which side of the coin you are looking into it. And talking about specific to Orchid Pharma, we are pioneer in the cephalosporin product. How many are from pharma industry? Anybody? Oh, good. So I can talk about any chemicals. Anyway, cephalosporin is one of the chemicals which is very difficult in the manufacturing stage, but it is very useful for the antibiotic medicines. So most of the best antibiotic medicines have got some component of cephalosporin. So Orchid Pharma is one of the #1 or first company in India to set up a manufacturing cephalosporin plant in India, that too in Chennai. So that is how Orchid Pharma is very famous. Okay. So when we are talking about this particular product, actually everyone is taking only COVID medicines. Nobody is taking the antibiotic medicines. Everyone is taking the medicine which is related to COVID, that to give antibodies and all. Nobody is bothered about the antibiotic. We are manufacturing only antibiotics. So our stock level was high during the COVID. Okay. But yes, it went up. There is no doubt on the business. But this COVID has taught us a lot, who has forced or taught the management that how important the digital transformation is for the business. Now I am happy that after 1 year of this transformation, management is pushing towards implementing a lot of digital innovation, digital processes, and control from home, whichever is possible. Okay. So a lot of things are under process and quite a lot of implementations also have happened. Recently, we have Orchid Pharma has got the digital innovation award from the manufacturing summit. So it's an organization on the process we have received. So we are there in the journey, but which I was sharing you people on the corridor. Like pharma is the last company to implement any new process. I hope people will agree, because we are manufacturing the life-saving drugs. We don't have anything called delete. We have to keep going. If we do any small mistake, it's like we are playing with number of lives. So there are so many restrictions. We have to go through around 29 regulations for each manufacturing plant and process. So we have to be very careful in implementing the process or bringing in the change in process. So that itself is a very conservative activity. So I will leave the talk.
Thanks. First, congratulations that you have won that Digital Innovation Award. It's fantastic. And I think what really came out of what you just mentioned is that management felt that the digital transformation initiatives have to be accelerated. And that perception that you talked about pharma always being a laggard in terms of in technology, I think that you have changed the perception. I think that's great. Let me move to Bala, who represents the auto industry. And Bala, I think it is a known fact that the industry was negatively impacted, the auto industry. And you had a situation where the demand was there, but you're not able to supply your cars for the various reasons, like lockdowns and supply chain issues, chip shortages, I think, were another factor. But since you head supply chain for Ford, can you very briefly talk about how, from a supply chain standpoint, how did you manage it, and what kind of digital initiative that you implemented from a Ford standpoint?
Thanks, Sunil. Thanks first of all to the Manufacturing Summit for inviting me to this conclave. First of all, as a supply chain officer, we have to have what is happening now, the reality, real time what's going on, and also what is the futuristic options that we have in order to take a right call. Okay. So all the points that you mentioned, Sunil, in terms of COVID, semiconductor, chip shortage, is still continuing. Almost for last 2 years it's continuing. So at one side the demand has gone up, other side we have to balance the capacity, the manufacturing capacity. How are we going to make? The whole focus has now changed from manufacturing centric to supply chain centric. In terms of when are you going to get the parts to run the production? In the past, manufacturing decides whether to run or not. Now today supply chain decides. That's the kind of shift that's already happening in the industry. Now, with respect to the, like I said, the two aspects, what is the now, what is the future? Digital transformation basically helped to achieve it. So if you take as an example the data-driven, the big data-driven insight, which help to assess what is happening, what is the consumer demand versus what is the manufacturing capacity, can we make it or not? That was a good breakthrough. It is not associated with COVID. Basically, COVID has accelerated the transformation. Similarly, the assets management, in terms of how utilization of assets, how are we managing it? And since I kind of take care of the group markets, a lot of product launches happens, and where we have to make sure we send our people over there to set the manufacturing facilities to suit the new model. Okay, so COVID disrupted, and what has happened, the experimentation of augmented reality and virtual reality. In fact, Mr. Sunil has suggested me some contacts, so through which we got some breakthrough, but it is still evolving. So what I'm trying to say is, in general, I see though COVID is impacting, but in one way it has helped the entire industry do as it is, right? To go through the transformation faster, and it really made a different way of looking at it, right? So it's very clear, very evident the workforce, evolution of workforce, it is now getting into digital. So it's no more face-to-face, no more. And in fact, this is my first conference after 3 years. The last conference I was in China at that time. I was in Shanghai in 2019. After that, this is the conference, face-to-face conference, right? So things has completely changed, and I think we have a huge opportunity in future with accelerating more digital and technology. Thank you.
Thanks, Mala, for the perspective, and let me get back to a company related to the pharma industry. So Prabhu, you represent ACG worldwide, and your organization depends significantly on the pharma and nutraceutical companies who kind of provide technologies that enable the pharma companies to develop the formulations that go into medicines and supplements, right? So any specific digital transformation initiatives that got accelerated within your organization, and I was also reading about the smart connected equipment that you'll offer, right, to your customers. How are you able to leverage the data and insights that you're getting from that? It's a big part question for them.
Sure. Thank you, Sunil. First, let me give you a little bit of context about, Sunil did mention about it. ACG is in the intersection between a pharma company and a manufacturing company. So we have multiple businesses. One is production of capsules, empty hard shell capsules. We command a significant market share. You get a strip of 10 capsules from the market, 7 out of those 10 are going to be from ACG factories. So there is another business that manufactures the machines that are being used by other pharma companies, maybe Market Pharma or maybe Glenmark, any of them. So these machines are also being manufactured by us. So we are in that confluence of, how do I do manufacturing and also behave with the prudence and the compliance that is engulfing the pharma company. So now, what when we started digital, so this was at the year 2020, January, February is when we wanted to start digital in ACG, and right at the time COVID hit, right? So we were not prepared, I would say, at that time, but the organization kind of took it upon it very well. Unlike Pragati was talking about them being antibiotic producers, so their market was a little slower and then faster, but for us, anything that is dealing with pharma is going to be very fast. So the impact was very fast, and we had to produce sometimes even 1.5 times, 50% more than what we had produced in some cases. So that kind of an increase was too high to imagine. That too, we had to do it with less number of people in the factory because of COVID regulations and all that. So this was a real game changer for us. So although we were not prepared, I think we came out better off. We implemented a lot of digital initiatives. Maybe if not for COVID, the transformation would have taken a little more longer, I would say. But this had accelerated our transformation, and we had to do it. So it's not a question of, it would be nice if I transformed. No, we had to transform to survive, so we had to do that. Otherwise, the newer orders are not going to come to us if we don't deliver to them on time. So there were a lot of, on the side of capsules manufacturing, a lot of initiatives using industrial IoT were implemented, where real time we were able to understand what a factory is producing, how many capsules have been churned out. We produce somewhere of the order of 110 billion capsules plus every year. So that's a huge number. So we go by the number game, and when we stop the capsule manufacturing machine for just 10 minutes, that results in a loss of production of lakhs of capsules. So that is where we were, and we wanted to see how we can run this 24/7 with less number of people on the shop floor and rotate them in shifts and see how we can do that. So a lot of technologies like industrial IoT, AI, ML, we had quite a number of augmented reality based applications as well to help people get accustomed without the experts presence close by. So there were initiatives like that implemented, and for the other company, which is the machine manufacturing, the challenge was a little different. So there it was about, how do I still, I have sold some machines to the customers, and if there are problems, they're going to be calling me. So with the regulations of travel and a lot of other restrictions that COVID put in place, how do I make sure that my customer is able to have a good uptime with my machines, and how do I make sure that if there is a problem, how do I resolve it on time without me being able to travel? So that was a big challenge. So we encountered that challenge again using technologies like mixed reality and things like that, where an expert sits at a remote location and the field personnel from the customer's location still interacts with the expert in a very collaborative manner and gets that resolved. So there were a lot of other challenges, plus smart connected products that Sunil, you mentioned about it, where what we do in that is all the machines that we sell to the pharma manufacturing companies, these machines are IoTized, and we get data from these machines and we are able to do them, of course, with the consensus of the customer that we're selling that to. And two benefits out of it. One, of course, the natural benefit is, how do I help in predictive maintenance of those machines? How do I predict remaining useful life of a particular component? And how do I proactively tell them that there is this a particular component, a cam or something like that, that you have to change here, and how do you plan your downtime ahead of that before the machine surprises you? Same way, the other one was, there are some our machines are the same, although they are used for different formulations, different kinds of drugs, and so on. The settings for these machines also will be a little different when you talk about different sizes of capsules that you're producing, different sizes of tablets that you're producing, and so on. Looking at those, how do we give meaningful insights back to the customer, saying, if you had changed your setting a little this way, your production would be much higher, your efficiency would be much higher, your quality would be much better. So that was the genesis of the Smart Connected Products platform. I wouldn't say we have completed that platform as yet. Yes, of course, it's rolled out. There are some features in that, but we have a lot in plan. Some of them I wouldn't be able to discuss on this dais for obvious reasons. There is a lot in plan about how we want to change the customer's behavior and his own production using the Smart Connected Products platform. And not far is the time. Now it may sound like a joke, but not far is the time when you run production as a service rather than just saying, you buy this machine from me. It's not like that. You lease the machine or rent the machine and run the production as a service from you. That's how COVID had impacted us, and that's where we are heading. Now we look back at COVID, and there's no looking back now. A lot of digital initiatives are being planned, and our organization is even setting up a separate digital COE, and we are investing big time into digital technologies and a lot of other technologies.
Thank you so much, Prabhu, for sharing that. I think what clearly emerges is that you are fairly mature in your digital transformation journey. You're talking about use of AR, VR, connected equipment, and it's a journey. It's a journey, right? I mean, you're saying that your goal is eventually to offer it as a service, and the insights that you're offering to the customer are so valuable. So thank you so much for sharing that. Let me move to Vikram, who represents the Mahindra Group, and Vikram Mahindra Group, very extremely diversified conglomerate into so many businesses, agriculture, automotive, finance, and so on. Trying to run digital transformation initiatives across all these organizations obviously is going to be a challenge. But then, can you share with the audience in terms of any specific initiatives during the last 2 years you really saw a lot of traction and where you actually saw business impact?
We had a two-part part of digital transformation initiative. So the vision was to improve A, experience, and B, efficiency. And there's no specific percentage into it because we had a very outsider view of what we were to do here. Right? Do we solve inherent problems that we had in the physical world, or do we build something that the market needs or that the market is going towards? Right? And we chose to go outside, which means we had twins of. So let me back up a little. I work for the tractor or the agri and farm equipment organization, which means that our customer base is largely from a rural standpoint, and the single rule of thumb as to why somebody would interact with the organization digitally is that they make money out of these initiatives, either in hard savings or as a part-time or a full-time job. This applies to salesmen, this applies to brokers, this applies to mechanics, this applies to everyone, right? So your digital product goes for a task or the engagement goes for a task if people don't make enough money for it. You also address a customer segment that is not financially, let me put it, financially not filthy rich, right? I wouldn't say frugal, but it has to make commercial sense for people to make these educated calls. Educated calls on the full life cycle. Right? So it's not about buying a product without knowing how much it costs for maintenance. It's not even about giving a product for servicing without knowing what will be the overall cost of maintenance. So in a world where we have to literally meter our responses to the customer at every touch point, and with the overall landscape making everything that is internal also becoming a point of public debate, while everything becomes a social touch point right now about how we address communities, right? How we address our personalization, using vernacular, using wires, using video, all that is the regular way of life for people outside of your business. Right? So instead of saying this is what we sell, A, B, C, D, E, pick one, we have to tune into an outside view of if there are 10 apps on your phone and mine is one of those, then I have the same entertainment value, earning value, and engagement value as every other app that you have on the phone. Right? So we'll have to bring in fitness, we'll have to bring in educational value, we'll have to bring in the aspect of social respect, all of that in everything we do. And so we went outside and we solved for A, experience of ownership of both the app, the vehicle, and everything in between, the ecosystem. Right? Second, we made everything conversational, and we made everything content heavy and centralized. So a centralized data lake, a centralized content management system, a centralized way of designing and deploying apps, so that the same practices are deployed across multiple brands. We have 12 brands. So all of this convergence is for the experience side of it. From the efficiency side of it, our supply chain also a critical touch point, because right now there is a semiconductor shortage, there is A, B, C, D, E, different problems in different industries are also becoming citizen touch points. Right? It is not that organizations are keeping all this information within themselves and then giving a delivery date of sorts. We'll work with ourselves, we'll not tell you what it is going to be. Now the world has become a little more transparent. At least after all the vaccine conversations, I think every company started throwing out, our workers didn't come to work today, so we expect a 2 week delay sort of update. So the transparency has brought out a lot of efficiency markers for us into department. And that's the inside out that we are doing. So while it is a process, how does retail do it? How does fintech do it? And how do we do it? So does it actually require 6 levels of approvals or something? Does it actually require extreme documentation, or does it require extreme reduction of documentation? Right? So that will be efficiency part. Right? Having platform mindset, having a product mindset, having transparent or democratized data very efficient. In effect, reducing people dependency, but very professionally so. The intent being that people have intelligent work to do, and reduce rather the work that they will do less of.
Thank you so much, Vikram. So I think two important points. One, you talked about experience, and just not about customer experience, but even employee experience, which you touched upon, and also the efficiency part, and the fact that you said that data-driven insights. Decisions are based on data. I think extremely critical. So having talked about the present and a little bit about the past, let's speak to the future. Okay, so now you talked about the future of making things, and we talked about Industry 5.0. We probably see a lot more adoption of intelligent and connected robots, maybe AI getting more democratized, maybe a lot more digital twin applications being used. And when you talk about Industry 5.0, it's all about the intersection between human and machines, right? So how is Mahindra kind of preparing yourself for this potential reality, which could be anytime in the near future?
How do I answer this? So most of our mission critical processes, most of our the aspect of IoT for quality was always there. So it was not a 2-year or 3-year random push. And on all of these processes, they are not mostly plug and play. They are hardware dependent, software dependent, expensive to start with. So the capability was always there in most big organizations. And what has changed is that this has become a compulsory way of life rather than something that is a point of reference.
Digital culture, the kind of is towards the organization.
Correct. So your process checkpoint A is to ensure that let's say there is to check if there is a crack in your paint. Let's say. So while it went through a certain already mature digital equipment process before, the new set of processes has made it mandated that this gets called out and not gets fixed offline. Number 2 is that while you say future, the IoT integrated manufacturing execution systems or IoT integrated even customer touch points, be it at a point of looking at facial expressions when you do a test drive. All of these are part of the package right now, where there is an increased curiosity and experimental mode. When you stress on the future, I'm also a little worried about unwinding of all of these and going back to the older ways of doing things as people get back to it. As there is an increase in workforce, as there is an increase in pressure to deploy these workforce at whatever they are good at. So that's something that concerns me, that we will lose out on the individual, we will not retain the momentum of transformation as people start resorting to plan Bs.
A lot of bonuses perhaps on the leadership to make sure that doesn't happen, to ensure that they can kind of go back to the old way of working. And also, when you talk about experience, right? Holistic experience, taken care of.
It is also about, for example, when let's say during a certain period of peak expenditure and peak pressure to deliver and to keep the market served, people agreed to several times. Right? Now they have alternatives to pursue, and then this is also on priority.
So coming back to Vishnu again a very similar question to what I asked Vikram. in terms of, we're talking about the future of making things in the context of Industry 5.0, human-machine interaction. See a lot more collaborative robots, as we call it, more autonomous machines. So the human dimension becomes very, very important. So how is your organization kind of preparing for that future?
So, just we spoke outside, right? So, just explaining a system to a person is so hard. Thinking about a person and a robot interacting is even more difficult. To be really honest, we are at that stage. And so, like we said, right, we need to have very trained and skillful resource for that kind of matter. But when the industry as a manufacturing the plant by itself, when we are envisaging those kind of 5.0 related versions, the robots that we are envisaging must be much more interactive, and they should be giving more feedback and insights, like how Vikram and the others were saying. So the more insights the system gives back to the user, the system will be much more efficient and useful. So we are not there yet, to be honest. We are trying to evolve ourselves into that sector. From the paint manufacturing, our Nippon paint, we are mostly moving towards the AI. We have already invested a lot on the AI related platforms because we don't know where the actual demand is happening and where the actual touch points are happening. So we are bringing AI to understand our demand and understanding the reality where the actual pinpoints are happening. We are also investing a lot on IoT related enhancements. We are also doing a lot on those aspects as well. And we are envisaging to get a long way, and we have a plan towards getting there. But at this point, we are taking very baby steps, to be very honest.
Okay. So, Vishnu, you talked about AI. So, are you trying to build those skills internally, or are you trying to take external help from partners who could help you in your AI initiatives?
So we have a few partners that we are already engaged with, and I have a good rapport. Since I was in US, I have a good relationship with some of my US colleagues. So I take some consulting back from them as well. So we have partially ingrown, homegrown AI experts as well, and as well as we have some partners.
So, Pragati, similar question to you, Pragati, in terms of the future and how is your organization preparing for that?
See, nowadays there are quite a lot of IoT enabled devices and smart devices that come out. Yes, these are going to help us to do a predictive analysis, like as he explained, maybe so many more to touch upon it. Like you can very well design a downtime planning, but that is from the other side of the coin. When we talk about manufacturing in the manufacturer, we use those devices, correct? And the auditor questions, there was a event that you need to clean this chamber, but your report does not say that you have cleaned the chamber. It means either you are wrong or something is wrong. So these are the challenges which is going to come. Okay, those are things related to practical. Okay, and it is yet to be matured for the auditing perspective. What to look, what not to look. So that is something which is going to come. Now all these IoT devices, robotics, or you say any smart machines, these are generating a lot of data. So we are collecting data. The manufacturers are using the data to improvise their equipment. But how do we use that data to do a better planning in the manufacturing? That is where we need to have the proper AI and BI linked to it, and impact analysis, everything has to be done. So it is like you cannot say right or wrong. It is the perspective. So you convert the data into your perspective and your business requirement related, then you take the profit. So data is available with us. So that first we were working on generating data. Now we have data. Now we have to use the data. So usage of data, again there are quite a lot of dimensions. So that is something going to come up. And especially when we are talking about the compliance and governance bodies, they are also going to get matured enough to use the data. I can share one small example like Microsoft does auditing. They come up with one tool, they will ask you a computer with the domain privilege, they run the tool. They get the output. Very soon that's going to happen for the auditing perspective, because all the equipments are going to be IoT based and all equipments are going to give the result, query result, and the document has to be produced based on that. So it's going to happen. Nowadays auditings are happening roughly to a 4 days to a 8 days period in the pharma industry. I think it will get reduced. Only the meetings will happen after 1 day, and 1 day will be the data collection.
I think
So it is
a lot on data. I think the power of data. Yes. How you're going to leverage the data. That's going to be critical. So thanks for that. Moving to Bala. So Bala, again, we were talking about the future. How is Ford or generally the auto industry going to be prepared for that? And my second part of the question is more in terms of how, because you represent the discrete manufacturing industry, dependent on so many components coming into your factory to make that eventual output, which is the car. Do you see adoption of 3D printing picking up, given that there might be a need to make smaller components at scale and we can reduce your supplier base perhaps? What's your view on this?
No, absolutely, it's very good questions. I want to take the two core processes, the product development process and the order delivery process. In the product development process, we have a very clear vision and expectation that how to compress the product development lead time. I think that's where the 3D printing comes into play. So right from your design concept and also the prototyping, and then your manufacturing and then service, all the aspects, whether we can use the 3D printing technology where you are able to reduce the lead time. If you want to go for a physical prototype versus the 3D printing, your time saves a lot, and in turn the overall product developmental lead time. Okay, this is an example of 3D printing, and Ford basically trying to bring more and more. A lot of articles in the website, you can Google it and see it. And similarly, if you come to the order to delivery processes, it is important that by the time the customer places the order, the ETA, right? Like how we order something in Amazon and try to wait for when are we going to get it? That's what customer wants. So with the current concerns that we have, chips and shortage, and customer don't care. Customer wants, he places the order, when are you going to get the order? That's the level of what we can do in future and how we can build the collaboration. For example, if I take order delivery, getting the inbound, all the components, we know the tier 1 supplier. Do we have visibility beyond tier 1? Today, unfortunately, we don't. So we don't know where the tier 1 sources the part, tier 2 and tier 2 to tier 3. So we see that's a huge opportunity, not only for auto industry, across all the industry sectors, where how we bring the supply chain visibility, and that helps to achieve the accurate, almost accurate, we we call ETA, right? So almost like we're at ETA. So I think this is the two core processes where things are changing rapidly. And also in terms of the manufacturing, the core manufacturing, there's a lot of automations, like robotic process automation already started. It is accelerating. A lot of transactional type of work. We are using the automation and try to build on. And like IIoT sensors and see what we can do, energy conservation on the machines that being used in the plant. Those data are getting generated. Now I can say we are just starting, and a lot of things have to take place in terms of how we build the machine learning capability and how machine can start telling us what we should be doing, what is the optimum and all. It's just starting. That's the perspective from automotive. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Bala. And let me come to Prabhu. And Prabhu, from what you shared earlier, you are fairly mature in your digital transformation journey, great initiatives that you already talked about. But how do you see the future in terms of use of a lot more robots or largely on 3D printing perhaps, AI use, what are your views on this process?
I think just like you have a hype on every technology, AI is also undergoing a lot of hype. 2-3 years back, I would say 2 years back, you saw a lot of hype on computer vision. Now you barely see any articles or any new things that are happening in the field of computer vision now. So I think we'll have to give some time for these technologies to settle down to a plateau before we jump into them. Of course, you need to jump into them to understand what they are and what they present as potential to you. But I don't think we should go big on any of them immediately. But AI definitely is here to stay, right? So in one form or the other, maybe computer vision, maybe natural language processing, or maybe plain machine learning, that's here to stay. But the point is, how does that impact you is something that you'll have to look at. So we have picked two fields for that. One is on the supply chain, like Bala was talking about. On the other one is operational improvements. On the operational efficiency improvement, how can I predict what would be my settings for a particular batch to be a golden batch? So golden batch is a buzzword in manufacturing. And a lot of people have been doing golden batches in the last 30-40 years through different techniques. But now that fine-tuning to get the exact absolute golden batch is something that you can achieve through AI. So that is one area where we are trying to look at an operational efficiency. And of course, with computer vision, although there's not a lot of noise around it, we are trying to say, pharma is a very, very hygienic, safe sector, right? So safety is even more of paramount importance in pharma. So there will be only one safety officer around in every plant per se, right? So although we say safety is everyone's responsibility and all that never happens. People always try to find the quickest way of doing some things, although it's unsafe. So we are trying to see how can I increase the number of assistants that the actual EHS officer there may have. And when I say assistants, I'm not talking about humans. I'm talking about these cameras. Anyhow, we have CCTV cameras in the plant in all places, in all important places. How can I use the video stream from those cameras to detect unsafe conditions, unsafe acts, practices, and so on, to say, okay, this is where an unsafe act happened, and box it, send it to the respective stakeholder who can take action on that. So this slowly changes behavior. Any change in safety can only be brought about when you change behavior. So how do I change that behavior? How do I touch that root where things happen? So that is something that we are working on as well. But like I was, I think one of the panelists was talking about human machine. I think it was Vishnu. So that was a very apt statement. How do I look at human machine interface and see how the initiatives that I bring on are easily adaptable and intuitive to the people who are using it. There was one small incident that happened. I would probably spice it up with that incident. So there was there is something called a line clearance that we do on our machines. After we produce a batch of capsules, before we go to the next batch, there is a line clearance that's done, and that's common to any manufacturing industry. And even one foreign capsule being present in another batch is of a huge problem for us. We'll have to discard that entire batch. So line clearance carries a lot of importance. So we wanted to see how we can introduce technology into line clearance. So we brought on this augmented reality-based application where the person moves around either wearing a smart glass or with a tab, whichever is convenient for him. He moves around, takes a picture before as to how it was before he did the line clearance process, and then take a do the line clearance, and then take a picture after. And this is how we envisioned it to come. So there are like 40 steps that he has to do line clearance on in a particular machine, and he has to go through those 40 steps. So after this was implemented, so when it was getting implemented, everyone was like gung ho about it, and they said this is something that will change our behavior and all that. It was implemented. After about 20 days, we found that every line clearance, the before picture was as clean as the after picture. So then we thought, okay, why are we even implementing this kind of line clearance? Then we went into the field. We wanted to understand what's happening. So what's happening was that this guy who was the operator who was doing that line clearance, he went ahead, cleaned everything, and then took both the before and after pictures. Then we asked him, why are you doing this? You are supposed to take a before picture and then an after picture. So, picture kaise lo? This was his answer. So his perspective is, if I take a picture, that picture is auditable. People are going to come back and question me as to why are there foreign capsules here. So we have to change that perspective. It's not, when we think about it, we think about only implementing technology and making people's life easier. But how do we change the perspective and get on the ground with them and understand the way they understand technology? That is a big game changer.
Great, I think fantastic example that you shared about the people dimension, right? I think that's fantastic. Thanks for sharing that example. So we are done with the questions, and I'm going to leave it open to the audience to ask questions now. We can perhaps take 2 questions. My request to all of you would be to first share your name, which company that you represent, and mention the specific panelist to which you are directing the question to. And my request is also to make the question very brief, given that we are already late. Floor is open for questions. So while we wait for the audience to ask a question, I just wanted to bring on the dimension related to personalization, because in the previous panel also they talked about products as a service and how do you bring about a lot more personalization in terms of providing a product as a service. So does anyone want to talk about that, especially in your business, offering a personalized product and service, and how is it impacting customer experience? Does anyone want to take that, the aspect of the personalization? Take it, Vikram.
So especially manufacturing organizations where the mantra of what they go by is first time right. Personalization is never first time right. Right? So the fundamental shift in terms of how we gauge what a customer wants depends on the localization first. Demographic personification or demographic I would say characterization of that user, right? What you can, the limited reading points about that person when somebody lands on your website or on first time installs or uses your app, right? So this is one way, and then personalization kicks up every time when you track the usage of your particular product, as to where the hits are, how the file is, and then you slowly start describing the user in a more meaningful way in accordance with your product or service. Now, the aspect of engagement will come in only when there is a stickiness from the start. Otherwise, you lose the funnel midway. And this is largely doable only when, in case the product is so engaging or so purposeful that people hold it and use it, that you clock enough DAU, MAU numbers. Right? Otherwise, you don't know enough about the customer base that you are addressing, and personalization is largely mass personalization.
Right.
So the difficult aspect of doing it is to try and be first time right, and personalization is never first time right. So this is the overall catch-22 with manufacturing companies trying to do personalization.
Right. Bala, auto industry, for a consumer like me, I have so many options to choose from. Within a particular brand, there are multiple models. So there, I think in a highly competitive industry like manufacturing, auto, I think that is going to be a very important part, right? In terms of a consumer choosing one brand versus the other.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I want to share, there was a currently happening in China. I want to share that because I was there in China. The shopping experience, how you can increase the shopping experience of the customer, right? So we have a dealer concept in the past, and we still have dealer concept in India and other locations, but we start slowly changing direct to customer. So can we start doing that experience to the customer, where you have still you have a store, like customer walk in and understand the complexity. There was the executive standing there explaining giving the real-time experience. Unlike people going to dealer manufacturing and then changing to dealer, from dealer wholesale and then the retail, the whole chain is going through a big change. Okay, so I think it started, and Tesla already has pioneered, and Ford and other locations already started this journey, and it's really giving a lot of welcoming aspect. The experience of customer is really growing up. So a lot of research articles on this topic.
Okay. Anyone has any questions before we wind up? No? Okay. So thank you, gentlemen, so much for this wonderful discussion. A lot of interesting takeaways. I think one thing which clearly emerged from the panel was that almost for every organization, COVID was like a catalyst for digital transformation. A lot of initiatives got accelerated. I think while we talked about technology, I think the other important dimension was about the people aspect. I think all that very clearly came out, that it was also important to look at the people aspect in terms of how they interface with machines and so on. So on that note, I would like to end the session and hand it over back to the organizers. Thank you so much.
There's anything that you could do, a sustainability, better environment, better focus for growth? Yes, why not? Thank you, Mr. Prabhu. We have Prabhu Venkatramanan, Head Digital COE ACG Group. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. A.S. Balakrishnan, VP MP&L Plant Operations, Material and Packaging, International Markets, Ford Motors. Thank you so much. Mr. Pragati Kumar Patro, CIO, Orchid Pharma. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, our moderator for this panel, Mr. Sunil David, former Regional Director, IoT, AT&T and Advisor, Tagbox. Mr. Vikram Karthik, Head Digital Transformation, Mahindra Group. Thank you so much. A quick group photo of the topic, the future of making things.